Am I audible to all? Good morning, participants. Am I audible?
Good morning, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, just wait. Our resource person is yet to join. Just
Okay.
5 to 10
Yes, sir.
minutes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. I think everyone received the PPTs.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I have received it.
Yes, Dr. Siddiq joined. Okay. Good morning, sir. This is Balaji.
Morning.
Dr. Balaji, I did not receive the PPTs.
Just a minute. Who's this?
Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, I messaged you in the morning today.
Today only you registered, it seems. Okay, wait.
No, I am attending from the beginning of the
No,
sessions.
sir, we'll talk, sir. Resource person is there. Okay, we'll discuss this. Wait a minute. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Siddiq is with us. So good morning, sir. This is Balaji.
Good morning, Balaji. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. What about you, sir? Doing good.
I'm good. I was finding it difficult to sign into this Cisco thing because
Sir, yes, sir. It's quite difficult. Even yesterday, one more resource person find the same difficulties. So we had some mess up thing. So then again, we joined in Google Meet and all. So it was happened now.
earlier Cisco was fine, but I think they have done something which makes it difficult.
So actually, my personal thanks for you, sir, to accepting our invitation at a very short notice. We owe you very sincerely, sir. So just shall we start this, sir?
See, Suma is our beloved junior, so we have to respect her. So
Thank you, sir. Yeah, actually, I want to personally thank Sumo also for this to get us a kind resource person with wonderful knowledge. So just a minute, sir. Let us begin the session, sir. Yeah, Anvesha?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, we can start the session.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 12th session of Data Analysis using Econometrics model hosted by the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu with association to Atal Academy. These sessions shall be on issues in analyzing nationally representative socio-economic surveys. I take this humble opportunity and it's my honor to welcome our speaker for today's session, Dr. Mohammad Zakir Sidki. Dr. Sidki is an associate professor at Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation. He is also a fellow at the University of South Australia, Adelaide. His training in quantitative social science research is from Center of Social Studies, Tiruvananthapuram, Center for Economic Studies and Development, Jawaharlal Nehru Institute, New Delhi, and at Center for Operation Research and Econometrics, University of Catholic de Leuven, Belgium. His work ranges expertise is from Indian public policies, positive health, public health, nutrients, gender, and energy. Over to you, sir. We may begin the session.
Sir, I think, sir, your mic is muted, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Anisha. This is great. Thank you for nice introduction, and it is an honor to be with you guys. I was there earlier in one of the webinars where I talked about one of my research areas, which is on calorie intake and the puzzles that have been unraveled in that area. So it was a very short notice for me, so I haven't prepared a proper PPT, but the issues that I want to talk about today, and just a small correction about the names in the institute names that was mentioned earlier regarding my affiliations. So I was trained at Center for Development Studies in Tiruvananthapuram, and then at Center for Economic Studies and Planning in JNU, and then I was trained at Center for Operations Research and Econometrics in Belgium. So these are the three main centers where I did my MPhil, PhD. So my research training actually happened there. So today I'm going to talk about today I'm going to talk about how to use nationally representative data sets for analysis and being mindful of specificities that they carry, so that your result carries more precision, your result carries more reliability, because you talk more confidently about that data when you are discussing your data in methodology section, and how you have taken care of the data generation process that goes into generation of survey data sets, right? So most of the time, scholars use multivariate analysis, particularly either logistic regression or OLS regression, because they think method simply depends on the nature of outcome variable, which is whether it is a continuous variable, whether it is a categorical variable, and if it is a categorical variable, you use logistic regression, either multinomial logistic or binomial logistic, or uh, other model that probit model, something that is, sometimes you may use Poisson regression also, but we should be very mindful of what kind of what kind of what kind of data generation process is there, because your model should be determined by understanding of how data has been generated. Okay, so when you use OLS regression, the minimum assumption for your independent variable is that it has to be independently distributed, but they are not independently distributed in many cases when the survey is actually not a random survey, or a survey design is not a randomly conducted survey. So can somebody explain me what I have just said in few sentences? What is the implication of what I said just now? Maybe I can't see the names of all the participants. Now I can see. Okay. So yeah, please go ahead and let me know what if data is not independently distributed, or variables are not independently distributed, what would it mean for a least square regression or OLS regression? Can anybody suggest me anything? First of all, how many of you have already used nationally representative data sets like NFHS, NSS, or anything else for that matter that may not be in my knowledge, like IHDS? You can just say like this, +1, so that okay, Preeti says error term will be huge. So Ankita has used. Ankita, what kind of data you used?
Ankita, you can unmute yourself and answer resource person's question.
Those who have not used the
Good morning,
data, they want to respond.
Sir,
They
I
can
am currently working on NSS health data, and right now I am in the procedure of extraction of NSS data.
Okay, so you haven't really. This is your first time you are doing it.
Yes, sir. This is my first time, sir.
Okay. And do you think this survey that has been conducted by NSS
Yes, sir.
is the units of the data are independently distributed? Do you think that?
Sir, right now I am in the procedure of extraction only. I have not used in any analysis purpose yet.
No, but you must have read about how the data has been collected. What is the survey design?
Yes, sir. That I have read, that I have gone through.
So what do you gather from that? Is it independently distributed data? Is it random survey?
Sir, it's a random survey, I think.
Okay. So I think you should spend a little bit more time on the data collection survey design
Yes, sir.
and a generic understanding of NSSO surveys can be used, can be seen from one of my, write-ups that I have given in ResearchGate. Let me
Okay.
just ResearchGate. So I have a blog. I mean, I have a page on ResearchGate or a project on ResearchGate, which actually is on capacity building.
Sir, Sudhik sir, your mic is muted. Sorry, there's a technical issue actually here.
Is it better now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So this link, if there is anything happening, a new activity or anything that I am doing in terms of trading or something, this gets updated here. So if you follow that project site, then that project, if you click follow this project, then whatever updates comes will be updated there. Then I want to give you a link to one of my write-ups. So this is the write-up where you can get fairly good idea about how NSSO does its survey. It is far from random. Okay, there is a lot of differences in selection probabilities of different units that are in the data. So rural households are underrepresented in the data, and urban households are overrepresented in the data. So I'm not going to go into details of how that survey has been done, because that will require a very long lecture, and the purpose of my talk today is to look at the practical implication of using this data for your modeling, econometric modeling, because the workshop is on econometric modeling. Now, broadly, what I can say is that NSS divides, for the purpose of survey, divides population into different major groups, once it is allocated to different states, the sample size, say around 100,000 households are usually seen as a good size for India. So 100,000 households should be surveyed broadly. And now there might be little, next rounds might see little increase. But that has been happening since 2011-12 census, given the population, 100,000 households are, now this is also another science, right? How to determine the sample size. So this, if you are willing to do your own survey, then you have to understand what population you want to understand and what is its size. Based on that and what is its, diversity, you can actually calculate the sample size. Now that's a very different area. So now, suppose that 100,000 households have to be surveyed. Now, if we do that randomly, meaning that from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and from Kutch, run of Kutch to extreme east of Mizoram, then we will get very limited variation, because 100,000 household would not mean sufficient coverage of length and breadth of India. So it is done in a very different way. It is done in a way where that 100,000 households are actually seen as some sort of secondary unit, that is the primary unit or PSU. Then you have FSU, first stage units, meaning that instead of looking at the households as a survey unit, you think of villages as a survey unit. Okay, so then villages or urban blocks, according to census, urban blocks, they are seen as units that has to be selected. Now, within each unit of this first stage unit, if we have to survey something like, take a good, proxy of the variation within the village, we assume that something like 8 households would be needed to survey, need to be surveyed in order to understand that village diversity or that unit's diversity. So 8. Now, so 8. So near about 12,000 villages need to be, or urban blocks, villages plus urban blocks needs to be surveyed. So 12,000 into 8, 96,000, right? So that is the case. Now, eight households, if you do the survey, you will feel that it is too less. But within the village, NSS divides households in different categories of rich, middle, and poor, households in the urban area. In rural area, it divides it differently based on their occupations, and then it clubs them into different, groups. So within a village, a house in a rural area, there are 3 stratums. One is those households that are involved in farming. Second group of households are those that are involved in non-farm activities, but they are not too rich. And third stratum is actually those households that are very extremely rich compared to their farming households in their village. Okay, they may not be very rich, compared to, what you see in the urban areas, but they are relatively richer compared to those. So these are three. So within that, we know that the poor people or the farming households, they are more or less very similar to each other in their behavior, in their consumption habits. I mean, for which we need to collect data. They are very, very similar. So even a small sample of that group will do the needful. Suppose you want to check whether rice is cooked or not, you just check 1 or 2 grains, because that serves as a very good sample of what is happening to the population of rice that is cooking in that utensil. Because we assume, or we understand, and we know it from previous exercises, that each grain of rice is having same property. So whatever happened to that one grain of rice will happen to every other grain of rice. So one sample is actually enough to judge what is happening in the population, because each and every unit is identical. Okay, but obviously, even when people are very poor, people have same occupation, there might be some other differences. For example, religion, for example, caste. It could be different, right? So that's why we need more than one sample from that group of households. So, but they don't need to be exactly how much they are in the population. But suppose you are talking about the richer group that is there, they may be very small in number, in population, in terms of representation in the population. They may be like, 5 or 10% of the total population, not even 10%, 5% is enough. Okay, now 5%, but if suppose there are 10 households within the village, then those 10 households will exhibit very different properties. Some households would be rich because it is very high level of land concentration in its hand. They are involved in lot of corporate agricultural format of agriculture. Some households may be rich because some members of the households are working in urban areas in big corporates, or they are top class bureaucrats or professors in the university. So they might be earning a lot of money and transferring those money to the rural area. So the living standards of that household is very rich. So what I'm trying to say is that small group, which is richer group, is very wide in terms of its diversity, widely diverse. So in order to capture their diversity, NSSO actually oversamples them, meaning that their sample size is more than the proportionate terms in terms of their population. So suppose they are 5% of the population, but they might actually command something like 20% of the sample. Okay, so they are in population, they are only 5%, but in sample they are commanding 20% of the total sample, because they can capture the diversity. On the other hand, you expect the farmers to be close to 60 to 70% of the village, but they are given only 20% of the weightage in the sample, because we assume that they are very similar. So even a small sample will do the job. So a farmer in the sample represents higher number of households in India. On the other hand, a richer guy in the sample represents a smaller number of households in the population. Okay, so this is not a random at all, because every person, every household in the data has very different probability of selection, and this affects the way you will analyze the data. Even in urban sector, there is a double weightage for urban households. Okay, so if the households are in urban area, when we allocate the sample to urban area, we give them double weightage, meaning that suppose in Bihar we have around about 11% of the population in rural area. 11% of the population in urban area, around 89% or say 90% of the population in rural area. The urban area in the sampling frame will get double the weightage of its population, which means urban area will get 20% of the total sample that has been allocated to Bihar, right? 20% of the total sample, even though the population of urban area is only 10%. On the other hand, rural area will get what is left, which is 80%, right? So oversampling of urban area is taking place mainly because urban area is expected to be more diverse, more having more variance in the data in a statistical term, but in simple language we can say more diversity in urban area exists in terms of various factors, right? So there may be more diversity on account of the fact that different households living in the same vicinity may have very different occupation, right? So I am a academic. My neighbor who lives one floor below me is a IT expert. Okay, so very diverse. Then my another neighbor has a hardware shop. Okay, then other neighbor is a teacher. So you can see my house is surrounded by people who do not have any similarity with my occupation. In the same way, in a religious term, I am a Muslim, at least in my name, and there is other people. Somebody is Christian, somebody is Hindu, so that is different. So, and then I am actually from North India. My origin is from Bihar. So my food habit is very different. I buy very, very different things. My clothes are different. My utensils in the house is different. So you see, so many. So in urban area, these kind of things are supposed to be very, very diverse. But in rural area, where I live, in my parents' house, very, very similar. We have a village where Dalits and Muslims dominate. It has a lot of historical reasons why we live together in that village, because the upper caste people castigated these lower caste people. So we told them to live with us, and they have been living with us. And for years now, I don't know, they settled down in our village. So this is a village of Muslims and Dalits, very unique kind of village. Now, so my neighbors mostly are very similar social activities. Okay, their food habits, whether Dalits or Muslims, they have very similar food habits in terms of then dressing slightly different, utensils very similar, housing conditions, because Muslims are little bit rich because they had land, that is how they gave them. So Muslims are richer, and they are mostly educated. They are not. But what I'm trying to say is that there is more likelihood of similarity. So if you look at within the Muslim neighborhood, there will be a lot of similarity. Like, for example, my neighbor is my cousin. He's having very same, food, clothes, everything. So in rural area, you expect very limited variation. But in urban area, you expect a lot of variation. So that's why, in order to capture the variation, the survey design gives them more weight Now, there is a science behind it, a statistical reason behind it, because if you calculate, say, urban mean, okay, and you want to compare that urban mean with rural mean, will it be comparable if suppose the sample was random? Anyone?
No, sir.
Why? Why won't it be comparable? Why it won't be comparable?
So,
Anyone?
so
Yeah.
normally, I have not used these type of data set, but this is my understanding that normally whenever we are capturing the data, we try to create the clusters in that data sets and try to capture the data from that, so that for the clusters, if these are the identical clusters, it is comparable. If it is not
No, I'm
identical,
saying,
then it will not be.
because in almost all research paper, you will say this is the urban mean, this is the rural mean. You do that, right?
So yeah, it depends on the objective of your research paper, what
Yeah,
you are.
but you will see invariably, invariably almost all papers which analyze sample surveys, they give these aggregates, right? Rural, urban, they compare the rural, urban mean, right?
So
Am
this is
I?
the limitation of secondary data. If you are using secondary data, you have to accept with the limitation. Because if you are collecting primary data, then you can have identical samples. You can have a proper sampling and you can actually test the mean. But when
No,
you are
no,
using
my
secondary
question
data,
is not that. My question is, Nirmala, try to understand what I'm trying to say. My question is very simple. That if, suppose we considered all India as one unit, and then we randomly selected the households from everywhere, so that every household has equal probability of selection. Then after that, we calculate urban mean, okay? And then we calculate rural mean and we say that, okay, this mean, urban mean is higher than the rural mean. Is that a correct comparison?
no, sir.
Why
That
not? That is the question.
see, at
Sir, can I
first
say?
level, it will not be.
Sir, can I say?
Yeah, yeah.
Suppose, as per my point of view, if the samples collected from both urban and rural areas follows equal weightage, that means
Uh-huh.
proportionate stratified random sampling, then it may be comparable.
I think you are close to correct answer, but I'm finding it difficult to hear. Maybe I will have to put the put the thing, put the headphone, I guess. If we get past this stage of understanding, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you repeat your answer?
Yeah, I think I am typing, sir.
Okay, okay. If both rural and urban sample data are collected using the proportionate stratified random sample, they may be comparable. Ah. The problem Vamsi and uh, somebody else was also there. Some doctor.
Nirmala, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So no, the problem is that your mean cannot be comparable until unless the mean has same reliability factor. Okay, same margin of error. Okay, am I correct or?
Yeah.
Yes,
There
sir.
is some
So we
different
have to
opinion
do
about it.
reliability test.
Huh?
So we have to do reliability test.
Yeah. So suppose if you have calculated a mean, then the confidence interval has to be generated for that mean, and that confidence interval depends on the which variable other than mean. What are the two variables on which it depends? The confidence interval. Anyone?
So variance
Yeah,
and
yeah,
level of
yeah, yeah,
significance.
Dr. Nirmala. Yeah.
So confidence interval will depend on the variation in the data set, mean
Uh-huh.
and variation plus
What
the
are the two specific variables on which it depends?
Sample size
sample.
Yes, and
and variance.
Yes.
yes, variance or standard deviation, and we call it standard error, right? Sigma by root n, right?
Right.
So now you can understand the implication of what I'm saying, right? If a population naturally has higher sigma, higher variance, right? Say urban area has higher sigma and rural area has lower sigma, because simply because urban area is more diverse than the rural area. So in order to bring the standard error in parity, you will have to increase n in areas where sigma is high, right? Is it clear now, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Nirmala?
Yes, sir. So normally they are doing that only, no? When your standard deviation is high, you are collecting more data from that area.
Yeah, so they have done that deliberately, so you don't have to bother about that.
Yeah.
But for a researcher, it is very important to understand that, right? You can't simply, calculate and show to people that this is the mean. You are doing it because survey design has taken care of it, but that may not be the case in every analysis that you are doing. That is my question. So until unless you are aware of this fact, that how this survey has happened, you cannot actually simply calculate mean and show to the people, right? You have to clarify how this survey was done and what we expect from for standard errors, because if standard errors are not relative standard errors are not equal, then we will have problems in comparing the means. So if that is why I said, if the whole country was a random sample and you calculated a random sample frame for a random survey and you calculated urban mean and rural mean, which means that each household, whether it is rural or urban, got the same weightage, right? Because in a random sample, every household got the same weightage. But you can't compare it because urban households taken together will have higher variance for which you have not accounted in a random sample. Am I making sense, Dr. Nirmala?
Yes, sir.
So in a random sample, you are not taking care of that. The additional n that should be given to urban area, and proportionately less n that should be given to rural area. So you end up, even though you did the best sampling, you cannot compare the mean, because it is not good enough for comparison of rural urban mean, because different areas now having different variance. So sometime, that is what I said, sometime, or I want to make a point that sometimes it is not the best way to actually go about collecting the data, the random sampling. People think that random sampling is more costly or more effort wise it is more costly, and money wise also it is more costly, because then you have to do more samples, and you have to, you don't know which household you will get at what distance, so it is better to do it in a clustered manner. That's not the only point. There is also point that random surveys may not be the best method to collect data of a country as diverse as India. Okay, so now the question is that when
Sir, can I ask one question?
yeah.
So suppose, as you said, we cannot compare the rural and urban areas means because of the heterogeneity of these two groups. So suppose if you are doing a research on primary data and we have collected so generally what we are doing is we are taking the samples in equal size. So suppose in that way, the standard error of the urban areas are high when compared with the rural. So in that case, as you said, we have to collect more sample size from the urban areas.
Yes.
So how can we know on what basis we have to increase the sample size and up to what extent we have to go to collect the
I told
data
you,
from
that is a
urban
very different science. It requires a lot of input, So sometimes we have a sample, the house, for example, NSS has a quick, survey, which they call household listing, right? So they collect basic data to get an idea about the diversity within the village, and then they distribute the households. Okay. So, of course, it depends on standard deviation. The sampling, the sample allocation, sample size allocation depends on the variation. How much is the variation within the population? Now you have to have an idea about variation. Okay. Now, how do you get that idea? You can get that idea from previous studies, from existing databases like census, So there are many inputs that you can use, or you can have a different survey to get an idea about how diverse, what are the factors that actually matter for you, or it can simply be your sample standard error itself, sample standard deviation itself, in during pilots can reveal what kind of sample size needs to be given to that particular area. So there is no very strict rule about or there is no fixed formula to say that this is the perfect sample size. Okay, you can be close to the reality by understanding the society. Your travel, depth of field exposure will tell you what has to be done, and it will more or less come in line with your expectation if you have observed the society in a very unbiased manner. Okay, so that is a very, very different area of discussion. I don't want to go into that right now, but yes, you are right that this is a question that arises: how much, to what extent extra sample size needs to be, or to what proportion we should increase the sample because its standard deviation is expected to be high. So that depends on to what extent we expect the standard deviation of that particular area to be higher than the area which is in reference to that area, right? So over time, what is happening? Even rural areas are getting urbanized, right? Rural areas are also getting diverse. Within rural areas that are close to the city are very diverse, and areas that are far away from the city are not so diverse, right? So there are a lot of issues when you do your surveys. You have to be careful about, and I think that document that I have shared will give you an idea how to think about, we'll open the question about how should we do our survey, and it will allow you to think about that. Okay. So now what happens, so these are broadly, so each survey, they have a weight, a variable. Okay. Because to what extent this household is representative of Indian household is given as a weight or multiplier in the data. So you can broadly think of that as number of households or number of individuals that are represented by that particular individual or household in the data, right? So based on that, you use the weighted mean or weighted, calculations using weights to arrive at simple means and things like that. Now, one practical problem in using these data sets. So this is the substantive problem. Okay, what I just now talked, almost 1 hour is over now. So this is a substantive problem. Okay, but there are some logistical problem in using nationally representative data, particularly NSS. So extraction process, is now quite, I contributed to that through a blog, and then a lot of people started using that blog, and they learned, and almost all the universities now, students are able to use that data. Earlier it was only in the hands of very few people. So in 2009 I was frustrated about this, because my PhD did not depend on this data, so I was not bothered about it. But my friends, I saw, they were very, very bothered about it, and they were trying to learn the data for 2 years, but nobody was telling them how to do it. So I learned it to teach them how to do it, because I was getting frustrated with their frustration. So that blog helped a lot in terms of how extraction can be done, and you can go to that blog. This blog is here. Okay, so you can use that blog, but there is another logistical problem with the data. Is that data is given in different files. Okay, so there are levels of data given. Okay, distributed data is distributed by NSS as levels. Okay. So this multiplier thing and all these things are very common to almost all surveys. So IHDS has these weights, or even the the CPHS data, the Consumer Pyramid Survey, which is very expensive, but it is also nationally represented. That also has weights. Then you have this NSS data, obviously, but those data sets are easy to use in terms of the date. I mean, it gives you everything in one format. NSSO gives data in different levels. For a smart and savvy user, it is actually better way of distributing the data, NSS, because you can extract whatever variables you need from different levels and use it instead of increasing the size of your data like anything, because everything is there. For example, NFHS data, it has every variable in the data, and you have to download it, and it becomes very heavy data, 4 GB, 5 GB data like that. So it becomes very, very, very difficult for the computer to handle such high amount of data. RAM space gets occupied and analysis becomes slow. So NSS data actually gives, but then you will need different data sets to do the different together. You have to combine different data sets together to do the analysis, right? So I just want to kind of show you some examples of merging the data sets, because sometimes, and I have seen most of the times, students actually merge the data without knowing what they are doing. So it is very, very important to actually understand the unit of the data. Okay, what is the unit of the data? So the row of the data can be seen as unit of the data, because that represents one particular unit of analysis in the data. So I call it unit of the data. Now, I'm just going to, use some of the one of the surveys for data analysis. How are you guys using the data? You are more comfortable with R or Stata? I'm okay with anything. Hello?
Sir, actually, we just gave an introduction about packages, sir, because it's a very heterogeneous group. So we can give a small introduction, sir. No need for a specific package thing, because I don't know how much people understand this concept, sir. It's a heterogeneous group from different level, actually.
Okay. So just showing the data and working around the data would be helpful, right? No need to do the actual exercise in this. Okay. So we will do this, whatever is ready with me, because I really didn't get the time to, prepare the, okay, just let me pull that file. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so you know that NSS actually gives data like this. Okay, so they give different text files and they are simply numbers. Okay, if you look at this is just a matrix of numbers. There is nothing written what is head and tail of these numbers. Okay, but there is something else called layout data, which actually tells us that, so this raw data, you can see these are different levels. So this is level L01, level 1, L02, L03, L04. So this is data from sanitation survey, which happened 76th round of 2018, data from July to December it was collected. So these are different levels of the data. As you can see, this is basically a basic identifiers of the data. Okay, round, schedule, sample. These are information related to the survey, the sector, basically rural or urban, NSS region, which is basically NSS divides the state into homogeneous regions based on their agroeconomic climate. So one state may have 2 or 3 regions. The smaller states usually have only one region. So this is district, then this is stratum, as I was telling you. Then within the village stratum is known as second stage stratum, that I was telling you that households have different levels of stratification, rich, middle, and poor. Then this is the household number. This is the level which tells you which level of data. So you can see it is written that it is generated by, so till here it is a common ID, meaning that this number of observation, this number of variables will remain common in almost every level of future files. Okay, so level 2 will have this many
Sir,
columns.
sorry to disturb you, sir. We can see only your, yeah, now we can see your Excel.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I have double screen, so I forget.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so, this is, it says that common ID, right? That here, this common, are you able to see it in, read it, or it's very hazy for you?
So just if you can increase the font size, right now it is on, I think, 80%. If you can, 50%, increase
It
the
is
size.
at 100%, but I'll increase it
No,
to
no,
say.
sir, from there, the views, you can change it from the view. Need not to change the font size. Yeah, now it is better. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, so this is the level 1 of the data. And that variable that you had seen, this text file, what is in that text file is explained here. Okay, this is called layout. Okay, now these layouts center around FSU serial number. FSU serial number is the ID of the village, okay, or ID of the urban block. I told you first stage unit, which means sampling of villages. We first try to sample the villages, and then we try to sample the household within that village. So these are two stages of sampling that is happening. So this is the first stage unit ID, meaning that village or the urban block. Then round basically tells you which round of survey. So it will be 76 generated. So all the data will have same value, which is 76. And schedule, it is 1.2. So it is saying 120 generated. Okay. The sample is generated. Sample is basically says whether it is a central sample or whether it is a state sample, because almost all NSS data is actually collected parallelly by center, which is the NSS, and state also. Okay, every state has that Department of Economics and Statistics, right? So they actually, in collaboration with NSS, they use the same questionnaire and everything, and they do the survey, but that data actually remains with the state itself. That state is not supposed to share with the center. Okay, so that data is usually not distributed by NSS. So almost all the sample will be under central sample, that I will show you, that almost all data, every data is central sample. Okay, there is no state sample. Now sector is simple, rural, urban. NSS region, I told you that NSS region has, usually NSS divides bigger states like, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, all these kind of bigger states. They are divided into, some agroclimatic region. So bigger states have this, division, but smaller states like, let us say, Goa, there is no other agroclimatic region, so there will be one. So this is NSS region. So they have like 3 digits, 16 to 18. That means the column number 16, 17, 18 in that text file that you have seen is actually talking about the region of NSS region. But the first 2 digit is basically state code, and the last digit of that variable is basically the region code. So if you just extract the first 2 digit, you will get the state code. Okay. then district code, stratum. I'm not going into all this because I did not teach you all this. But once you read my text, introduction to sampling design, you will get the meaning of all these variables. Sample household number, level is generated, and the filler 0 generated. Now, what is important is to understand that this till 14th variable, it is common ID, meaning that almost all levels will have same variables till 32-bit position. So FSU, for example, FSU, if we want to extract FSU, we have to extract 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th column, which means 5 digits have to be extracted in order to understand what is the ID of that village. And village ID is the unique ID of that village in the entire country. Okay, it doesn't have to do anything with the state code, because usually you would think first state then village, like that, right? So it is not like that. Each village has its own ID, okay, and it is uniquely determined for the entire nation. So if you are working with FSU, that is enough. You don't need state code to identify it, but you need state code to identify from which state that village is, right? But in order to identify village individually, uniquely, village ID or FSU ID is enough. Okay. Now, so till this year, it is common. These variables are common in almost all file. So what they do is they just say common ID in second level. In level 2, they don't describe this thing, just to avoid typing too many rows. They just say common ID, but basically it means these are all the variables that are there, is there in that file. So if you want to extract any of these variables, you can use the same extraction byte positions for extracting same variable from all the files. We will need certain identification for households, right? So FSU, village ID, okay. Then we have the second stage stratum, and then we have the household number. These are basically the ID variables for the household. Okay, FSU, second stage stratum, and the household number, they make up the household ID, unique ID of the household in the country. So we will need those three variables from all levels in order to really identify the same household in different levels, because that household ID will be used for merging the data, because the only way to identify whether this household for a given household, data are given in different files, right? So some of the data is given in file 1, level 1, some of the data is given in level 2, some of the data is given in level 3. So in order to match them or bring them together, we will need household ID. So this is something that layout file. So once you have the text file, you have to have the layout file. Okay, you have to have the layout file. Okay, so you have to have the layout file. Okay, now there are different and this layout file, you can map the layout file. You can almost track this layout file from the questionnaire. Okay, so the questionnaire is this, right? So this is the questionnaire. This is the questionnaire. So, and this is your, so you can see the, that questionnaire can be, so state, district, sub-district or stratum, FSU serial number, state is written here, state, region, right? So all the variables are here. Then if you go to, this is the demographic and other particulars of individual household members. So it has, serial number, name, relationship, gender, age. So this is which file? So it says, level 1, block 1. So this is block 1. Okay. So this has information about the block 1 is this block 1, and level 1 corresponds to block 1 of the questionnaire. Okay. Not necessarily each block will be separately given in the data. Sometimes they mix the two blocks to give one data. So that's why they have a level in the distribution of data and they have a block in the questionnaire. Okay. But they will tell you which level has which blocks or block. At least one block has to be there in one level, but it may be more than one block, right? So this is the case. Now this is block 3, right? So where is block 3? It says level 2, block 3. Okay. So block 3, there is no block 2 in the data. Okay. There is no block 2 in the data. It goes directly from block 1 to block 3. Okay. So block 3, as you can see, name cannot be there because it is a private affair and you don't need a name for analysis. So serial number of the individual. Okay, so this is personal serial number. Of course, common ID is always there because it basically identifies the households and things like that. The level, filler, whatever. Then personal serial number, which starts from which starts from 38 and ends at 39. So 38 and 39, which means 2-digit, space. So it has relationship to head, this relationship to head, gender, age. So like that, you can match from questionnaire. So you have the questionnaire, you have the layout, and then you have the text file. So you can match it. Now extraction and all that is a technical, session, which if there was more, class, I would have done it. But just want to introduce you, and you can go to my blog, find out how to extract it. Unfortunately, none of my lectures are on YouTube or something like that where you can actually learn. So maybe there are other opportunities where you can actually learn it. But nowadays I have completely shifted to R, so I don't do much teaching, database teaching. But earlier I used to do database teaching. So this is the way the data is given. Now this data has been extracted in a these data level 8 data level files are extracted, and level 1 looks like this. Okay, level 1 looks like this. So FSU serial number, okay, FSU serial number, round, sector, schedule, and all these things. Now I was telling you that you know, that urban sector is oversampled than rural sector. So let us check whether it is actually true. So you can see that the urban sector has, only 59% of the sample, and urban sector has 40% of the observation, and rural sector has 59% of the observation. What is the actual data of rural sector in according to census? What is the percentage of rural population in anybody? Hello?
Sir.
What is the
Participants?
Huh?
No, sir, I'm asking participants to respond.
Uh-huh.
So 65 rural and 35 urban.
Okay. So once we take the weighted average, right, then once we do this table with weight, it should be able to do that, right? So tan sector A weight is equal to MLT divided by 100. Sorry. Okay. So can you see the difference? What is the meaning of this? You said no, that census is having 65% sample, 65% of the population, and 34 obviously will be urban. So it is almost like that, right? So once you account for weight, then you get the right distribution. But when you don't account for the weight, this is because urban sectors are oversampled, but the households within the urban sector have lower weights. Okay. We can also see that by doing tab sector A weight is equal to MLT by 100. Now MLT is a variable that is given by them. Okay, given in the data. If you look at the layout data, multiplier MLT is given by them, and there is also another file which is called readme file. Okay, so this readme file has told me that multiplier is nothing but it is divided by 100. Okay, where is that now? They did not say it in this round by mistake, but in other rounds they have said it. So, sector, I'm basically saying SU I don't need to do this weight. Just want to see what is the average weight for MLT by 100. How is this mean different, right? Okay, no need to do 100, just do that. So you can see urban households on an average have smaller weight, right? So urban households nearly represent 215,000 or 2.1 lakh households, while rural households represent 2.7 lakh households, right? So that is very, so these are the weights. This is the weight. So basically it has to be divided by 100 to get a appropriate. So 2,700. So nearly 3,000 households, urban households are representing 2,151 households, and urban households, rural households are representing 2,700, almost 2,800 households, right? So that is the difference. Now, I also said that the rural, the second stage stratum, they have very different weights, right? So tab, you will see from this that so they have divided the population only in two stratums, and you can see that this is the stratum, richer stratum, is representing higher number of households, and having higher number of households, and this, right? But if you look at the mean of these multiplier value of these two groups, then you will see the difference. Okay, so we just do. So there is a slight difference across the across the surveys. They in 2011-12, that consumption expenditure, they have 3 second stage stratum. In this, they have reduced it to 2, rich and poor, simply. So let us say we do triple S and calculate the mean of multiplier by these groups. So you can see that 2,735 households, because it has to be divided by 100, 2,735, and this is 2,400. So a smaller number of households they represent. Okay, even though they are very high in numbers, but their weights are smaller. So like that, we do that. Now suppose this has information about state and sector level. This is the first level data, and it has distribution sector, and then the level 2 is basically a data about individuals, right? This is a household level data because it simply says, sector, FSU. So
just wait for a moment. I think sir lost a connection. Okay.
maybe I have misnamed it. I don't know why it was coming like that. Okay, so this is the level 1 file which we did So count 106. Okay. Clear? Then open. Oh, I was working in a wrong file. So basically within the same folder, I just have to make it level 2. Okay. So now level 2 file is open, and I'm counting 466,000 household members from 106,000 household. Now suppose that your level 3 variable, your level 3 data is about hospitalized, marital status, general education. This is not properly done. So because it is going to different folder, level 3 data, it says household size, household number, religions, social group, and consumption expenditure. Okay, consumption expenditure total. Now I am interested in consumption expenditure, let us say, because it is an important indicator of economic status. But I want to analyze this consumption expenditure by education. Now, education is not in this household file, but in this level 2 file, which is at individual level and which does not match with this household level, because if I look at level 3 also, it's 106,000, exactly what was level 1. So basically it is the same households but different variables of that data. So we want this household expenditure, right? Household expenditure by, let us say, education as an indicator of the household. Now, you think education is not here, right? So what you will do? You will bring you will merge this data with education, and then you will try to find the mean. But the problem is that this is a household level data, then level 3, and your education data is at individual level data. So you cannot merge, without any hassle, because the unit of data here is individuals, individual households, and unit of data that you want to bring into this data is at individual level. But you know that your analysis wants to see the data at household level, because you want to see, because expenditure cannot be done at individual level, right? So expenditure can be done usually at household level. So if you merge that, indiscriminately without thinking much about the unit of data, you will end up doing mistake. Because suppose if I want to merge these two data, level 1 and level 2, what will I do? I'll go to data, combine data, merge two data set, and I will say HHID, and then I will say level 2. Okay. And when I do that, okay, 1 to 1. Okay, 1 to 1 meaning one data of this and one data of level 2, one data of one row of level 3 and one row of level 2 is exactly should be matching. They should have same household ID. There should not be any additional, there should not be any duplicate, for household. So if I run this, it says variable household does not uniquely identify in the observation. Now what you will do? most people, what they do is that they will say merge this 1:many, because they will say that uniquely observation using data. Using data is level 2 data. So you just say M and it will, say matched. Okay. So you are very happy because it matched. But now if you count this data, it has 466 observation instead of 106 observation, right? But in reality, you don't have 466 household. You only have 106,000 household. So now if you calculate average or everything, it would be totally wrong, because your weights and everything is different for different households, and you don't know whether you are overweighting them or underweighting them depending on how you have grouped your data, So this is not how you do it. You must make sure that what you are doing, what is the purpose of your exercise. So you are actually wanting to do a household data analysis, but you want education as one of the factors for the analysis. So you bring education to this household level data as a factor of analysis. Now, how you will aggregate education at household level is a different question, but you simply cannot merge this data to solve your problem, because you cannot solve that problem, because same individuals from a given household will have different level of education. So for example, a household, let us look at this. Sort household, sort HHID. Okay, so I have sorted, so you can see the data now, or I can actually see, let us see, browse HHID, then person, serial number, then education, and then let us say consumer expenditure. Okay, I'm trying to see this. See, for most of the data, many households have not reported. Now, look at this. These are all same households. Okay, 56159,201. No. 102, 102, 102, 102, 102. Okay, till here. Okay. 2, 7, 6, 11, 3, 4, 5. So these are the serial number of persons. Now their education levels are different within the same household, and each person has a same expenditure because they are from the same household. But when you take the average, this will show as different levels of education, and their mean would be calculated differently, right? So different levels of education from the same household is used wrongly to associate with the same level of expenditure, right? Different levels of education we are associating different level of education to same level of household expenditure and trying to calculate average, which will give us a wrong picture of education, relationship between education and household expenditure. What we need is a composite index, or one individual representative number of education or data of education at household level, and then we can bring education into this data, level 3 data, to actually talk about how education affects the consumption expenditure of the household. Am I making myself clear? Is it too complex for you guys? Hello? Hello?
It is clear, sir.
So not just because software is merging, that does not mean that merging has happened correctly, right? Okay, so the merging has to be seen very, very carefully. When you merge the two data sets, you cannot go indiscriminately and merge the data sets. You have to be very careful about how you are merging. Okay, so in this case, this is a completely wrong merging. And if I calculate, let us say tabulate edu, okay, and then AW is equal to MLT by 100, okay, and then SU of E, EXP, cons EXP. So these are the numbers, okay, for different levels of education, which you can see from questionnaire what these numbers mean. But it basically means as the level of education increases, the average expenditure per household is increasing. Okay. Now we have done that, and we know that this is a wrong average, right? So I clear this data and then open level 2, open level 2, and I say that, there can be several ways of aggregation of households level of education. One way and most simplest way is take the education level of the head of the household, which is making more sense in this kind of situation because we are trying to understand how household spends. Okay, but it could be average education of all the adults, because people generally talk and discuss and then come to a consensus about what to spend on. So it could be that we can take the average education of adults, average years of education of adults, and then use that as an indicator for the household education. It could be simply because males are more dominant in making decision. It could be simply education of adult males. So there are different ways to arrive at that composite number for the household, and that will depend on your theoretical understanding of how you see things. Okay, and you have to be transparent in reporting it in your paper. But what I'm trying to say is that in doing this, you need a one number that represents households education. So for simple reason, I am going to do a household heads education, okay, for this exercise. So let us say that I am taking only households education. So household ID and the person ID and the education of the head of the household. So I'm just saying keep household ID, ESN, person ID, okay, and then education. Okay, I need only these three variables from this file for the time being. So if I run this, it has, now I can save it as a separate file. Save as edu. Okay, so I have now education, and so if you count, it still is having 466,000 observations. But now if you look at this data, it has only education and person serial number. So from the questionnaire, we know that head of the household is always having the code 01. So if you look at the column 3, relation to head, self, meaning that he is the head, right? Relation to head, self, household head. Usually we expect household head to respond to the household survey. So this self 01 is our household head. So we need the education of head of the household. So we will only keep those members in our data that have relation to head as 01, that is person serial number as 01. So what we will say, drop if PSN equal to 01. Okay, and now this I have given, this is a software thing, and this I have given to this double quote is basically to say what is the to specify the string, and the string should be mentioned under this double quote. Even though it is a number, it has been stored in the data as a string. Can you see 01, 05 like that? So I am going to do that. Now it is saying this many observations were deleted. Now if I count, how many observations? 359 observations. Okay. Now I will drop all the duplicates. Okay, because this may be having what I did. Oh, I made a mistake. I dropped those that are household heads. I should have said keep if person is equal to 0. Okay. So now I have to basically redo the whole process, which is not a very difficult job for me because it is already coded here. So use this. I have to go back to original file. Okay. So I say clear, and then I say use this, then keep this. Okay. Keep only these 3 variables. Then save it as education. So because it already exists, so I will have to say replace. So it got replaced. Now I have to say keep if, right? Keep if person ID is equal to this. Okay, so now it is saying it has been deleted. So now only 01 is existing in the data. Okay, only 01. Okay. No other people are there in the data. So if I now count, it will be exactly as household number, right? So we know that 100 and 837, individual household, and 838. Somehow there is one guy more here. That may be because there is one extra household or wrong coding may have happened or something, So we will say whether there is a duplicate or not, right? Duplicates list, and then say HHID. So it is saying that there is no duplicate. Okay. There is no duplicate in the data. So almost all households are uniquely identifiable. Okay. So now this is actually a household level data because it is closely matching. One household is there which may not be matching because it has one more household than what the other, our level 3 data has, right? Level 3 is basically where the consumption expenditure is, right? So I have saved it. So now I can, clear it, and then I open the level 3 data. Okay, now I have the level 3 data with me. I have opened the level 3 data. Now I can go for merging, and then it will be merging of 1 to 1 HHID, but the file is now EDU. If I merge it, then you can see from using one household was not matching. We know that this was extra household, so it is fine. So what we will say, there won't be any information about this household in for remaining household variables. It will have education information because it is coming from education, I mean the individual level file, but it won't have any information. So let us check what this data. So browse if underscore merge is equal to 2. Okay, not matched from UC. Okay, so we browse this. As you can see, all the details of the household level variable is missing, and then PSN01 using only education is there. So this is only one observation which was by mistake. Somehow it has been included in the individual level data, but it is not there in household level data. So we can actually say drop if underscore merge is equal to 2, so that I have dropped that information and I can save it as a separate file, right? We can say LVL03 underscore edu because it has education with it. Okay, so I have now education. Okay, now if I say, same command, tab edu consumption expenditure, then you have this. Now, if you look at this variable, this table, 9,800 or whatever, 98,593, it has 11,000 or 1,11,000 and this one. Okay, so it's very different, right? 98,593. This is 1,11,177. Okay, so 98,000. Then you have 9,000 or 94,778. You have 85,004. So very different numbers. Okay, and you know that this was not correct because you were giving same education level, a different education level to the same household, depending on which individuals. So your data was actually individual level, but you were trying to give something at household level, right? So now, but household, expenditure does not mean much because different households will have different members, and because different household has different household size, their expenditure may be simply larger because of the household size. So in order to take account of that scale effect, we need to divide this household consumption expenditure by household size and then calculate this, right? To really see whether it, because we also know that lowly educated households are likely to have higher household size, right? So what we will do, we will just generate a new variable, generate. We can call it monthly per capita consumption expenditure equal to household expenditure divided by household size Okay, we generated this variable, and now we just to tab edu, instead of this we will say LPCE. Okay, so we see that lowly educated household hardly have mean expenditure of 1,876, and as education increases we see little bit increase, and you can clearly see that it is increasing. Here it has reduced, you can see it has reduced here. Again it started picking up from here. Okay, so for somehow this one is very high, but you can see the observations are very limited here, so it may not be a very standard comparison. So we need to actually categorize education in a way where sample sizes are in control. For example, sample size for this group is very, very small, to produce a reliable estimate. So based on this tabulation, we know that there might be some problem of sample size. So that's why we may not be able to get. So this is unusually high, and this is unusually small sample size. So there is definitely a problem, And then here as well, These are very, very small numbers. Even this is a very small number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need to see what these codes are actually. What these codes are: 1, 2, 3. Not literate, literate without any schooling, literate without formal schooling, and 3, 4, and others. So these are literates, but through some other instrument, not through the schooling. Okay, so they can be clubbed together to make one group. And literate with formal schooling, below primary, primary, upper primary, all these things. So we have a way to club this, but I'm not going to do all this. But what I'm trying to say is that merging is a very important issue. People take it in a very trivial sense. Okay, but I hope after this exposition you are able to understand the importance of merging. So once you merge, then your data is ready, you can run the models and all these things. That is simple. But my idea is that you cannot run simple OLS regression on this kind of data, because this data we know is not generated through simple random sampling, and therefore the assumption of independently distributed sample is not correct. There is a variance structure that are clustered in nature, right? So two households from same village have are more likely to be similar than two households from two different villages, right? So variance is distributed or is structured in a clustered manner, right? So households from Kerala likely to perform or be somewhat similar than households from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu households will cluster together and form a cocoon of its own, and Kerala households will cluster together and form a cocoon of its own, and they will have variance across the states and variance within the states, a kind of component which is not, OLS regression is not amenable for that kind of data structure or data generation process. So simple OLS methods are not useful. I generally use multi-level modeling to take care of these sample design issues in our data. But this is also important because it reveals some additional insights for analysis of the data, because it gives me more understanding of the data. For example, my 2019 paper in Journal of Development Studies uses multi-level model to show that states like Tamil Nadu and Kerala have lower calorie intake which I had discussed in last lecture, purely on account of the fact that these states have better environment, epidemiological environment. Therefore, they will need lower calories to survive. And that is the reason why they have lower calorie intake, not because of the affordability issues. And the national calorie norm does not take care of this differential need of lower calorie need in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And because your calorie requirement is higher at national level compared to what these states actually should have, so you tend to overestimate the number of people who are not satisfying calorie intake, or number of people who are suffering from calorie deficiencies. And it is a big issue because it goes into all kinds of calculation and all kinds of poverty and all these kind of calculation, and it creates a lot of mess in India's estimation of deprivation and poverty. Okay, so I will stop here. Let me see if there is any question or anything of that sort. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your lecture. Participants, you can have, if you have any questions, you can ask sir to go ahead.
Sir, one question. So when you are computing the composite index, how can we give the weightages to different variables?
When you are computing
composite index with different nature of variables, how can we give the weightages? Is there any particular method for that?
How can you weight?
Yes, sir. That's...
Hey, that is a very different topic, but I mean, it depends on your purpose. There is a lot of literature on that. I will refer you to this paper in 2006 from OECD countries, a handbook of users guide to composite index building, where they have discussed multi-criteria aggregation, geometric aggregation, arithmetic aggregation. What are the problems with that? So I mean, there is a whole lot of discussion about aggregation, but my purpose here in this case is not to create a composite index in the sense of what you are talking about. That's a whole, but you need a one composite number that represent households education. Okay, that could be anything depending on how you feel. So composite index for me is representative number of having different elements, representative number for different elements that are there in the set. Okay, so here the set is household members education, and from that you have to get a number. Okay, which is much easier. Suppose you are talking about 100 indicators in sustainable development goal, 100, close to 100 indicators, and you are trying to combine those 100 indicators to get a number which will be representing the performance of your state or the country in sustainable development goal. That's a much bigger challenge. So Government of India, the Niti Aayog is using simple mean, okay, to aggregate them, just like Human Development Index earlier used to do. But now Human Development Index actually uses geometric mean, which means limited substitutability between the parameters values. So suppose arithmetic mean means that even if you have zero performance in one indicator, you can still look good because your composite number is simple average. So if you have very good performance in one particular indicator, that will compensate your zero performance in other indicator, and you may look good. But if your aggregation formula is geometric mean, then if you have zero in one indicator, you will zero in all indicators. I mean, in composite index also. So it will penalize you very heavily. So that's how, that's how the different aggregation formulas have different implications. So it depends on, what the purpose of that composite index is. And based on that, you decide your formula. Different formulas are needed for different purposes. Okay. Vamsi, I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Any other question?
Any questions? So I think there is no questions, sir. I
Okay.
think you already answered all the questions. Okay, Anvesha, because in between you were answering the questions, sir. That's what.
Yeah.
Yes, on the sir, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Anvesha.
On the behalf of my university and the entire Department of Economics, I extend my hearty gratitude to our honorable speaker, Dr. Siddiqui, for enlightening us with his knowledge and graceful words in today's workshop. From personal experience, it has been an enriching session for me. It is a tribute to host all of you participants and the audience. Thank you. Have a good day.
Sir, my personal thanks for you, sir. Thanks for accepting our invitation at a very short notice. Thank you so much, sir.
No worries. No worries. You are welcome. I should have, if I had more time, I should have prepared some good examples.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
But I hope it conveyed the meaning of what I wanted to say. So in summary, there are three things that you need to bother about when you are using the sample data, nationally representative sample. First, the survey design and the implication for your modeling exercise. What kind of model you should be using. Second, how you actually merge the data is very, very important uh, for your analysis. So all those things has to be, these are broadly two major things. There are several other things that keeps coming, but I hope this helps you to see further. And the materials that I have suggested, please go through them and make use of them. You are free to contact me individually. I will be most happy to help you. Okay. Thank you. And make use of contacting me through the ResearchGate itself, because it helps other people to also understand what kind of discussion is happening. Or contact me through the blog, which also is helping other people to understand what is happening. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Anand.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Good morning.
Yes, Anand. Anand, wait for 5 minutes, Anand. Just now participants left. Just now sessions were over. Just wait for 5 minutes. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay, Anand.
I'll stop the video. Like once it is ready, please.
Guys, participants, shall we start? The session
Yes,
is
sir.
not started yet, ma'am. No, we are not yet started, ma'am. Actually, we are
Okay,
waiting.
okay. That's
Yes,
why
sir.
I was wondering. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Actually, resource person already joined, but I asked him to wait for 5 minutes. Prakash?
Sir.
Yeah, Anand, you can start. Dr. Anand?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Sir.
sir.
Yeah, actually, before starting the welcome session, I just want to welcome Dr. Anand on my personal behalf. He's a brother kind of me. He's my elder brother kind of thing only. So he's a very good scholar and one of the few scholars in DA analysis. Now presently he's working in SRM. So I want all of you to make use of his knowledge on DEA. He's a very nice person by heart as well as a very good researcher. So I can give you a better contact for your future research. Somebody is working on DA and all. So I just want all of you to make use of him. Yeah, Prakash, please.
Yeah, very
Prakash?
good morning. Yes, sir. Sir, am I
Yes.
audible? Yeah.
Yes, Prakash, you are well and good.
Yeah, very good morning and welcome to the 5th day of FDP on data analysis session. We have with us today Dr. Anandrao Suvari, sir, to handle this session. It is an honor for me to welcome you, sir, on behalf of Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. He has started off his career as assistant manager in Shriram Life Insurance Company Limited, Hyderabad. He had worked as guest faculty in Central University of Hyderabad. He has received his PhD from University of Hyderabad. His area of specialization is insurance efficiency level. He is currently working as an assistant professor in Department of Economics, SRM University, Andhra Pradesh. Now over to you, sir.
Thank you, Prakash, for your kind words. I hope participants are able to hear me.
Yes, Anand, well and good.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Balaji for giving me this opportunity, and part of this faculty development program. I'll try my level best, and what I came to know is that yesterday Dr. Balaji told that minimize the mathematics because a lot of equations you already heard, it seems. So I'll explain what DA is and how it is useful in real life implications, and from management perspective, how do we go ahead with this particular model, and when we use this particular model and what kind of studies we can do with this particular model, we will see today. So I'll just share my PPT which I prepared for this FDP. Just give me a minute. Are you able to see this? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So today I'll be, I think Prakash already gave my introduction. So my name is Anand Rao. I'm working as assistant professor as well as the faculty coordinator Department of Economics in SRM University, Andhra Pradesh, which is located in the new capital of the new state like Amravati. So before, going into the DA models, let us interact. So I'll ask, can anyone say me, what do you mean by efficiency? Either the literal meaning or the literature meaning. So anyone voluntarily, what do you mean by, what is efficiency? Why efficiency is important? And what happens if you don't consider this particular concept in real life? What are the consequences if you are not giving importance to this particular concept? No volunteer to answer?
Sir.
Output by input.
Yes.
Wow, wonderful. Yes.
So the same concept of the value engineering, if you are using your time and you are not getting the rewards as per your investment in time and efforts, then you are not
Yes.
efficient.
Okay. Yes, theoretically that is correct, but sometimes
there can be
yes,
technical
please.
efficiency and economic efficiency. Technical
Yes.
efficiency is when you by using some new advanced technology, we can produce more output by using the same inputs. That is technical
When
efficiency.
we include the technology, the productivity will increase.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And allocation efficiency is also there.
Yes, allocative efficiency is there. We all know that the resources are scarce, and one should allocate the resources very properly in order to achieve the efficient what we expect. Okay. Any other answers? Wow, nice participant. Like people are responding, which usually we don't get in either online classes or any other FDPs. But I'm happy that people are responding over here. Any more answers? Okay, fine. So see, this efficient concept, so as some professor mentioned, output by input, yes. Someone mentioned about the technical efficiency. Someone mentioned about the resource allocation. So allocation or anything. So we all know that the resources are scarce and we have to allocate it in an optimum manner, so that it uses in a proper manner in order to achieve that particular mission. Recent budget documents, if you go through also, where our Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharamanji is mentioned about, the budget efficiency also, where most of you might have heard of Professor Vanamurthy, his work being quoted in the parliament about the budget efficiency also. So it's not that we are giving budget for this particular year for this particular aim of whatever the government decides, and we are spending on it. But how we are spending it? Are we spending it for the outcome, whatever we expected? Are we spending it for the output, whatever the government expected? So these all concept, if you observe post budget discussions also, the concept of efficiency came into the picture. Like, yes, we are allocating certain amount of money for this particular sector, whatever, let's say a single sector, but is that money being allocated properly or used properly, whether it is serving the purpose of what exact allocation happened? Okay, so these all things will be measured, with the concept called efficiency, and one need to understand and give importance to the concept of efficiency, because we all know the debt concept. Either in a country level example, macro level example, when we are taking it, if we are keep on spending without thinking about the revenue, and finally we'll be in the debt trap. Either if you're taking a micro example of an individual person, if I don't consider how efficiently I'm using my money, let's say I'm getting some amount, 1,000 rupees, and I mean, when we are students or when you're faculty, we'll be getting certain amount of money as income, right? And if we don't think about the efficient allocation of our income that is limited in a proper manner, for our travel purpose, education purpose, kids education purpose, other purposes, so many other financial needs are there for people, right? And we have to allocate our money in a proper manner. If we don't give importance to proper allocation of the fund, finally what we have to do? We have to call some of our friends, relatives, and someone to lend some money. The concept is there, but for a period of time, still you are unable to give importance to that. Ultimately, you will be in debt trap and you will be in debt. And no other friends also will give money because they know your situation, that you are unable to give them the money back. Okay, so that this is micro level. But if this particular concept, if we apply to the firm level, the firm need to consider what kind of inputs we are having and what kind of outputs we are getting it. Okay, if it is a bank, banks will be taking money. We know all the process. I'm not going into the technicality of the bank or process and all. But there will be certain labor, there will be certain machinery, and there will be certain output. Our output we can consider it as profit. If we are consuming, if you are recruiting more and more labor without thinking of anything, at the same time, if you are ordering more and more machinery without thinking anything, and ultimately, if you are showing negative profit or losses, we can call it. There is no, right? We will say that that particular bank is not doing efficiently. Or if you're an investor, if you want to invest in any life insurance company, or if you want to deposit certain amount of money in the bank, or if you want to invest, if you want to buy certain shares from any company, obviously we will see the balance sheet and how they are doing it, whether they are in profits or losses. Okay, so obviously when the companies are doing profits only, we will be considering them whether to invest or not. So while considering, we'll see how that particular company is performing. That performance will be measured with the concept of this efficiency. And this efficiency concept will be measured with certain techniques. And in that, DEA is one of the prominent to measure the performance evolution of any companies at the efficient measures of companies, countries, individuals, branches, anything we can call it as. So as I have given examples with the concept, so efficiency and productivity are the two cooperating concepts for any firm that determine how resources are utilized so that the firms remain competent in the market. So I was giving that example. So don't get confused with efficiency and productivity. They both are, two cooperating terms only, but the difference here is measurement of efficiency gain much attention over calculating productivity because its benchmark related to the pre-specified frontier of the industry, which is assumed to be the best practice frontier. So frontier, best practice, I think, once we move towards the lecture, we will understand much better. But, productivity wise, like there will be, certain labor, technology and other things, and we'll be seeing what kind of productivity is happening. But when we are measuring the efficiency, we will see the frontier. One frontier will be there. It will decide that this is the optimum level that with this inputs or with this labor, you can produce this much output. Let's say only single input, single output, if at all we are considering. Certain benchmark will be there. We call it as best practice frontier. So if we can reach that best practice frontier, then we will be saying that our company is doing great. If we are below or above, it's not that always we should be below. Sometimes outperformance also will be there, which is not good in the long run. Okay, so efficiently, it's not that with minimum labor, if you are attaining more profit, that will not continue for long term. Okay, some jumps will be there, and we all know, right? When better options comes, people will be going over there. And in this competitive world, we know how to attract more and more people. So these are the concept, and measurement of efficiency gained more importance than productivity. The reason for this is efficiency is easily benchmarked related to the pre-specified frontier of the industry. Whatever industry you are considering, it can be banking, it can be industry, it can be a country analysis, it can be your own educational institution. I know in detail, in history, I'll say in the first time on which this DEA methodology is used. Okay, so any whatever industry we are considering, that particular industry, we can get which all the companies are doing great and what is the benchmark of that and how much I need to improve in order to reach that particular benchmark so that I can also be called as an efficient company. So yes, as I told, measures of efficiency are considered more accurate than those of productivity in the sense that the efficiency involves a comparison with most efficient frontier, and for that reason, they can complete a level of productivity in utilization of resources. So efficiency is primary objective of any firm, as it assures the company to stay competitive in the market, as well as through which, obviously, if a company is doing great, doing efficient, it will contribute to the economy. And in broader sense, we can say that, that particular company is utilizing the resources in quote unquote proper manner, which is acceptable in any nature. So as some of the professor mentioned, basic measurement of efficiency is nothing but output by input. This is the output and these are the inputs we are using. Once we fraction that, whatever number we are getting, if it is close to 1, we are saying that yes, this is particularly doing great. Okay, and if greater than 1, this particular thing is doing great, and if it is less than 1, then we'll say that there is certain inefficiency is there. So this is a basic definition, and we will see very less mathematics are I have taken very less mathematics, but we will see more and more how to calculate these efficiency concepts. So now here the purpose of this lecture is data envelopment analysis. So in about more than 40 years, the DEA has grown into a powerful quantitative analytical tool for measuring and evaluating the performance. So as I explained earlier, that we need to give equal importance. We need to give more importance for measuring and evaluating the performance, either an individual or company or an organization or a country. For that matter, we have to give, and for in that, the data envelopment analysis has become a powerful quantitative tool. So one can ask, why there are no other tools? Yes, there are other tools. Like in market, we have so many other products in order to satisfy our hunger. But according to the situations, I don't know whether it is a relevant example or not. There are so many products, right, which can satisfy our hunger. At the same time, there are so many quantitative tools which can measure the evaluating performance. For Telugu people, for Tamil people, we need rice in order to or in the evening we need certain breakfast, idli, dosa, whatever it is, or if it is Malayalis, puttu, appam, all these things. Or Telugu people, we have for North Indians it is chapati, parota, and all. They also have rice, we also have chapati, but the best hunger satisfaction we get only when we have our own geographical based food. Like that, the best analysis you will be getting for measuring the evaluation and performance, which literature also proved that DEA is the best method, one of the best method. I won't say is that the best, but one of the best method in order to measure and evaluate this particular performance. And DEA has been successfully applied to host many different type of entities engaged in a wide variety of activities in many contexts worldwide. So many different type of entities it got engaged. So definition wise, see technicalities, we will see the basic technicalities, but one need to refer the literature for more and more technicalities. For this, for the basic idea of this lecture is we need to introduce what DEA and the importance of DEA and what kind of methods are available in order to perform the evaluation performance or efficiency performance. So by definition, if you see, the data envelopment analysis is a data-oriented approach for evaluating the performance of set of peer entities, called it as DMU. Okay, economics people don't get confused. Diminishing marginal utility, some people will consider don't that. In DEA, DMU is decision-making units, which will convert the inputs into the outputs. That is, inputs, outputs were the basic definition. But as you know, evolution, world is changing, technology is changing, people, new methodologies are coming. So now we are able to convert the multiple inputs into the multiple outputs with the concept called data analysis. So the definition of DM is generic and flexible, and when I say the word flexible in the sense, more and more additions are happening with these particular definitions because it is useful in each and every sector, each and every field, and they are giving their own definitions. That's why the definition of DM is general and flexible. So as you know that there are two different approaches will be there, parametric approach and non-parametric approach. Whereas the parametric approach mostly still deals with statistical and econometric approaches, whereas non-parametric approaches also deals with statistical, but certain mathematical program will be involved into this. So DA is a non-parametric approach, meaning that no prior functional form is assumed for the frontier, and outside of this simple assumption of piecewise linear connections of unit on the frontier. So we know in advanced statistics or econometrics, when certain data set is there, one need to assume certain functional form, and in probability we'll be saying that this curve should be normal probability, then only we can assess that particular thing. In statistical analysis, we will be saying that we'll be taking one regression line and say that this particular thing should lie beside this, then only we will be calling that as best fitted model. But that kind of assumptions are not required in this DEA analysis, and it is one of the major advantages for this particular DEA analysis, because we don't need any functional form assumptions. We can directly go for the analysis if we have the data. Okay, so this is one of the major advantages of the data analysis. So the ability to apply DEA without assuming a functional form is very powerful characteristics. But only one thing you need to remember, you need to keep in your mind, is that it is linear. It is linear connections units of the frontier. This means that analysis can proceed without knowing the production function, whether it satisfied the so-called properties of the production function or not, which is the way that these particular inputs are transformed into the outputs. Okay, there will be certain inputs which will be considered, and those will be transferred into outputs. We can take one more example of our work-life balance. Okay, this FDP itself. When this FDP, you consider it as an input, and then after 1 year, today is February 11th, after 1 year, February 11th, 2023, you see last 1 year how many publications I did, and this 1 year how many publications I did after attending this faculty development program, because you might have already learned a lot of econometric techniques, and also these kind of techniques. And obviously once we learn, we all are part of human capital, right? And once we learn certain things, we try to apply and enhance our productivity. In academia sphere, it's like we need to teach in better manner. Second thing is we need to publish. We need to be part of more projects. Okay, and also we need to be associated with the administration things, which this kind of techniques certain times, if you become a committee head and you want to analyze the people who are in your committee, or when increment comes, you because you're an economics professor, the administration and ask you, sir, these are the things, these are the people who are involved, those things will be considered as DMU, and these are the activities which we assigned, and this is the output would happen, and we want to analyze, we want to give what kind of increment to them. So then you can use this particular analysis or any econometric analysis what you might have learned in the last 4 days. Okay, so these all things, applicability, all these things are very easy in data analysis, where certain functional form is not required. So another advantage of these non-parametric approaches is that it can simultaneously handle multiple inputs and multiple outputs, and they do not noise in the data and treating all deviation from the frontier as inefficient. So here, in econometric methods, we do have certain unobservable data, right? Which is actually, see, in basic econometric model, when we are saying y naught equal to beta naught plus beta 1, x1 plus mu 1. And if the causal relationship is not being explained with independent variable to dependent variable, we will be seeing that the noise term is actually dominating. Our unobserved term is actually capturing more, the relationship between both x and y, which means the variable which you have selected for the analysis purpose is not proper, because noise term is dominating. We have, right, in explained term and unobserved, explained variation and unobserved variation. So those things, here they will not account for these things, but they will be treating that any deviations from the frontier, certain frontier will be there. As I told you in the introduction slides, the best frontier will be decided, and if it is deviating from that particular frontier, then we will be calling that particular company as the inefficient company. So recent years, even more. I mean, though it got introduced in 1978, but technological development happened in the later stage, and variety of applications of DEA for use in evaluating performance of many kind of entities which are engaged in different activities in many different contexts in many different countries. Here I have given certain examples where the DE application have been used. So the performance of entities such as hospitals is one such thing which DEA methodology is widely used, and also education purpose. Nowadays, more energy oriented research is going on, where this DE application is efficient usage of the energy in that particular country. Okay. So US Air Force wings also, when they, when Cooper introduced in 1978, later they understood that this is very powerful tool, at the same time, very simple tool in order to analyze the efficiency. And through that only a lot of things will be dependent, right? So hospitals, US Air Force wings, universities, cities, courts, business firms, these are the main thing now mostly used. After this, we all are in this globalized world, and cutthroat competition we are having, right? And if we are not evaluating the financial performance or the efficient performance of the companies, you'll be kicked out of the competition. So companies are very much, very much aware of these things, and for the analysis purposes, they are using this kind of methodologies, and so that their strategies and all those things comes in different picture. But yes, everyone wants to be in the competition, and they want to perform the best so that they can attract more and more people, and more business will happen. So these DS applications used everywhere, every sector, agricultural sector also, they have used. So now they are talking about the budget efficiency, where what kind of allocation happened and what are the outcomes, and connecting those lines, whether the country is doing better or not, whether the budget is allocated in a proper manner or not, if federal allocation happened, whether it used in a proper manner or not. So these all things were useful in DEA, and these are the different different sectors and countries this DEA methodology is used for. So give me a minute. So let us, see, like we all are learning this, and at the same time we should give importance also, like how this particular DEA was planted, and what is the seed of this DEA. So actually the history is that, this DA was planted by Chance, Cooper and Rhodes. Based on this only the CCR model came in 1978 with the publication of their seminal work. But actual seed happened in 1957 by name Farrell. That's why there will be certain papers. If you observe the efficiency concepts, the Farrell efficiency concept is, will be there in the literature, where Farrell want to develop certain measurement where certain inputs will be converted into outputs, and he presented certain thing and stopped. But when Cooper for his thesis, he was working on US universities, particularly allocation on these black people and all. In his literature it was mentioned, and whether the proper allocations are happening or not, he just want to assess. And but he was having confusion with this, what kind of data I need to take, functional form, production function, all these things. And then Chance had reminded that in 1957 Farrell had talked about converting the inputs into outputs. Let us check the literature, and they have adapted that. Those certain developments they have done. That's why the DEA development paper happened in 1978, and they published this seminal paper in 1978. So this paper represented both a methodological breakthrough and an application to real data set about the US government education program program follow through, whatever the title it is. So, the philosophy of this DEA founder was that, the development of these analytic techniques like DEA, should be driven by the need to answer the practical questions and the problems which are not solved by the existing method. So obviously, if when we say that it is breakthrough in methodological things, the purpose of that particular methodology is to answer certain unanswered questions only, right? And Cooper, who passed away in 2012, the philosophy of the DEA methodology is, though he adopted the concept from Farrell, the kind of implications which he gave, the kind of development which he gave for this particular methodology was a breakthrough concept. And then we have seen in the previous slide, each and every sector, they have applied this methodology in order to perform the efficiency performance. So by calculating an efficiency scores, it indicates if a firm is efficient or has the capacity to implement. Okay. So by as I told you in the first slide, they will be keeping certain best frontier. So by setting target values for input as well as the output. Input means whether either we need to increase or we need to reduce. Same concept is applicable to output as well, whether we need to reduce the output because certain companies will be increasing return to scale, and we need to are decreasing return to scale, and it is oversized, and we need to reduce so that it will automatically change it to CRRs or IRS. Okay, we need to identify the set of targets, whether it is inputs or output, so that we can calculate how much input must be decreased or output increased in order to become the efficient one. And also DEA, how it helps in decision makers, that we need to identify the nature of return to scale, and it indicates if a firm must decrease or increase its scale or size. Okay, so what kind of returns it is having, if we are having this many inputs and kind of producing this many outputs, like it is increasing return to scale or CRS, or it is decreasing return to scale. So the manager should have, see here, manager in the sense when I'm talking about, don't think the literal sense of the corporate managers, but if you are researchers, I can use the word researcher. The researcher should know, what kind of, by seeing the scenario, by knowing the geographical conditions, by knowing the business activity. Sometimes, let us take this example of the pandemic. Most of the business, most of the manufacturing service sector, we have seen there is a dump in the business, right? And we can't consider only this situation and say that, this is decreasing return to scale. This is some random effect which came and affected the whole world. And if you want to assess this particular condition, this is not the correct. So that the researchers will have an idea like when to do that, when not to do that. So when I'm saying managers, in the sense, if the company you're owning it, you will be having certain, having managers who have knowledge about your company, your conditions, and how they're performing. So they will know the nature of return to scale, and it indicates if a firm must either decrease or increase its scale in order to minimize the average cost. So by identifying a set of benchmarks, that is the frontier, specifies which other firms' process need to be analyzed in order to improve their own practices. So in that particular sector, let's say banking sector, we used to have so many banks, but now agglomeration happened, and I don't know exact number how many banks we do have, but like let's say some 20 banks are there in the sector, and a certain benchmark is there when we already said this is the best things. So certain inputs are going and profits you are analyzing and saying that this particular bank, XYZ bank, is not attaining more profit what it actually should be. So that there is certain problem, there is certain inefficiencies there with that particular bank, and the managers can elect and then do their own strategies to improve the profits. I mean, first improve the efficiency, automatically profits will increase. Okay. So DEA have two orientation, that is input oriented model, and second one is output oriented model. So input oriented model looks at the amount by which inputs can be proportionally reduced with keeping the output fixed, which means, sometimes we will produce, we will give more inputs. Even though you increase the inputs, the output is constant. Then if you are measuring in input oriented model, you will understand, okay, I'm giving more inputs. It's better to cut down the inputs. Obviously the cost reduction will happen, right? When the cost reduction will happen, your efficiency, your company will do better because outputs already fixed. That is the optimum level. So if we are calculating the DEA with output oriented models, we have to see what kind of outputs should be proportionally expanded by keeping the inputs fixed. So certain inputs are fixed in the bank example, when the labor, the machinery, and all things fixed. But with the use of technology or with the use of certain behavioral concept or other concept, how we can expand our output. Okay, so these things also DEA can be done in two scales, that is constant return to scales, and now development happened, so that is variable return to scales also. See, in 1978, when Cooper got introduced, I think when we are discussing about other models, we'll try to discuss those things. Okay. So I try to avoid the mathematics part, but basic equations like how we will be doing that I just included. So the mathematical formulation of DEA is that, as I discussed earlier, the linear programming technique is used to find the set of coefficients, those are U and V, that will give the highest possible efficiency ratio of output to inputs. So output to inputs, when we are doing whatever the best score we are getting it for the service, whatever units we are being evaluated, and then that particular program technique will be giving certain coefficient that this company is doing better. So in this model, if n number of decision making units are there, so remember here, I don't know why I can draw here, DEM. Certain, we are considering DMUs, that is, the number of decision making units. So in our banking example, we told that, 20 banks are there. So 20 DMUs will be there, okay, for our analysis. And the decision unit number J accordingly, so you are giving 1J, this particular thing will be, your decision making unit. And the theta is, some more equations will come. For that, I'm giving an introduction. The theta, whatever we are using those equations, is actually the efficiency rating of the decision making units being evaluated by the DEA software. Okay, and Y considered as output and R used by the DMJ, whatever that particular company, 1J if you are using it. These are the outputs which are used by the J company or whatever it is. And X is considered generally as input. So see, mathematics, notations are all these equations. You have freedom to choose. Y, X, Y, you can give AB also, CD also. That is your wish, but don't think that we should assign. Generally, in literature, particularly mathematical equations come, these X and Y's are always will be there, right? From childhood onwards, we are seeing, and we cannot escape from them because everywhere these concepts will be there. So generally, why they consider it as output, where we are considering as dependent variable in econometric model. So here X will be considered as input, where we consider, I mean, just giving example, independent variable in the economy. And M are the number of inputs used by the DMUs. You know, what are different inputs will be there. Okay. And also outputs will be there. And the number of outputs generated after the analysis, outputs will be generated, right? And those things will be measured with the notation X. Okay. So yes, now, you know, we do have different models. See, for any kind of development, when certain methodological development happening initially, you know, something they might have developed for a period of time, there will be certain constraint. Or more economist or econometrician, the theorist will identify this is the problem with this model. They'll say that this model is good, but you know, this particular thing, it is not being identified. So over a process of time, development happens. Okay, so there are, you know, three basic type of models are there in DEA. Those are radial measures. Okay, these are the old methods which when they got introduced, and over a period of time, you know, the additive model got developed, and then finally now the running thing is slack based model, you know, or slack based measure model is being you know, available in the DES. So what do you mean by you know, CCR is nothing but, you know, Chance, Cooper and Rhodes, we have seen, right? So they have given, that's why we call it as you know, CCR model. And in this particular model, the DMU efficiency score is derived from which extent, like all inputs can be contracted if they are more, okay, or our outputs can be expanded, where this contraction or expansion can occur proportionately. Okay, so in this particular model, either inputs will increase or output will reduce, or vice versa. You know, inputs can decrease or outputs can increase, and these things can happen proportionately in this particular model. And this was the first model when they got introduced the concept of the DEA. Okay. So here a graphical representation of that particular thing is that, you know, if we are, you know, if you are thinking that this is the frontier, okay, and this is called as the best frontier. And when we ran the DEA and did it in a graphical way, or when the inputs or outputs are there, you know, here 2 inputs, 1 output is there. And with that, these are the results. When we put that in a graphical way, so we can easily say that, you know, it is these are away from the frontier, and the point A, point B, point A, all these are, you know, inefficient things. Whereas this particular line, we can say that this is weak form of inefficiency, where they have the capacity to improve the efficiency, but, you know, certain thing is lacking out. And we can say the point E, point D, and point you know, these are efficient, where they are using these kind of inputs for producing, you know, this, whereas these people are using only this much and you know, producing. So 3 points are efficient according to their own way. Okay, so this is the graphical representation, and we say that whatever is there on the frontier will be called as the efficient ones. So here our mathematical thing comes. See, ultimate aim of this particular CCR model is to minimize, whatever the efficiency score. With, I mean, it should be less than equal to less than or equal to 1. Okay, and the equation is this particular thing, minimization of theta with subject to that particular theta and the inputs minus the x vector. This lambda will be giving here explained is the column vector of, it gives that particular lambda gives the intensity variables, denoting the linear combinations, whether it is yes, we know it is the linear combinations of the D used, but it gives the intensity of the linear combination. And the objective of that particular theta is that the radial contraction factor that can be applied to DE inputs also by the outputs. Okay, mostly inputs contraction will happen. So with this particular thing, when the score comes, we'll be defining that whether the input should be contracted or not, or the expansion should happen in outputs or not. So this particular thing can be used with this, this particular CCR model. But as yes, certain development happens or a period of time like that, we have this, BCC model where this banker, that's why, Banker, Chance and Cooper, they have developed this particular model, and they had highlighted this, that's why they call it as BCC model in 1984. A radial DEA model where production technology exhibits the variable return to scale. So remember, I told that two types of scales will be there, CRS and VRS. See, when CCR model is assumed, when they derive that particular model, they assume that whole world will be in competitive, perfect competition. But in reality, that is not the situation, right? Okay, so that assumption will happen, and when they're measuring, they're getting the efficiency scores and all. But later in 1984, Banker highlighted that we need to take into consideration about the return to scale. If we are not considering the return to scale, whatever efficiency scores we are getting may not yield the better results, or they may not the perfect number. And in 2007, again, Cooper developed this, the input-oriented version of the model on envelopment version, that is like multiplier based on that, what will happen to the score and all they have given. So here, if you observe, I had highlighted here the same formula, but here it will be equal to 1, which says that, if we compare this equation with the previous equation, the difference is that, the above equation, we can say that a different addition of a constraint that sum of intensify the variable will be equal to 1, which says that, it is having the variable return to scales, which is there, it is less than B0, so it is greater than 1. Okay. So then, as I told you, the developments happened, and we had these additive models, because these additive models are most useful for modeling the production situations, which involve multiple inputs and multiple outputs. See, we have seen CCR model, they assume that perfect competition, but later in 1984 BCC model, they have given that, in reality that is not there. We have to consider this we have to consider the variable return to scale. But over a period of time, how many times we will do with the single input and single output? So they told that, there is something called additive models, where we can use these things with multiple inputs and multiple outputs. So one of the inherent difficulties in dealing with situation is that evaluation of trade-off, that is, substituting of one input for another, and either in hospitals or in banks, the inputs, if you are using the concept of labor, what kind of labor you are using for assessing these things, or instead of labor you are using the computers. Substitution concept was difficult with this, but the efficiency score, with this particular thing, more, here I have these equations. If you want, I can write more and more. Equation will be there. The ultimate aim is that maximizing the score, but here the lambda part will be greater than equal to s, where the s will give the radial efficiency score of this particular thing. So this is one of the new development happened in the DEA, that is additive models, where multiple inputs and multiple outputs can be used. And the additive model does not does not address the input and output mixes of the TMUs. As I told you, the trade-off concept, the substitution concept, if any mixes options are there, it does not address this particular things. But the ultimate goal is to determine the maximum extent to which slacks can be removed from the DEMU being evaluated. Slacks is the thing, the wastage, we can call it as, or you are converting the inputs into outputs, but so many slacks are there, means these are unused things or overused things. So the ultimate aim is to get the efficiency by minimizing the slacks. But they have given, they had highlighted this particular point, but the answer was highlighted with this particular concept called slack based model. Okay, now most of us, everyone using this concept, slack based model, but it was proposed by Tone in 2001, and development happened later in 2003 as well, with by the same person, Tone, and he refined his own slack based measure as development of this additive model, because it would generate a standard efficiency score and a unit invariant, while also allowing the input and output mixed consideration. Whereas, remember, in the additive model, mixed consideration, we did not consider either substituent or other things, whatever variables you are taking. But here the slack based model addressed the slack concept. Also, it allowed the input and output mixed consideration to generate the efficiency scores. So here, if you see the equation of the slack based model, it is almost a similar function to the radial DEA, that is the CCR, where certain inputs, input oriented radial DEA maximize the proportional input contraction, that is, that can be applied to all input variables. So the slack based model maximizes the average proportional input contraction across all the inputs, so that, when contraction happens, and ultimately outputs will be increasing, and efficiency scores will increase. So this is one of the development. These are the three different kinds of models. And methodological development way, but models wise, the application of DEA models in CCR, there are so many models. The process how we do is different. In BCC model, they are different. Slack based model, they are different. In slack based model, by using this, by methodological development, huge literature is there. It's not that only one. If you consider the regression analysis, we didn't stop only with regression analysis, right? For a period of time, multiple regression came. Based on that, our ultimate aim of any econometrician is to minimize the error term only. If at all what do we say? We violate the assumptions. How best can be done? What best can be done? To minimize the error, or to be called the model as best fitted. So like that here also, the models are like this, but development happened in that particular process. So yes, these are the different models, but the question here is, how do we select the input? How do we select the output? What are the kind of data issues we will be getting? So theory, fine. Theory is there. It is fine. Okay. And we agree that DA model is very good for measuring the evaluation performance. But yes, while measuring, there will be certain data issues will be there. Okay. So not only selection of input and output, and also an appropriate DA model. Okay, to analyze or to formulate the production process of in real life situations, the managers should include how to improve their operations, the prime deliverable of the DA managers. The intent is that the results be translated into actions to enhance the performance. Ultimate aim of of any person or any organization, any firm, any country for doing this analysis is to enhance the performance only, right? We have to understand, where we have went wrong and what kind of mistakes we are doing. Maybe some people don't know that, some organizations don't know that they are, doing those mistakes. Maybe adaptability, the environmental changes they may not aware of, the technology thing which they are having they may not aware of. Certain companies will be there where they will be most efficient when the technological shift happen. The lag point is the technology which the efficiency has to highlight that in this particular area you are lagging it. Once you concentrate, once you change your strategy in this particular area, your output will be more so that your efficiency scores will be more. Okay, so these are the things in the model. So while selecting the data, one should be very, very clear about what kind of data we are having, whether it is CRS or VRS, and what kind of model we need to use. See, if you are in a perfect competition and using slack-based model may not yield better results. Though it is old model, use the CCR model so that it gives better results. If you're analyzing a competitive market where more firms are there, more than 20 firms are there, it's better to use CCR model or BCC model than this. The latest model, the latest literature, the latest methodology, which developed based on the CCR model, you need to consider. But the model, one have to clear idea what kind of model we need to use it. So selecting the inputs and outputs, when we are having the theory, okay, it looks very easy that you have to select certain inputs, whatever we are sending it to the production process. We have to select certain outputs, whatever is coming out of the production process. But at first glance, it looks very easy. But upon examinations, remember, we are here, the assumption of the functional form is relaxed, which means somewhere else you need to concentrate more. That is selection of the inputs and outputs. Sometimes inputs can be outputs, outputs can be inputs.
Anand, are you there? Anand?
Whether I need to minimize
Actually,
this or yes?
Actually, we lost your connection. Yeah, carry on, Anand.
Please.
Yes, Anand, carry on. Actually, in between, we lost your connection.
Oh, maybe something else. I hope now you are able to hear.
Yeah, now fine, man. Now fine. Maybe
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So, thank you. So, rather than examining which one is input, which one is also, don't consider that these things can be taken only inputs. We have to decide which one we have to minimize, which one we have to maximize. Okay, the minimizing things you can keep into inputs, the maximizing thing you can keep into the output, so that the output, so that it will result in a decision-making unit appearing to be more efficient, productive, and whatever the model is designed to show. Ultimate aim to design this particular show is to find out the efficient and the production thing, right? Efficient and productive thing, right? So rather than getting confused with inputs and outputs, it is better to concentrate on that this particular variable we need to maximize, okay, or we need to minimize this particular thing if you have an idea. For that, obviously, as I told you, you should have a clear understanding about the production process of that particular, of form. That form can be from any sector. If you are considering an education institution, you should know what administration, what kind of different administrations will be there, and how those things. On unless you will have productive output will be coming. So these understanding one should have clearly. So the goal to able to give good advice to the decision making manager. Here when I'm saying manager, also firm, company, university, anything you can. Individuals, countries.
Switch off your mic. Switch off your mic. Sorry, Anand. Sorry. Somebody is in the call. Carry on, please.
And they have to improve the operations of that particular thing. So the ultimate target of doing this analysis, the goal of this particular thing is we need to get certain good advice of the policy implications, whatever we are having. Okay. To, the measure that has characteristics as input and output can split into two and create a positive and negative. Sometimes, we can select a variable and see whether that can be split into two, and we can, as an example I have taken here, the bad loans. So what quantum or what magnitude of this bad loans is affecting the banks, and also divide with the good loans and see because we are getting bad loans, we cannot stop. Then the functioning of banking process will not move further. Loans obviously we have to give. These loans will be divided in bad loans and good loans. Bad loans is the people, the NPA, whatever we consider. Okay, and good loans, yes, the people whoever pay on time. Okay, so but we sometimes while taking the inputs we can split into two and create a positive and negative variable of this particular thing, where if this is more, that it is bad for that particular organization. If this is more, this is good, which means good loans are more, then it is good for that particular banking. If it is more, bad loans are more, then this particular thing is bad for the organization. Okay, so we have to target, as I told you in the previous slide, we have to clearly have an idea which one to minimize. So here the minimization we should do for the bad loans, whereas the maximization we should do for the good loans. So that clarity one should have, a researcher should have. So as I told you, we have seen different models, different types of the models of DEA. So there was certain methodological developments are there, and there is this particular author has given a nice survey of DEA models and how it got evolved, that we have seen, and different sector. When the methodological happened, we have seen from CCR to BCC. I know this is CRS, this is VRS, this particular thing happened, And in 2008, Kowo and Huang, and they have developed this two-stage data envelopment analysis, which I'll try to explain in layman terms. See, in DEA, we know that certain inputs will be converted into outputs. With that, we will be getting scores. With that efficiency scores, we will say that this particular things, let's say 1, 2, like this 10, and this is 0 0.7, 0 0.4, 0 0.9, 0 1, 0 some 90, okay, or 85, something like that. So among these, we will be saying that this particular DMU is performing great with that particular. And we have to concentrate on the form 2 because it is 0.4, which is much away from the frontier. This is the best frontier, we can say it. Okay, so we are knowing the efficiency scores. We are knowing and we are concentrating on that particular thing. But here, what the Kowo did is that he divided, he to where inputs two stages, set of inputs will be going into the production process. Okay, fine. These inputs will become outputs. I mean, these inputs will come as outputs, right? And these outputs will become inputs for the second stage, so that the continuity also will be there. And he divided into two states, and again these inputs will be coming as outputs, and then finally we will be getting the scores for our analyzation. So here the difference is that we can identify, if we divide into two stages, we can identify which particular stage the efficiency is located. Okay, stage wise divisional scores we will be getting. Scores, final efficiency score we will be getting. Okay, so one stage you are having one score, another stage you are having only 0.5, then automatically your efficiency score, overall efficiency scores come down, right? So like that, in getting stage wise divisional score, we can concentrate that this particular stage inefficiency is more. So we have to concentrate on inputs. Let's say, I'll give an example of insurance sector. Okay, so in the first stage, let us consider, like, I think most of you know how the insurance functions, right? So first, what will be there for any function? First, what will be there? Set expenses will be there. See, one company is there, but directly manna from heaven, that company will not come, right? In order to establish that particular company, certain expenses, also marketing, which also need expenses, right? So expenses will be there. So these expenses, because of these expenses, what we'll be getting? Because we spent certain amount of money, we went to the public that we are certain insurance company and we offer certain premium. If any unforeseen event happen to you, also non-life also there, where we'll be giving insurance to your car, your two-wheeler, your house, where if any unforeseen event happen, we'll be paying the sum assured, whatever it is. So for that, obviously certain expenses will be there. So these expenses will give us what? Premium. So insurance means nothing but, in banks, we are saying bank, these things will be giving deposits. Okay. Expense will be there, like you have to establish computers, bank, you have to take a place to establish the bank, you need to advertise that this so and so bank is there and we are safe, secure, all these concepts. So the expenses will be converted into the premiums, and these premium is right, how the expenses are converted into premium. If you want to see a single stage DEA, we will analyze these are the expenses, these outputs are premium. Once we analyze, we will be getting certain scores. Based on the scores, we'll be saying that yes, so and so company performed very well which means they converted their expenses into the premiums. This is first stage, okay, the single stage. But now what the Scova and Hamang added is that this output will be going as again input to the second stage, which will be calling it as profit. How these deposits are converting into profits? So in between there is an investment stage, because these premiums, they need to invest. We all know LIC, all other companies, they will be investing in all of the profit. They have their own investment strategies in order to, because this is public money, right? Public is giving you money, and that particular money you have to keep for certain years, and after 15 years upon the maturity, you pay that money back. That many time you have to keep certain money in your investment so that you can returns and you can pay more amount of money to the public who have taken policy. Same with in the bank also. Banks expenses will happen. We will be getting certain deposits, and those deposits will be given to the loan, as we discussed. Sometimes those loans can be good loans and bad loans. So if more bad loans are there, the profits ratio will be shrinking. If more good loans are there, the profit ratio will be expanding. Okay, so these are the two stages which Kao highlighted, that he divided and see the efficiency score and also here divisional score. So in this, if the efficiency score is less, we have to concentrate in stage 1. Or in this, if the efficiency score is less, we have to concentrate in the second stage. Overall, if they both are doing good, the overall efficiency score will be close to 1 or equal to 1. And we'll say that both stages it is doing good, but comparatively, in first stage, there is a scope to improve, so that overall efficiency will score to come to 1. If it is 1, we'll say that that particular company is doing great by giving that particular situations. Okay, so this is one development which happened in 2008, and one of the prominent thing, 2 stages, and people took either energy efficiency, banking efficiency, insurance efficiency, so many sectors they have used this, and they highlighted that which stage we need to concentrate, because it gives a very valuable input to the managerial implication, right? It's a very good managerial implication, right? That, see, your expenses are not being converted into premium, which means you are spending, but it is not converting properly, which means maybe you have to give more training to your insurance agents so that they can get more policies. Or in banking example, if you consider, you need to give proper training to the banking staff who are sitting in the front line, because they are the one who directly deal with the public. Okay, so maybe training or other maybe their salaries and other concepts will be there. If we address that, that particular stage will improve, overall efficiency also will increase. And the next development is Lee et al. He need to give the weightages, whether we need to see in previous models we give equal importance for the inputs and outputs, where he highlighted that yes, we should give the equal importance, but in inputs also certain weights can be designed, that this is the input which is more important, and the weighted concepts we know in mathematics language, right? Like that he developed that particular model. And recent development is network DA, where this globalized world, where everything is interlinked. Network D again based on the 2-stage model only, stage wise they are doing, and certain networking process wise we will be analyzing the we will be analyzing the efficiency score. See, the ultimate aim of these DEA models, as I told in the introduction, is that we have to evaluate the efficiency performance only. So for that, we will be using this, but different models are there, which I explained. When it is perfect computation, what kind of model we have to use. If it is imperfect computation, what kind of model we have to use. If it is more interlinked and stage wise process are there, what kind of model we have to use. If more slacks are there, what kind of models we will be used. Okay, so these things are CCR, VCR, these things will be slacks model, where they will be giving the difference between the frontier and the inputs, and the slacks will be expanded over there. So yes, these are the things, but yes, seriously, the is that having that prominent space in research. The answer is yes, because if you observe the literature, more than 20,000 DEA academic papers by using this particular methodologies, and more than 150 books are there on this development. And perspective wise, that gives, right, one will be explaining on health insurance or health industry, one will educational, how they have published, so we know those concepts. So there are certain biographies on DEA and studies summarize development since first publication 1978. So overview of DEA concept is also there, and there are certain books. 1978 onwards, this particular methodology is being used in more than 20,000 academic papers and more than 150 books. There will be certain practical questions which managers or the researchers have to keep in the mind that people can ask. Is it advisable to involve the manager of the firm to be benchmarked in the efficiency analysis from the beginning of the process? Yes, as I told you, it is necessary. The researcher should involve, or the manager should involve from the benchmarking process, and for selecting the inputs, outputs, every process, because you need to understand the whole process. Then only you can clearly assess. Then only you can clearly judge. Then only you can clearly define what exactly inputs, what exactly outputs. So it is advisable that researcher should understand. See, it's not that I have learned a DEA model, going directly to my university and taking certain data and run a model, efficiency scores are coming and analyze. Yes, this is a process which we can do it, but in order to do a proper analysis, proper managerial implications, proper understanding, you need to understand the process, the research question, whatever is there in your mind, that particular question, how you are going to analyze or how you are going to address that question. That thing you should keep in the mind. And the whole process, if you have an idea, you will have clear idea about what are the inputs and what are the outputs. Okay, and inputs also, remember here, don't give much importance to the input and outputs. Yes, we need to select for analyzing purpose, but for that also selection of variable, which one need to is that one should have. Okay, second practical questions, one which we can get, that is, assume that a firm, I mean, these are the questions which generally people ask, so there can be, your mind also will be running this kind of questions, so I'm just trying to answer, and other question and answers we can have. Firm obtains an efficiency score of 86.3, that is 86 point whatever it is, 0.86. When you multiply with 100, this is the efficiency score. Does this number have to be strictly applied? Yes, we have to clearly say that this is the thing, and the gap of, again, 13 point something, this gap is there, this inefficiency is there. You need to push that gap, I think, by reducing the input or by increasing this particular thing. So if a firm facing increasing return to scale and it has of scale, what that concretely mean from the manager viewpoint? It is like when it is increasing return to scale, it is not at reach its optimal position. So it is going forward, but it is not yet reached optimal position, and you need to improve that cost facility. You need to cut the cost so that your sales, and vice versa of this. If it is if it is facing decreasing return to scale, it is already reached the optimum point, it's better to reduce some of your inputs so that the efficiency scores will increase. Yes, someone can ask, is the efficiency the only criteria to assess a firm performance? Answer is no. Not only the efficiency is the only criteria to assess firm performance, but I can say that it is the best method to assess the firm performance, so that you will get better and better idea. Some people ask, these are the questions which I got from my thing, so I'm just trying to answer. Some people will say that, sir, I ran the model, but I didn't get any results. What does it mean? So remember here, the DA software will not take the value of 0. Rather than that, if any 0 is, try to convert that data into 0.00 like this, which is almost equal to 0. Okay, so that thing you should keep in the mind, and sometimes it will not take exact zeros are there. It will not take. One of the drawback of I won't drawback, because if we give 0.0001, it is equal to 0 only. That's pure technical concept. So these are some of the practical questions which I got from previous lecture, which I tried to answer. And yes, thank you for listening patiently. And yes, if any queries are there, you can reach me. But before that, I just want to show. Balaji sir, can I just show how to download, like from where to download the software and how to run the deep? Yes. So I'll just stop sharing this and give me a minute. Maybe if I win this WebEx, that's why computer is slow. So I'll just share my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. So this particular deep version or deep software is available in the University of Queensland School of Economics. Other people develop this. Is a school called CEP, Productive Analysis के लिए, Center for Economic and Productive Analysis के लिए, where you need to go to. So just remember this university name, the University of Queensland. Okay. Or just normally you type deep software University of Queensland, also it will directly take you to this link. So we need to go down, and this deep software is there. Okay, so see, we have explained the efficiency concept by keeping in the mind of deep, but there are different methodologies also there. Frontier approach is also there. Okay, but these are used for panel data, and here the concept of normal, truncated normal distribution should be satisfied. Then only you can proceed with this, and then the total factor productivity index, the computer program is also there. So different programs are there, but now we are concentrating on deep. Once you go down, there is an option called deep software or download software. Otherwise, you can just download from this zip file also. So once we download this zip file, like this, it will contain, this zip file. I just extracted it. It will contain all these documents, So before proceeding further, it is advisable to read this document, so that this particular thing will happen. You will have clear understanding about this particular thing. Okay, and see here, data is there, example data is there. So I'll just show with one or two examples what we have to do and how we have to run the model. See, any solutions, any practical solutions or any practical applications, we will learn only when we practice. You know, it's like life only. We have to do mistakes. We will understand what mistake we have done, and then we will learn more. You know, either this software or Excel. I don't know. It is taking time to, maybe WebEx is running. It is taking a lot of space. Any software, either Stata or even R also deep is there, but it is command oriented. So I just thought that, you know, I'll introduce the simple version of the deep model and how to do it. R you can do in Stata, it is there, but both are command oriented. In fact, Stata both command and menu oriented are also there. But the simple version, in order to find the efficiency score, is deep. In fact, in Excel also, solver is giving this particular option. Okay, so you are free to use any software, whatever you like, for the analysis purposes. Yeah. So here, if you observe, output is there. Two inputs are there. This is example of two inputs and outputs are there, and this is the data, and this is data for single input and single output, and this data is the multiple inputs, and this price 1, price 2 also considered as inputs only. Multiple inputs but single output. Okay, another one is different forms are there, and you are checking the time period of it, and single output and single input is there. So these are different data sets. So try to organize your data into Excel for your better understanding like this. Okay. So first, like normally you will be having different variables. After understanding the process, you decide which one is output and which one is input. So now you have to copy this data. See, deep software don't like the headings and they will not consider. So no need of giving the output and input. But remember, if you are doing output oriented model, keep the outputs first, inputs next. If you are doing the input oriented model, keep the inputs first, outputs next. Okay, just we have to copy like this. And another important point is that it does not take the XLS format. Deep software does not take the XLS format. It takes the notepad, whatever here it is there. So the example one data I'll be using here. Okay, see here the data. So heading is not there, but the first one is the output, remaining two are inputs. So just copy like this. You have to copy the data from the Excel and copy in a Word file or test document. It will accept, or doc document also it will accept. So you have to copy where, make sure that no headings are there. Okay, and DMUs is also not required for D analysis. If you observe the data here, this this is actual output, not DMUs. Normally, otherwise DMUs, if you want to say first company and second company, third company, fourth company, fifth company. So then it will consider these as output. So make sure that no need of DMUs while doing it. Okay, so it directly it will automatically detect, because it consider whatever it is there. If you are running it in output oriented, it takes output first. If you are running it in input oriented, it takes the inputs first. So next, there will be like this instruction, that input option, where we have to see here. Example is easy one, data is there. So what you have to do is you just have to copy that name. Okay, so after copying, what you have to do is the data file name you have to copy over here. Okay, so the format is txt. So generally txt will be there, so you can just copy that and then dot txt. And what you need the output file name, like how do you need, you can keep anything. You can keep example1 output or my output or output name. This is just a noun, right? You can keep anything. Okay, and how many number of forms are there, so you will have an idea. There no need to give the DUM numbers over there, but you have to give the number of forms. I mean the number of DMS, whatever you are giving, the number of time periods you are considering. So in our example, we are considering only 1 year time period or one time period. So how many outputs are there? So in our example, I told you, I showed you only one output is there, but two inputs are there. So that those are vertical. And now how you are doing it, whether input oriented, output oriented, you're doing it. See, as I told you, it is always advisable to keep the output data first, because while running it, they will be asking the output first. So irrespective of the orientation also, you can keep. If you keep also, not an issue. But here, if you want to do it for output orientation, which means expansion, you have to give it 1. Or if you want to do it for input orientation, you have to give it 0. And then, as I told you, what you should have an idea what kind of market you are in. So whether you are doing under constant return to scale or variable return to scale. So according to your choice, you can choose. Okay, and then finally you have to give. As I told you, now developments came. Initially there was only cost DEA, Malcolm's DEA, but now DEA 1 stage, DEA 2 stage also came. So you have to give what kind of stage you are giving. If you are using COO 2 stage, you have to give the number 4. If you are only using the cost, you have to give 1. If you are using optimum of multi-image, then you have to give the number 2. So like this we have to save. Okay, only multi-stage performance wise you want to use, then you have to use the 0. Then we have to save this particular thing. Remember, whatever name is there in the data, this name is there, right? This thing we have to copy very properly. Okay, and then once this thing is there, just this deep Bolke one application will be there. We have to just double click over it. I don't know, maybe some technical issue. Just remember from this, only one, once this application, see, you can see some black color, it is coming, right? In the end, like C command and all. In the end, you have to copy this name like this. You have to copy F2, function F2, copy. And then once you click this, in the end, it comes. I don't know, some technical issue. It should come basically. It will come and you have to paste the data name, and automatically if the data is small, within seconds your output will be coming. The output will come like this. So results from the deep version, and we have done with the input orientation, and the scale assumption what we did is constant return to scale, and the slacks were calculated using the multi-stage method. And the efficient summary is this: out of that 5 forms, the form 2 and form 3 is efficient 1, and the mean of that forms are 0.810. With that mean, you can compare that the form 3 is near to the mean, which means it is not the efficient one, but it is also doing good. But these are the things which are less than mean, which is not doing good. This is almost like very far from the frontier, which we have to concentrate on the form 1 more. The managers or the researchers or the the policy makers have to concentrate more on the form 1 to give it. So these are the output slacks and these are the input slacks. And if you observe here, the input slack is 0.50. More wastage is there. That's why the efficiency score is also very less. So, and different peers, comparative peers, weights, what kind of weights they have given, everything will come. Okay, and here slacks will come. The radial movement, it is in negative. Slack movement, how it is happening for this particular thing. and lambda weight when we discussed about the intensity of that particular thing will be given over here. And finally, there will be, you can find out the technical efficiency of the firm, what is there, and or the score of different companies, different firms or companies. It is clearly giving, and what is the radial movement of one unit, another unit. Once we go into more in literature, we can easily understand, and the variation of the lambda also can be seen over here. And slags, and the projected value is this, which means the company 5, the projected value, original value is almost same, and that's why it is score 1. So there will be certain difference, in company 1. If you see input targets and projection, the output projection is 2, but it is having more, more or outperforming. So like that, these are the projected value which are the best for this kind of analysis. So this example I just showed that like with base minimum 5 companies, 6 companies, you can do for 100 companies also, but make sure that, in the document it is clearly there. You have to make sure that you have to copy the file name properly. Second thing is, you have to be very clear about the kind of scale you are using, and input orientation or output orientation. What is your target? Whether you want to expand or you want to minimize. If you want to minimize, mostly we'll be using the input oriented. If you want to expand, we'll be using the output orientation. And then and we have to clear what stage we are using as the development happen. Whether you only want the efficiency scores, the technological scores and all. Technical efficiency score 0 is enough. Okay, if you want to use the 2 stages, then that particular number we have to select. So this is deep, but don't expect these kind of codes only will be there in our software, status software. They have their own, we have to read the instruction file and then proceed. Solver, Excel solver is also useful. In fact, it is better in solving the 2 stages, divisional scores as well, so that we will understand which stage we need to concentrate more on that. So you're free to use whatever software you need to, but Deep is an easy software. We have Frontier software also. Okay, so I'll just give an alternative version of this, though it's like my territory, why you're bringing another concept, but I just want to give for your understanding that these are the D which we told non-parametric method, right? But if you are having a good functional form and it satisfied all the so-called quote unquote regression analysis functional forms, there is a software called stochastic frontier analysis also. SFA, that is parametric method, stochastic frontier analysis, one can note it down. This DA is for non-parametric method, but I just told the alternative, but from the literature, it is found that both giving almost similar results, but the advantage of DEA, which I explained already, is that no assumptions of any prior functional form. That's why the usage of DEA is much more than any other alternative softwares which can assess the efficiency analysis or financial performance or the performance evaluation, whatever you call. The terminology change, but ultimate aim is that we have to do better in the market. So yes, with this I'll sign off now, and any question and answers, any questions, I would like to answer those things. I hope I have given a holistic understanding about the data analysis, how it got developed, and why we are using it, why we are giving much importance, why more than 20,000 articles are being published in the academia sphere. You might have got a understanding about it. Okay. Yes. So
Anand, there are some questions are posted in the chat box.
chat box. Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Chat box. Yes. Yes, sir.
Are you able to say, or can I read
No,
it?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm unable to. Sir, if I have a result where one unit, like a country, is more efficient, and I have included a few inputs and outputs as quality of life, then can I conclude from the result that these inputs alone are the reason for high efficiency? Yes, that is what I highlighted, right? While selecting the inputs, we need to be very much sure about what kind of, if then whatever efficiency score you can analyze. If you are selecting a wrong input, obviously wrong efficiency scores will come, and then we will be thinking that, oh, higher efficiency came, but why I'm not yielding better results? So then the problem lies with wrong selection of inputs. One more size is that what is the minimum sample size required to DEA? Minimum sample size for comparing is 2. Sometimes 1 also you can compare, but with 1 also the analysis will come, but you cannot compare, right? So for comparative purpose, if you are talking about technicality, it is 2. As I just showed you, the example which I took is only 5. Okay, so there is no minimum. We highlighted that point again. So you can refer one of our paper which we worked on banking industry by using this DEA by assessing the non-performing assets. Yes, ma'am, absolutely we can do with this categorical concept. But as I told you, it's 2 stages, and the middle stage we have to dedicate to the categorical concept.
So whenever we are applying, say for the credit card payment defaulters, or the people who will take the personal loan or not, so
Okay.
even if the predictor, say we are saying the person will take loan or not, can we use this model? Because here the dependent variable also in a categorical form.
No, yes, ma'am, you can use. If both are in categorical, see, ma'am, here we don't have any dependent or independent variable, whereas we have to select the inputs and outputs. And both can be categorical, and we can run the model by seeing the efficiency scores. We can clearly analyze, whatever categorical you are selecting with that, whether the efficiency scores are affecting or not. But as I told you, this is categorical concept. We need to do much more analysis, much more understanding than the simple DE analysis. But categorical DE is there, ma'am. You can refer the 1986 base paper, and then 2020 onwards, there are certain papers on banking industry. You will get better results, and I would recommend you to use the DEA because this methodology, particularly categorical methodology, is not much used in any sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. One more question I think I get, sir. If you want to check the efficiency of Form A, what are the variables need to be considered in the demo? We have seen input and output. What are the variables need to be considered under input? See, I think Dr. Maheshwari, see, here, as I told, the whole discussion is all about, the variables which we need to consider is, you need to have an understanding of the business. I have given examples of insurance sector. The inputs, see the process, I have taken the process of banking sector also, which ma'am is asking also, Dr. Nilva ma'am, where you need to clear here the expenses are converted into the premiums, where the premiums are converted into investments, where the investments are converted into the profits. So this is the process which we have to divide into 2 stages. So like that, if you want to check the efficiency of only Form A, you cannot check. Because remember the previous question, on a single form we are not doing. This is relative benchmarking process. And upon that, you have to have data of everything. And upon that, if you want to only concentrate on Form A, you check the efficiency score. Which stage the efficiency score is less, and concentrate more on that particular stage. Or if it is an individual stage, concentrate more on that particular company. Whether we need to reduce the input or we need to expand the outputs by fixing the inputs. maybe my technology inclusion is necessary, or cut down of certain labor is necessary, so these all things can be useful. So the next question is how to analyze the DA in the context of panel data. In the context of any data, see, panel data is nothing but, when we are considering more inputs and more outputs for the same DUs, right? And ultimately, you will get not like different variables. You will be getting an efficiency score where we can analyze the company particular performance. Panel data wise, if you want to check the variable wise, we have to use the two-stage DEA or the multi-stage DEA models, where you will get to know that in which stage the inefficiency is occurring, so that you can concentrate on that particular thing. I think Dr. Naveen.
Hello, sir.
Sir, I have a question, sir. Sir, thank you for your valuable
Yes.
information.
Anand, this is our HOD, head of the department.
Okay, sir. I have a small question, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you very much for your very good sessions. Sir,
I should thank you for giving me the opportunity, sir.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. It's out of curiosity only I'm asking.
Yes, yes, sir.
And can we use this software for measuring these welfare schemes?
Yes, sir.
Like government welfare schemes and other things, because their efficiency may be defined in a different terms. Probably, if you give more subsidies, that may be reflected in probably that may improve the well-being of the people. But at the same time, from the financial point of view, this giving more subsidies is not, as you said earlier, the bad loan and all other categories are coming. So in this context, how far this may be helpful for us to?
Yes, sir. I'll take example of our own, see, like say one welfare program here in Andhra Pradesh, we are having the program called Amavadi, where certain amount of money is being directly credited to the mother's account, and to buy, and also the program is providing bags and everything, whatever the school kit. So, sir, here for analysis, as I told you, we need to have the inputs. At the same time, we need to have outputs. So we need to have certain data, sir. Like the same, I think I can take example of the laptops in Tamil Nadu. I think the previous government they have given. Once the data is there, okay. Once the laptops are being considered, and final output we need to see. If the particular person, let's say X person, by using laptop, what kind of percentage marks he got, or whether he got placed or not, or whether he is technologically more available or not. So certain output data is also necessary, sir. If that we are having, this is best for using any efficiency. Welfare efficiency also, there is certain literature to use it. But the problem is, sir, for companies, firms and all, from the balance sheet, we get immediate data. Maybe 2020 data we will get now. But for with the welfare approach, the assessment will happen only after 5 years or 10 years. So we can get to know. So after 10 years, maybe Tamil Nadu government released a document stating that these are the data, these are the laptops which you gave, these are the people, and they have achieved these outputs. By connecting those achievements, we can assess whether giving laptops are efficient in their education life or not. So like that.
Okay.
So the only difference with the finance and other concepts with welfare is data availability, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sir, good afternoon. Thank you for the wonderful session. I have one question, if you permit. I'll just like to ask you.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Please.
Sir, we have the two methods, that is DEA and stochastic frontier analysis.
Yes, sir.
So how do we come to a conclusion on which will be appropriate for what? For example, DEA has one purpose, and same purpose we can also use stochastic frontier analysis, is what I heard.
Yes, sir.
So how do we select the one which is appropriate for the given situation?
Yes, sir. I think in the end of this discussion, I had answered this. I had introduced that the alternative version is stochastic frontier analysis of DEA. The difference here is that where in DEA there is no need of assuming any functional form. Certain data set will be there. Whereas in stochastic frontier analysis, see, we have certain inputs and certain outputs, but it is not satisfying our so-called functional form. then we
Right.
cannot proceed further with SFA, whereas we can proceed further with the DEA, because
Okay.
there they give much importance to the noise term, whereas in the DEA they do give importance to the noise term, but if more noise term is there, it will be away from the frontier. It
Okay.
does not exclude from the model, it include in the model, but it will show that this inefficiency occurred because of the noise terms, which
Okay.
you have to concentrate more on the unobserved terms.
Okay.
That is what the difference.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir.
So I think there's a time for closing the session. Is there any questions?
Sir, I think one more question by Dr. Maheshwari. Thank you, sir. I'm in industry. I'm eager to use these skills in Mike. How can I check my firm's efficiency score? So, Maheshwari, you need to, whatever industry you are or whatever firm you are, first of all, you need to understand the process, how the whole process is going on, and you have to choose certain inputs. Try to use multiple inputs, multiple outputs, and what are the outputs. If you can get the data of both things, you run the model and give it to your manager as CEO and say that this is the thing. And obviously, I think they will also love to hear the efficiency concepts. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, in the basic equation, you said that efficiency is equal to output divided by input.
Yes.
Sir,
No, basic definition normally we consider.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we proceed with this definition, that means we can say that efficiency is a linear function of output and inverse of input.
No. Both will inverse of
Input.
No, like we need to have the output at the same time we need to have the input. Whenever we do it is greater than 1, then we'll be saying that that particular form is doing great. Concept wise.
Yes.
So here the
Sir,
linearity concept will come only when we are using the methodology, data analysis methodology. That is basic definition of the the efficiency. Like generally, how do we consider is that if we are using it, if my expenses are more than my income, say that I am in debt. If my income is more than my expenses, that I'm in a safe position, which means I'm ready to save. So that definition I just gave for basic things, sir, but nothing
sir,
to related with the DE.
Sir, based on that, we can say that it is a deterministic model rather a stochastic.
I didn't say it's a stochastic model, sir.
Yes, it is a deterministic one. If
Yes,
it is,
yes.
If it is a
Sir, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think he lost the connection, Dr. Anand.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Anand, I think we can close the session. Prakash?
So one more question, may I ask you?
Yes, ma'am. Please, ma'am. Please.
So,
Ma'am, otherwise, I'll just type my email ID.
Yes, sir, that would be better.
One can please, because I think it's lunchtime for you also. And I also, took a class from morning 10 to 11:30, then 11:30 onwards into this lecture. So this is my email ID, ma'am. Anyone can send me if any queries are there. I would love to respond. If at all I'm busy, maybe 1 or 2 day delay will be there. But I would love to see the analysis and respond. I hope all of you can see my email ID, anandrao.s@srmap.edu.in. So if later when you're having your lunch, you may have a lot of questions. You can please write it down, and I would love to answer all of your questions. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your love. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank our speaker, Dr. Anand Rao Suvari, for the enlightening presentation, which gave us valuable insights about the DEA. I'm sure this session is cleared up a lot of questions. Thank you for giving us so much to ponder upon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Prakash, for your kind words.
Thank you, Anand. I'll call you, man. Thanks, man.
Yes,
Thanks for
yes. Thank you, all of you. I hope all of you enjoyed my session. If any doubts, please reach me at the mail, whatever I have given to everyone. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I leave, sir?
Yes, Anand, please.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a small notification for participants. Our session starts at 2 o'clock, not 2:30. Okay, because we have a valedictory session. Then your exams is there, so please join on time. In between the session, I can share you a Google form where you have to fill it up. Your questions will be sent to that form only. Okay, participants. If someone must actually after 2:30, I will close the entrance. You can't enter. Okay, you have to suppose to join by 2 o'clock. You have to suppose to be there up to 6. Okay. After that, I will close the entry thing. Then you can't join. So be on time. So this is the final session. Just make use of it. Right. The final session is all about SEM. People are asking about SEM. So the resource person will join at 2. So please try to make it on time. Right. Okay then. Dr. Ganesh. Dr. Ganesh, welcome, Ganesh.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Morning,
Ganesh. Ganesh, just now session was over. Just give me 5 minutes. People will join. Okay.
Okay. We'll wait for 5 minutes, then we'll start.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Who is to taking care of the session? Greshan?
So yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Or you
Yes,
receive
sir.
the thing?
Which one? No, sir. I didn't receive anything. Have you sent me?
I think I sent it to you. Okay, let
No,
me
sir.
check. Another 2 minutes. Give me some time. Okay, in between I'll send
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we'll start at 2:10 exactly. Right? My time is 2:05.
Okay, sir.
Great. I think we can start. It's time. Michelle?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes.
Shall I start now?
A very good. Yes, yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thoroughly pleased to welcome you all for the 14th session of the Faculty Development Program on Data Analysis using Econometric Models, organized by Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and sponsored by Atal Academy. So the topic for the session is Structural Equation Modeling. And today we are having Professor Ganesh Kumar to handle this session. It's an honor for me to welcome you, sir, on behalf of the Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu. Currently, Professor Ganesh Kumar serves as an assistant professor in management at Indian Institute of Plantation Management, Bangalore. He has received his PhD and MBA from Pondicherry Central University, and he has 2 years of postdoctoral research experience in Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and has served as a faculty at VIT Institute, Vellore. He has published around 30 articles in national and international journals and presented 15 research papers in various conferences and organized different data analytics workshops. He has also organized and acted as resources in various hands-on business analytics workshops using Tableau, R, and Excel solver software. His area of specialization includes decision sciences, agri-food value full chain, and big data analytics. So now I give you Professor Ganesh Kumar on speaking to lead.
Yeah, thank you, Christy, for a kind introduction, and thank you Balaji for this opportunity to share my learning. So what I'll do is mostly I'm not having any session related to hands-on session. So I'll be talking about structural equation model, some theory, then I'll demonstrate it in the software. So I'll be doing my side. You can't do it in your side, but anyway, it's recorded video. I'll be sharing all the PPT data set and other material for your practice purpose. So what we'll do is next 1.5 hours, I'll be explaining the theory part, then I'll go to the software, most software, one of the software widely used in structural equation model. So I'll demonstrate. These are the two part I'll be doing for today's session. So whether my voice is audible to everyone, is it clear? I'll share my PPT also. Please confirm so that I'll continue.
Yes, Ganesh, you are audible. You are well and good.
Okay.
Yeah, your PPT also visible, Ganesh. Dr. Ganesh.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is what my plan. So I'll be talking about some introduction part about what is the structural equation model. Then we'll use some case study. We'll take attrition case study, why employees are leaving in a particular organization. So based on that case study, we'll try to demonstrate in the AMO software. Then I'll be sharing some material, how to write the output. Okay, once you get the result in the software, how to write it in the article format. So I'll be covering the third part. Okay, so currently I work with this Indian Institute of Plantation Management, Bangalore. It's an autonomous organization. We are mostly, it's a B school, but it's a sectoral B school. Mostly we are offering agri-business, food business related program. Okay. So if you look at this, generally research will have to normally will have two types. One is solving the problem or identification of the problem. This structural equation model mostly will use for when you want to solve the problem. Okay, so we will not use any qualitative data. Okay, if you want to identification of problem, normally they'll go for qualitative research. Mostly the structural equation model we're using for problem solving. So if you want to solve the problem of attrition, okay, or any kind of problem solving, we normally use this structural equation model. We will not use this model for identification of the problem. So that is the first point you would note down. Mostly if you are focusing on research or any kind of article identification of the problem or anything, so this method, structural equation model, will not be useful. Only if you want to solve some problem, we can use this method, data analysis method of structural equation model. So again, as per our I'll go through the marketing research. So again, conclusive research, there are different types of the research design. Mostly this structural allocation model come under causal research. Okay, it's a kind of regression and factor analysis. The combination of regression and factor analysis is a structural allocation model. Mostly is come under causal research. And in this session, we are not focusing on how to collect the data, how to clean the data. We'll be focusing on two parts. One is how to analyze structural allocation model and how to write interpretation. Okay, I will be sharing some template. So how to use the writing part. So, but please understand, you can't apply all the research problem for structural allocation model. Sometimes, if it is qualitative research or some other objective, you have to go for different methodology. So, if it is a problem-solving research and if it is a causal method, you can use this structural allocation model. And another thing you have to understand is before applying structural allocation model, you have to clean the data. Okay, please understand. Whenever you want to do analysis, you have to clean the data. So if you look at the industry, I was interacting some of the friends in analytics company. So 30 to 40% of time they spend on cleaning the data. So a lot of issues will be the quality of data. So whenever you go for any kind of data analytics or any kind of tool, not only structural allocation model, you have to use data cleaning process. We'll see some of the concept I'll explain. But my request is whenever you, before going for any data analysis, you have to spend significant time to check the data quality. So without checking the data quality, if you directly go for data analysis, it will create a lot of problems. Okay. So in this session, we are not focusing on cleaning the data. So how to analyze and how to interpret the result, that is a two-part we'll focus. So data analytics, anything if you talk about, it's nothing but converting a raw data into information. Okay, so I'll be using some attrition data, why people are living in an organization. So from the data, we are converting into some models. Okay, so structural allocation model. So any data, this is a simple process. So the people will talk about different terminology, different techniques. But simple meaning, as a researcher, as a faculty member, we should understand analytics means converting a raw data, okay, raw data into information. So if you look at the structural allocation model, come under inferential statistics. Okay, we'll be talking about p-value, significant, all these things. So this structural allocation model will be, is come under inferential statistics. We are taking sample and projecting to population. So if you look at the attrition data, we are taking data of 400 sample, but we are projecting that conclusion to entire employees in the organization. So we'll be taking some 400 employees, but in the real time, the company will have more than 400 employees, maybe 2,000 or 5,000 employees will be there. So normally we're taking sample and projecting to the population. It is called inferential statistics. Okay, so structural allocation model come under inferential statistics. Okay, whenever you want a structural allocation model, if you want to apply, sampling you should maintain is random sampling. Okay, whenever you want to use structural allocation model, try to maintain random sampling. Okay, if it is non-random sampling, if the sample size more than 400 or 500, it's fine. So normally the ratio for using data analysis sample with respect to structural allocation model is 1:5. Okay, if you have one question, okay, one mean questions. Okay, if you need one question, at least you need 5 sample. Okay, so for example, if it is 50 questions, 50 questions are 50 mean 5 into 50 into 5. Okay, so that will be your sample size. Most of the multivariate data analysis will use this thumb rule. Okay, so the sampling method also should be, if it is probability sampling or random sampling, it will be better. Okay, so most of the inferential statistics try to use random sampling, but sometimes in the research it's very difficult to use random sampling. But normally, if it is more than 400 sample or 500 sample, normally the normality will come. The central limit theorem they're talking about. No, so if it is a sample size very huge, normally the randomness will come. But if you are aiming for 150 or 200, try to go for random sampling. Okay, so normally this structural allocation model, mostly 90% of nowadays people are using secondary data. Mostly will use for survey. Okay, survey mean questionnaire based data collection. Okay, so normally if you in management, normally if any research, particularly marketing or OB or anything, if it is questionnaire, they're collecting questionnaire data, mostly they'll use structural equation model. So mostly it is used for survey methodology. Okay, survey using questionnaire methodology. So if you're using secondary data, is very difficult. To most options are there, but most of the people are using for survey data, questionnaire based. So questionnaire, for example, I want to collect impact of the GST on salary people or faculty members. So if you look at this, I'll be collecting the GST related questionnaire with respect to 400 faculty members. So if you look at this, if I have GST related question, maybe if it is 20 question, at least I have to collect 20 into 5. Okay, so whatever the sample it's coming, that should be the minimum sample. And whenever I'm collecting that sample, assume that I'm collecting 100 sample. So the 100 sample, if it is non-random, is very difficult to analyze structural equation model. So normally try to use try to collect in the form of random sampling, and the sampling size also should be 1:5. So 1 means number of questions, 5 is the sample size. So normally that is given by there is one book called Hare et al. By multivariate statistics. So that person has given this standard framework. So most of the multivariate 1:5 will be the good sample size. Okay, and if you look at this structural equation model, mostly will use for cross-sectional data. Cross-sectional data, otherwise called the time will be particular time we are collecting data for multiple time. Mostly survey methodology or questionnaire based survey is come under cross-sectional. So mostly we are using this structural equation model for survey data. And this structural equation model come under multivariate. So we are not using one variable or two variable. We are using lot of variables. So normally this come under multivariate data analysis. It is not univariate or bivariate. It is a multivariate data analysis. And again, multivariate, there are two types, dependency technique and interdependency technique. So mostly it is come under combination. Okay, combination of both interdependency and dependency. So it's a SEM in what structural equation model is combination of regression. Okay, regression plus factor analysis. Okay, so it's combination of regression and factor analysis. So regression is come under dependency technique and factor analysis come under interdependency technique. So SEM is combination of both techniques. Okay, so we'll see. When I go to the AMOS and other case study, we'll elaborately explain. As of now, you understand, SEM is a combination of regression and factor analysis. So normally regression is the dependency technique. Dependency means there will be an independent variable and a different variable. Okay, normally on factor analysis means there is no different variable. So we are grouping the sample or grouping the respondent. Okay, so all these things will use factor analysis. So SEM is a combination of regression and factor analysis. So mostly the data. So if you look at any data, normally in SEM we'll use this interval and ratio data. If you want to use mediation, moderation, there is something concept called mediation, moderation in SEM. So then we can use nominal and ordinal data. Mostly if you want to use simple model to test, we can use interval or ratio data. So mostly it's interval 5-point scale. Normally we'll use for structural equation model, Likert scale question, 5-point scale, 7-point scale kind of question. So that is mostly used for structural equation. If you want to use gender as a moderating variable, okay, or age as a mediating variable or something, we can use other variables. So mostly, if it is simple structural equation model, mostly the data will be used in interval or ratio scale. Interval may made 5-point scale. Okay, so if you travel Ola or Uber, normally the rating will be the right 1-star rating to 5-star rating. That is like similar to Likert scale question. So 1 will be the strongly disagree, 5 will be the strongly agree. Okay, so that kind of question normally we use structural equation model. Okay, and fine, there are different softwares are there for analyzing the structural equation model. Like during my PhD, I use ListRail software. Okay, there is something called ListRail, and another one is AMOS. Okay, and people nowadays using R also they're using. Okay, and there is something called Smart PLS. Okay, that is come under different type of SEM. So we are going to use AMOS today. Okay, that is come under IBM SPSS software. Okay, so we are using AMOS. There are other software, R, Israel, Smart PLS. There are other softwares. Today's session we'll try to use AMOS software. Okay, so before going for structural education model, you have to understand two things. You have to do literature review, and you have to develop the hypothesis. Mostly we are using the hypothesis term is a theoretical hypothesis. We are not using null hypothesis. Okay, alternative. Mostly this hypothesis will be theoretical hypothesis. Okay, whatever the theory model says, that will be our hypothesis. So please understand there is no hypothesis called there is no significant. Whatever theory says no difference, positive relationship mean that hypothesis will take it. Okay, so before applying structural equation model, you have to do literature review and hypothesis. Based on the literature review, you have to develop the hypothesis. That hypothesis will be mostly theoretical hypothesis. It will not be a null or alternative. Mostly it's a theoretical hypothesis. So literature review, there are different methodologies are there. Theory-based literature review and other methods are there. Okay, so mostly you have to use framework-based literature review to understand what are the theories are used. For example, I want to study the sustainable supply chain. So, okay, what are the theories are talk about this concept. Okay, there are resource-based review theories are there. So before applying structural equation model, you have to do literature review and identify the theories, which talk about your phenomena. Okay, for example, phenomena may be the attrition rate in India, okay, unemployment in India, whatever the context. So what are the theories they are talking about this concept? You have to do literature review. Okay, so for developing the model. Okay, so model mean these are the some of the model in management we'll use term called theory of planned behavior. Okay, a technology acceptance model. A lot of theories will be there. So based on your area of research and PhD topic, you have to do literature review and come up with a model. Okay, the model means this is the model. For example, theory of planned because this is an independent variable. These are the different variable, and this will be different variable for this one. Okay, so this is the model. So you have to do the literature review before going for structural equation model. Okay, so up to this, any clarification, anything? So just recap what we have learned so far. So the structural equation model is nothing but combination of factor and regression. Okay, that is the first point you have to remember. Second point you have to remember is this is mostly used for problem solving. Okay, so problem identification we are not using structural equation model. That is the second point you have to remember.
No voice, sir.
Why is it not audible? It's not audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
It's clear.
Audible,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I was telling the key point, the basics of structural equation model. Please understand again. Repeat. So please understand structural equation model means combination of regression and factor analysis. That's the first point you have to remember. Second point, mostly this method we'll use for solving the problem. We are not using for identification of the problem. Mostly we'll use for causal research design. That is a third point you have to remember. And so another fourth point is before applying structural equation model, you have to clean the data. Okay, so don't just like that after collecting data, don't go for structural equation model. You have to check the data quality, missing values, all these things. I'll explain. Okay, that is the fourth point you have to remember. And fifth point you have to remember, any data analysis is nothing but converting raw data into information. And sixth point is this structural equation model combined inferential statistics. Okay, and the sample size should be 1:5. Okay, if you have 50 question, 50 into 5 sample. One question we need at least 5 sample as per the Hare et al. So that is the sample size you have to keep it for your structural equation model. The sampling method should be random sampling will be better. Okay, that is seventh point. And next point is mostly the structural equation model used for cross-sectional data. Mostly questionnaire-based survey research. Normally they use structural equation model. That is the 8th point. And this structural equation model mostly come under multivariate. Okay, we are not using one variable or two variable. We'll use more than two variable. Normally more than two variable is called multivariate. That is the 8th point. And before going for structural equation model, this 9th point is the software we are going to use is AMOS software. There are other software. AMOS is widely used. Okay, and another point is before going for structural equation model, you have to do literature review to identify the model. Okay, the conceptual model or theoretical model. You have to based on the literature we have to identify. And the 11th point is this whatever the hypothesis we are using here is not a null hypothesis or alternative, is theoretical hypothesis. Okay, whatever theory says, if it says a positive relation with positive, that will be our hypothesis. If you say negative or no relationship or some other thing, accordingly we'll put it in our data analysis. So we'll not use null or alternative here. Okay, so that is a thing. And this is what we have to do it. Okay, before going for data analysis, you have to do this data cleaning or data preparation process. Okay, so please understand, during my PhD also I was applying structural equation model. A lot of issues are there. When I want to run the data analysis, it's not fitting properly. So I was doing a lot of data cleaning, okay, other extreme response and other thing. So without cleaning the data, if you run the structural equation model, it's very difficult, particularly almost software. Okay, there is another software called PLS. Okay, smart PLS or something. There it will be easy, but almost software is difficult. I will tell you what is the difference between almost and PLS latter part. Okay, so whenever you use SIM, okay, SIM have two types. Okay, I just now itself I'll tell you. SIM has two types. One is called a covariance based SIM. Covariance based SIM. Another one is variance based SIM. Okay, variance based SIM. So covariance based SIM will use our software. Okay, in variance based SIM, normally they'll use there are a lot of softwares are there. One of the software widely used is Smart PLS, partial least square. Okay, this is the two software widely used for two type of SIM. Okay, so if you look at this, I'll tell you what is the difference between these two methods. Okay, SIM has two types: covariance based SIM and one is variance based SIM. Okay, I'll tell you when to use variance, when to use covariance in the latter part of my presentation. So today's session will mainly focusing on covariance based SIM. Okay, I'm not going to talk about variance based SIM in this session. Okay, so with the available time, 1.5 hours, I'll try to cover only variance based SIM. Okay, SIM means a combination of factor plus regression, factor analysis plus regression. Okay, so whenever you develop the model, how to develop the model based on literature review, you have to develop the model. Okay, model means a conceptual model or the relationship between variable. So once you have the model, then you have to collect the data. Okay, assume that I want to study the attrition rate. Okay, so based on the literature, I develop some model. So based on the model, you have to convert that model into questionnaire format. Okay, survey format. Then I have to collect some sample. Maybe assume that I'm collecting sample of 400 employees. Okay, so once you collect the 400 employees and model, you should not directly go for SIM. So you have to do the data cleaning. Okay, so why you have to clean the data? So whenever you see your home, right, whenever mother or wife is cooking for food or anything, so normally what they'll do after buying vegetables or any ingredient for food, so they have to clean the vegetables or they have to remove the unwanted things in the input for a food item. So without this, just like that, if you cook, what will happen? The output will have issues. Similarly, for data analysis also, before going for data analysis, you have to spend some time on data cleaning. Okay, so normally the concept called a garbage in, a garbage out. Okay, so when you put the not clean data, the result also will not only for a structural equation model, any data analysis you take, you have to get careful with this. Okay, so I was mentioning, right, a lot of data analytics people, they spend a lot of time on cleaning the data itself, not only for academic purpose, in the industry also, that is the issues. So during my PhD, whenever I want to collect some data, some respondent, they are not reading the question, just like that, they're taking the response. So if you use this data for data analysis, your result will have a lot of impact. Okay, so in order to get proper output, you have to spend some time on data cleaning. Okay, so one way to data cleaning is so this is called case. Okay, normally if you enter the data in Excel file, normally this is the box, right? Normally row will be our sample or case, sample or case. Okay, column will be normally will enter as our variables. Okay, variables. Okay, for example, I'm collecting attrition of a particular organization. So row will be the first employee. So I'll be talking about the first question will be, what is your name, designation, like this. So each column will be variables and each row will be what is this sample or cases. Okay, so for example, the first thing you have to do after collecting the data, so there is an Excel. If you go to Excel, there are different function will be there. So there is a function called count blank. Okay, there is a function called count blank. So when you use this function in the each row, okay, is there any missings in the each sample? Okay, so you have to identify. For example, one sample out of 60 questions, including demographic and other question, he has given only 2 question answer. Okay, remaining he didn't fill it mean it's not good to include in your data analysis. You have to remove that sample. So normally, if you any sample, it is more than 10%. Okay, more than 10% is not responded. For example, if it is a 100 question, 10 question they are not responded. Normally that is not a proper response. So you have to again you can recollect that sample, or maybe you have to delete that sample. Okay, so normally that is a process they use. So to identify whether they respond properly or not, you can use the function called which one? Count blank. Okay, so there is a function in Excel. You can use this to identify is there any missing values in the each sample. Okay, so for that you can use count blank. Another one is called unengaged response. Unengaged response means there is something called standard deviation. There is a function in Excel. You can use any function. You have to start with equal standard deviation. Okay, so using the standard deviation, you can identify whether the person is engaged or unengaged. Okay, so engaged means there will be some standard deviation will be there. Okay, if the standard deviation is less than 0.05 or no standard deviation mean, what is the meaning? Is given same respondent for all the questions. So assume that you are given one survey, assume that particular respondent standard deviation is 0. That means what is the meaning? Is given same answer for all the questions. If you tick 1, 1, 1, every question is ticking 1 mean, then only will get standard deviation is 0. Okay, so normally that kind of response is not possible. At least some variation will be there. So there is no variation, there is no need of any kind of research, right? So all people are different here. So there should be some variation should be there in each sample. Where there is no variation, all the answer if is giving same respondent, there is called unengaged response. If you give that sample for your data analysis when you use structural equation model, your result will be biased. It's very difficult. So you have to remove that unengaged response. How to identify unengaged response? You simply have to apply standard deviation. Where you have to apply standard deviation? You have to go in the last column. You have to apply standard deviation. So based on the standard deviation, you can understand whether the particular respondent is engaged or unengaged. If it is a very low standard deviation, the particular respondent is not engaged. So 0 or 0.001, 0.1. So it's very small standard deviation. It's a unengaged. So for example, this particular sample, second sample, the standard deviation is coming at a 0.05. So that means most of the question is given same answer. So that if you give this respondent for your data analysis, it will create a lot of problem. Okay, so we have to remove that data cleaning process. And third one is outliers. Okay, so outlier means extreme response. Okay, for example, a particular question, assume that you are collecting age. Okay, age of the faculty member. Okay, so if you look at this, one person is having age of coming around 15. Okay, it's very difficult. No, any faculty member with the age of 15 is not possible, right? Maybe it's because of data entry, or maybe wrongly collected the sample. Okay, so using this you can use outlier. Okay, there is something called box plot in the SPSS and other software. You can use this box plot to identify the outlier. Okay, so outlier means extreme response. So without checking the extreme, you simply use data analysis, it create the problem. Okay, then next one is missing values in the column. So far we have discussed the first 3. Okay, missing rows in the recent count blank, standard deviation for unengaged response, box plot for outlier. It is for row level, sample wise. Okay, column wise you can check the missing values. How to check the missing values? Simply you can run the frequency table. Okay, simple table, frequency table. From the table you can understand. Okay, each variable how many missing values are there. For example, if you look at this, first variable, assume that it's gender. Okay, so if it is assume that you are collecting 400, So all these places everywhere should be some values should be there. If it is not there, it is called missing values. So either we can replace with mean or median. Okay, normally sorry, mean or mode. Okay, normally if it is a interval or ratio data, we'll use replace missing value with the mean. If it is a category data, okay, category data like gender, we can replace with the mode. For example, assume that 400 gender data is there. Okay, each gender. Assume that one person not given answer mean, I have to replace with the not mean. I have to replace with the mode. Why? Gender is the category data. Okay, I can't take average for this data. If you missing values in category data, I have to replace with mode. If missing values are within the interval or ratio data, I have to replace with the mean. Okay, for example, height or maybe the income. Okay, income you collected 20,000, 40,000, some metric data. If it is particular faculty is not given the income in, what you can do is we can take the average of all other faculties and you can replace with the average value. So if it is a metric data, you can replace with mean. If it is a category data like nominal ordinal data, you have to replace with the mode data. Okay, so all these things you have to do for missing value replacement. How to identify missing values are there? You have to apply simple frequency table. Simple frequency table you can apply in the SPSS or any software you can apply. Accordingly, we can replace with the mean or mode. Okay, and last one is you have to understand the skewness and kurtosis. Okay, so mostly this is the parametric tool. So mostly we are using the interval or ratio data for SEM. Okay, so you have to understand the skewness and kurtosis also. Okay, so normally skewness is equal to 0 is better. Okay, and kurtosis also is equal to 4, around 4, it will be better. If it is a very skewed data, your SEM result also will create problem. Okay, either you can collect some more sample, or what you can do, you can do some kind of standardization. Okay, or standardization or some other process you can apply to convert the skewed or abnormal data into normal data. Okay, so all these things you have to do for data cleaning process. So this is very, very important. Please understand, whenever you want a proper result or any very good output, you have to do this. All these things not possible. Whatever possible, you try to do it. Okay, so not only for structural equation model, any data analysis you try to apply. Okay, then only the result, the quality of the output will be better. Okay. Okay. So up to this, any clarification, anything? Yeah, I was checking the chat window. No worries. Okay.
Sir, one question I have.
Can I ask?
Yes, Ms. Madam, please.
Yeah, yes, you were saying we have to apply the kurtosis or skewness. When in Likert scales, the kurtosis will be calculated on the row side or in the column?
Column, all the variable wise. We are doing for variable wise.
Variables.
Column, yeah, column wise.
Yeah, so thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other doubt?
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah, please, sir.
Do we check for normality here as like one of the preliminary thing for the PLS SEM, or do we go
yes, sir. Normality we have to check, sir. So if you this skewness and kurtosis we check also, is normality will come, and there is another method is there. I'll tell you. Normality you have to do. Once you do the SEM path analysis, there we can do it. After that also, before that you can do integer variable, integer question wise. Using skewness and kurtosis also will directly it will do the normality checking, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thing? Any other so shall I proceed? Okay. Continue. Okay. So this is what we are going to do now. I'll be introducing the case set of SEM with the data set. Then we'll go to software. So you can't do the almost in the parallelly. So I'll be explaining my side. Okay. Then we'll interpret the result. Okay. This is the 3-step we'll follow. So before that, let me give some more introduction about the SEM. Okay. So as I mentioned, SEM is the combination of factors. Okay. Factor and regression. Okay, it's kind of multiple regression factor with exploratory factor kind of factor analysis. So that is a combination. So this is a combination of interdependency and dependency technique. So normally SEM has two parts. 1 minute. So SEM has two parts. One is first part of SEM is confirmatory factor analysis, otherwise called measurement model. Second part of SEM is called the path analysis, otherwise called structural model. So in order to apply SEM, we have to apply the two part. Okay, what are the two part? First part is CFI, otherwise called measurement model. And second part will be path analysis, otherwise called structural model. Okay, so in the first part, we'll try to find the relationship between item and construct. Okay, I'll tell you what is item and construct. See here, this is the model. Okay, so if you look at this, this is the construct. Okay, this is called which one? Construct, and this is called item. In the first part, we'll try to find the relations between the construct and the item. Okay, so this will be the part 1. Okay, and part 2, what we'll do, we'll find the relations between the construct and construct. Okay, we are not going with the item. So we are in the part 2, we try to find the relations between among the construct. What is the construct here? All the circle are construct. Okay, all these the boxes, small boxes are item. Okay, I'll repeat again. The same as two part. The first part, so the first part name is two name. Normally we call it a confirmatory, or sometimes they call it a measurement model. Another part 2 is sometimes they call path analysis, otherwise called structural. So first part we'll talk about the circle and item. Okay, the item means question. Question is given by the respondent. Construct means the unobserved variable, the circle, heading of the question. For example, loyalty. Okay, loyalty of the how you are loyal to the company. Okay, so if it is a loyalty is a construct. It is not a single question. So loyalty will measure using 5 to 6 questions. Are loyal to the time coming to the work, or loyal to the some other different heading will ask. Okay, all these things are item. Okay, so the first part we'll try to find the relation between the item and the construct. Second part we'll try to find out the relationship among the only construct. Okay, so second part we'll try to do the hypothesis testing. Okay, normally we'll do hypothesis testing. Okay, first part we'll try to establish the authentication of the model. Okay, so using different criteria we'll use it. Okay, so normally the first part will be like this. Okay, the first part will be the diagram will get normally like this. Okay, so it's like these are unobserved variables, so we'll try to find only the relationship. Okay, so if it is normally a double arrow with it's a correlation or covariance. If it is single arrow with impact regression. Okay, so mostly if you look at here among the constraint we are not using a single arrow, mostly we are using double arrow. It's called covariance or correlation. Okay, so this is the first part. This model is called CFI, confirmatory factor analysis, otherwise called measurement model. We'll do it in the software and just to understand the concept wise. Okay, the second part we'll try to find the relationship among the construct we'll use. So mostly we'll use the impact. Okay, each arrow will be our hypothesis here. H1 mean hypothesis. So based on the theory we'll use. So second part we'll do the hypothesis testing. Okay, so normally this is the hypothesis. So we'll not use no or null or alternative. So whatever theory says, we'll use that hypothesis. Okay, for example, there is a impact of supervision on job satisfaction. So here supervision on job, we are not saying there is no relationship. Okay, so theory says there is a positive relationship. The same hypothesis we are using here. Okay. So there are different, as I mentioned, there are control, mediator, there's somewhat advanced structural equation. We are not going to use mediation moderation, just basic structural equation model we use. Okay, so there are different, if you're using mediation, they'll use different wordings. So we are not using mediation moderation, we are going to use basic structural equation model. Please understand, whenever you want to do any survey research, okay, or large scale sample using questionnaire, you can try to use structural equation model. So, okay, so compared to other multivariate analysis, what is the uniqueness of SEM? Okay, so when to use SEM? Okay, I was initially asking some question, right? When to use SEM? So SEM has 3 unique property. Okay, first unique property is IV. What is IV mean? Independent variable. DV mean different variable. IV become different variable become independent variable in same model. For example, here. So if you look at this, this is the different variable. These 3 are indifferent variable. Okay, job satisfaction is a different variable for supervision, work environment, co-worker. And same model, job satisfaction become indifferent variable for job search. Okay, so this is not possible for other any data analysis. Okay, if you use simple regression, only we can apply this model separately and this models separately. If you want to apply simple regression or multiple regression, we have to apply two different models. The same model we can apply. Here, this job search will become different variable for this three variable and become independent variable in the same model for job search. So this is possible only in structural equation model. We use simple regression or other regression based model. You have to apply separately. This model is separate model, and this another circle you have to apply separate model. So this is not possible in any other. The structural equation model is only possible to apply multiple models in the same data analysis. Okay, and second one is unobserved variable. Okay, so actually, if you look at here, as a survey, we are not collecting data on supervision. Please understand. Okay, we are collecting data supervision through how many questions? 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. We are collecting work environment related question based on this 4 questions. Co-worker. So if you look at this variable, we are not consumers or the people who are responded. They are not giving answer for this question. They are giving answer only for this question. Based on this 4 question, we are analyzing the unobserved variable. If you olden days, what we will do? We'll take average, summated scale average. We'll take and we'll do it in the co-workers variables. Okay, but using structural equation, no need to take average. Okay, as it is, you can keep it. So based on this model, it will take some values from this 4 question. From the core 4 question, it will take the values. Okay, so what third structural equation normally what they do, they take average of this 4 question. The average will be the value for co-workers. Okay, please understand, we are not asking co-workers related question directly from the respondent. We are asking through this 4 question. Okay, so based on this 4 question, we are analyzing. Okay, so we don't need to take any kind of average. As it is, we can keep it and we can do the analysis. That's the advantage of structural equation model. So third one is, as I mentioned, same data analysis we can do entire relationship. So no need to separate a different model. Okay, as it is, we can analyze. Is it clear? Are you able to follow me up to this? Is it okay? Any more clarification here? Able
Yes,
to
sir,
understand?
I think it's clear.
Yes. Okay. That is the advantage of structural equation. Okay, I was mentioning, right, there are two types of structural equation model. One is called CB. What is CB? Covariance based structural equation model. VB mean variance based structural equation model. Okay, so the variance based structural equation model, we can use software called Smart PLS. Okay, and variance we are going to use AMOS software. Okay, today we are going to use AMOS software. So what is the difference between these two software? When to use covariant, when to use variance based? Okay, when the assumption, okay, when data assumption is non-normal or something, we can go for variance Smart PLS. If it is that distributions are there, normality or other things are there, then you can go for AMOS based, covariance based, and sample size is very less. As I mentioned, how much sample should be needed? 5:1. Okay, each question 5 sample is needed. Okay, if it is sample is very less, for example, if we are collecting data for some sample, only very limited samples available. So then you can go for PLS based. When more samples are there, then you can go for variance based. So I said, where sample size is less mean variance, sample size more mean we can go for covariance. Okay, and third one is each construct. For example, see, can you see here? This is called construct, otherwise called unobserved variable. So this constraint, how many questions are there? 4 questions. This constraint, 4 questions. This constraint, 4 questions. If this constraint, 4 questions. This construct is 4 questions. If it is only 1 question, 2 questions, then we can't use covariance based sum. We have to use a variance based sum using a Smart PLS. For example, job search, you have only 2 questions or 1 questions. Then it's very difficult to apply covariance based sum. We have to use variance based sum. Okay, so that is a limitation. So another thing is there is something called reflective and formative indicator. Okay, I'll repeat again. So if you look at here, if it is the arrow is going from construct to item, that is called reflective. Okay, when it's going from question to arrow, if it's going opposite direction, that is called formative. Okay, some construct will assume this, no, arrow will follow. Okay, so mostly formatting construct, we can't delete any questions. Okay, all questions are compulsory. So most of the model will be reflective. Reflective means the arrow will start from construct to item. Okay, this is the arrow, right? So arrow is starting here and ending. This is called reflective construct. If the arrow going from item to arrow ending here means that is called formative. Okay, so if it is a formative model, any questions are formative model, then you can go for smart PLS. Okay, if it is a reflective model, you can go for which one? Covariance based set. Okay, covariance based set we can use. So this is the advantage, and most of the paper they are model building. You can use covariance. Okay, just you have to check the prediction accuracy or anything smart failures. So normally smart failures will get the result easily. Okay, so no need to do any iteration. All these things mostly the result will get instantly when you're using smart PLS. Here you have to spend some time. Okay, but good journal and other things they are accepting only covariance because of the validity of the result. The result validity will be better in the covariance based sim. Okay, so if you have this limitation, if it is item is only 2 question or anything, you can go for smart PLS. If it is a reflective, this one, it's a formative, then you can go for variance. If it is only reflective, you can go for this one. And samples is very less, you can go for smart PLS based variance based. If it is a more sample, you can go for covariance using more software. Okay, these are the advantage and disadvantage of SIM. So today's session we are not going to cover this one. We are going to cover only the variance based SIM because this mostly this will be the it has a lot of papers are published. It's widely accepted methodology in the top journals. All these things. So as I mentioned, there are two parts of structural equation model. One is called confirmatory factor analysis. Another one is called path analysis. Otherwise called what's the other name for path analysis? Path analysis otherwise called structural model. Okay, confirmatory factor analysis otherwise called measurement model. Okay, so in measurement model, confirmatory factor, these are the things we'll do it. So I'll demonstrate now. So we'll do the goodness of fit index, construct validity, composite reliability, diagnostics, modification index. All these things we'll do it in the first part. Okay, I'll demonstrate all these things in the AMO software. Okay, these are the 4 things we'll do it in the first part. Okay, the first part is nothing but finding the relationship between the construct and the item. Second part is finding the relationship among the construct. Okay, the first part will do this all this process assessing the fit, construct validity, composite reliability, diagnostic problem. All these things will do it. Okay, so this SIM is based on the statistical test of psi square. Psi square, there are 3 types of psi square. One type of psi square is goodness of fit. Okay, so we are proposing some model based on theoretical model whether your model and your data collected is matching. Okay, so that is called we are checking goodness of fit. Okay, so you are proposing some model based on the theory and you are collecting some data. So your model and data, how we are fitting. Okay, so that is called goodness of fit. So it should be match. Model and data, whatever we are fitting, should be match. So here we normally look for insignificant value. Okay, what is the insignificant value? Anything less than anything is greater than 0.005. Okay, that is called greater. Anything is greater than 0.05 or 0.01, that is called insignificant. Okay, so in the here we'll always will try to get insignificant value when the model and your data is matching. Okay, we want our data and model should match. So that's why we want insignificant value. So insignificant means your data and model are there is no difference. Your model and data are almost same. So insignificant, that no difference or no associations kind of almost same mean will get insignificant. Okay, but normally will not get insignificant. So mostly we'll get in the SIM will get a significant one. Significant means less than 0.05 or less than 0.01 because of the sample. We use 400 sample or 500 sample. Even small difference always will get significant. In SIM, whenever you use sample size of 400 or very good sample size, always will get significant, then insignificant only. Okay, sorry, significant only will get. Significant means less than 0.05. Okay, so that's why they are given other methodology. Okay, then normally they call it as a goodness of fit index. Okay, there are 3 types of fit index. absolute fit index, incremental parsimony. Please understand, repeat again. The goodness of fit size square is sensitive to sample size. Okay, if more samples are there, even small difference gets significant. But in the SEM, we want insignificant value. Why insignificant value we want? Because our model, okay, our model and the data, okay, the data whatever we are getting should be same, okay, same. There is not be any difference. But what is the problem with this SEM is we have a lot of data, so it is sensitive to the sample size. Okay, so so that's why they propose other methodology like absolute fit index, incremental fit index, parsimony fit index to check the whether your model and data are fitting. Okay, so normally these are the three types. Okay, so these are the different types. Okay, so different types, and these are the values. Normally, p value should be greater than 0.05. Okay, normally we'll not get greater, we'll get less only. Significant only will get it. Okay, so there is something called norm size square should be less than 3. So that is size square divided by degree of freedom. Okay, if it is less than 3 means good, and GF goodness of fit index should be 0.8 to 0.9. Okay, and adjusted goodness of fit index. So all these things are based on the concept of size square only. So why we are checking these values? Okay, because this size square goodness of sensitive sample size always will get values less than 0.05. So that's why we are checking other results also to check whether the model and data are good. Okay. Another one is these are the validity, convergent, distinct validity. So normally we'll use AVA, all these things. Okay, average variance expense. So we'll use the standardized loading. Okay, standardized loading. I will tell you in the software. Using this, we'll calculate. So there is a formula for AVA. Okay, we are not going to use formula. There is some Excel file I'll share with you. So using that Excel file, you can calculate. Okay, once you copy paste your output, you can automatically calculate. But that concept they use is standardized loading estimate. Based on this, they will calculate. Okay, the convergent validity, each construct. I'll tell you. Here there is this is the constraint supervision. There are 4 variables. Each loading should be above 0.5. Okay, above 0.7. If it is coming anything less than 0.2 or 0.5, so we'll try to delete this item. Okay, delete this item and rerun the model. Okay, so all the item loading is above 0.5, then it is called convergent validity. Okay, so we'll see in the software. Okay, when you go to the software, we'll do it. Okay, so another one is they'll use descriptive validity. Descriptive validity means if you want, you can write down this concept. Okay, so there is the AVA. AVA means the average value of the particular constraint. So it should be greater than the squared correlation between two value. Okay, two constraint. Okay, I'll tell you. For example, the descriptive value means both should be different. For example, job satisfaction and supervision. So whatever the AVA will complete, AVA means average variance explained. So based on the loading, it will take average. So whatever the average is coming to, this way, for example, if it is average value is 0.6. Okay, AVE. Okay, so this average of all the 4. Okay, here is average value is 0.7. So the average loading of this 4 item. So this value should be greater between the squared correlation of these two. So supervision and job satisfaction, the squared correlation is coming around 0.5. Okay, 0.5 is less than this two value. So then it is a discrete, both are discrete variable. Okay, so we have to check the average AVA of these two variable with respect to squared correlation. So for that they'll use discriminant validity. Okay, so discriminant validity means so both the variables are different. Okay, if it is not different, mean no need to keep it in the separate. You can merge it into one question, one variable. Okay, so so whatever the questions are inside this supervision, you should have convergent. It converges to this variable. Whatever this question, it should not be related with this question. So both this supervision should be different variable, work environment will be different variable, co-workers will be different variable. All should be distinct. Okay, that is called discriminative validity. Convergent validity means whatever the supervision, we have taken 4 questions, right? That 4 questions should be related to this one. Okay, so using AVA will tell you convergent validity. Comparing the AVA with the squared correlation, we'll talk about discriminative validity. Okay, so discriminative convergent validity will use which concept? AVE. Discriminative validity will use the EVA with respect to the squared correlation between the two variables. Okay, anyway, you have some idea. When you go to the software and demonstrate real example, then you will understand. Is it kind fine? Are you able to follow me? Is there any doubt in this discriminant validity and convergent validity? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, okay. Parallel, I'll check the chat window also. So second part we'll do the again goodness of fit index. Okay, so just now we discussed it. All these things we'll check it one more time. So GF, all these things we'll check it. Okay, and significance. Okay, significance no less than 0.05 or whatever we are checking. So here we are looking for less than only. Okay, only fitness and index we are looking for insignificant value, but relationship all these things we're looking for significant value. Okay, less than 0.05 and direction positive or negative, and size. Okay, size we normally will get 0 to 1 value. Okay, so 0 mean no impact, 1 mean 100% impact. So all these things we'll check it in the second part. Okay, the first part we'll check the this 3. Therefore, assessing the goodness of index. In path also we'll checking. Apart from this, we are checking construct validity, composite reliability. Construct validity, we are checking convergent and discriminant. Reliability, consistency of the result, and diagnosis, improving the result. We are using modification index. These 4 will do it in the first part. Second part, we'll do 2 things. One is again we'll check the goodness of index, and we'll check the significance of the relationship, direction, and size. So each arrow will get the significance. Here, this each arrow. This how many arrows are there? One hypothesis. Each arrow will get the some. For example, we are giving a 0.3. That means positive relationship and moderate impact. Okay, one is high impact. Okay, so it's a moderate kind of impact. So like this, we'll get it. So all these things we'll check it in the second part. Okay, so with this we'll go to the now demonstration. Okay, so we'll start with whatever we have discussed so far. No, different concept. We'll do it in the software now. Okay, so we'll take a simple hypothetical case study. Okay, and if you look at this, ABC firm. Okay, so the firm employs thousands of workers in different operations. So assume that ABC company like Nestle or any company, you can take it hypothetical company. Okay, so one of the biggest problem for this company is keeping the employee, productive employee, without resigning the job. They want to stay in the organization. Why they want to study this project is replacing and retaining the employees very huge cost. Okay, normally the average person hired work for ABC company less than 3 years. So as of now, these companies are facing less than 3 years. A lot of people are going. Okay, so if you join today as employee for this company, within 1 year, 2 years, or less than 3 years, I'm leaving this organization. They want to know what are the factors are influencing for leaving the organization. Accordingly, they want to fine tune the particular variable to retain the employees. Why they want to know study this one? In most company, there are a lot of cost will be involved to hire employees. For example, advertisement, recruitment. So new employee, there will be a lot of cost will be involved. And also if they join, also they will not do productive job in 1 year. Okay, after second year only some output will come. Okay, so if they simply leave within 1 year, 2 years, a lot of cost will be involved. Okay, they will be wasting a lot of resources. Okay, so in order to understand this problem, why people are leaving this organization to retain this employee, they want to know which are the factors they have to retain. So if you're joining some colleges, simply leaving, a lot of reasons will be the co-workers problem or other problems will be there. So based on this context, the management of this company, they developed some team to study this project. So what they have done is they done some literature review and they come up with some model. Okay, so based on the the title of project they keep is employee retention or turnover problem. So based on the literature review, they have identified 5 variables. Okay, job satisfaction, organizational commitment, staying intention, environmental perception, attitude, employee attitude of the co-workers. Okay, these are the variables they identified for this project. Okay, so based on this, they have developed some questions. For example, organizational commitment, they developed how many questions? 4 questions. So, for example, my work at ABC give me a sense of accomplishment. Okay, I'm willing to put a great deal of effort beyond the normal expected to help SBIT company. So like this, they have developed some questions. Okay, so these are the unobserved variable. Unobserved variable are the base called construct. These are the questions. Okay, so questions for this only the people will respond. For example, this metric means they ask the question in form of 0 to 10 scale. Okay, for example, first question and third question, I have a sense of loyalty to ABC. So if I have sense of loyalty, I'll be taking 9 or 8. Okay, I'm not loyal to this one, I'll take 1. Okay, so all these things they taken as an interval scale. Okay, interval scale they have taken. So apart from this question, they have taken other question like whether you're part-time or full-time employee, what is your gender. So all the question they have collected. Okay, so this is the, I think not 10 points scale, some with 10 point, some they have used 7 point other scale. Okay, so 0 mean agree and 10 mean disagree. So they have used different scales. Okay. So like this, we have collected the data and the data is with me. Okay, so we'll try to develop this kind of model. Okay, first model, measurement model, and then we'll go to structural model. Okay, structural model relationship. Okay, SI mean staying intention, JS mean job satisfaction, and what is this? OC mean organization commitment, AC mean attitude to co-workers. So these are the different dimensions we have. So we'll try to do it in the softwares. Okay, we'll try to do it in the software. So we'll see. Okay. Did you understand the case study now? Everybody able to understand the case study now? We'll go to the software. I'll do it now. Are you able to understand the overall context of this case study?
Yes, sir. The only one thing was how will you incorporate the gender in the structure?
Yeah, that's what we'll use a moderation variable, madam. Moderation or mediation. If it is a category variable, normally we'll go for moderation variable. Same model will do it in 2 types: gender separate, male separate, female separate. Is it fine? Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll go to the above software. Okay, I'll share my screen. Okay, I will not draw the software because the time is only, we have some 20 minutes time. What I'll do is I directly open 1 minute. I'll share the data set in the chat window. Share, yeah. Whether my screen is visible, I have shifted from PPT to software. Whether the above software is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. One more time. Yeah. So this is the model. So for drawing this one, you have to use this cursor. Okay. So you see, for example, you have to use this diagram. You have to use this for drawing this diagram. Okay. To draw this all the diagram, and you have to load it. So we don't have time for drawing this, all these things. That's why I already draw this diagram. Okay. So you have to use this line. Okay. How to use this line? You have to use this covariance diagram. Okay. And if you double click this, any of this, you can edit the wordings. Okay. All these things you have to manually you have to do it. Okay. So once you this you can import the data. Okay. I can select the data. So how to import the data also, there is an option will be there. Okay. You can import data like this. Okay. File. So you can import the data using this option, file option. So already data is there, and variable also. Each one OC2 this one. If you want, I can show the data set 1 bit. It is in SPSS format. I'll just open and show the data set. Then you will understand. So it's a 400 sample size. I've collected 400 employees. So this is the data. See here, these are the questions. JS to this one, and gender, all the questions. Here, this is the way question. For example, first sample, is given 5 for job satisfaction, and OC is given 3 rating. So like this is given a different sample. Okay, so totally how many sample we have? 400 employee sample. Okay, so each question, totally how many questions are there? 27 questions. So some questions related to model related questions, some may be demographical, gender, part time. Okay, other questions are there. We are not using this question, only we are using this main question. So based on this question, we have developed the model. The model is from not only question, it's come from the literature review. Okay, so based on the literature review model, we are importing this data. Okay, this model and data should be fitting. Okay, so for that we use goodness of fit index. Normally it is sensitive to the sample list. Normally we'll get significant only, less than 0. Only we'll get it. So in order to get this, we are using other fit index, goodness of fit index and other thing to check it. Okay, again I'll go to SEM. Okay, so this is the model. Okay, so the analysis output, you can check this analysis property. Normally we'll use a method called maximum likelihood. Okay, it's a parametric. There are other methods are there. So maximum likelihood method we'll use. The output we use standardize. Okay, the standardize only we are using the ABA and other thing. On modification text, these 3 normally we'll check it. Okay, and we'll run it. Okay, once you run this, you can click the second one, view output path diagram. Okay, we'll get all the values. If you want to get the values in form of other form, okay, you can use this one. View text. Okay, you can click this one. Are you able to see the small screen? This screen also, apart from diagram. One more screen you can see here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the output. So normally here, normally we'll get probability values, significant value. But if we want insignificant, greater than 0.5, it's not possible because sample size is 400. So that's why we have to check the fit index. Okay, this is the fit index you have to use. So normally I was mentioning, right, the norm square should be less than 0.3, less than not 0.3, less than 3. 1 minute, I'll just go to PPT. Here, the norm square should be less than 3, and GFI should be 0.8 to 0.9. This should be around 8 to 9 to be good. Okay, RMC should be less than 0.08. So these are the cutoff values. Okay, if it is there, then the model and data is fitting. Okay, so now again I'll go to the output. So it is matching. Okay, this is called norm size square. Okay, this size square divided by degree of freedom. Okay, 1.3 is good, and AGFI is coming around 0.94. Okay, anything is 0.8 to 0.9 is fine. Okay, so like this, all the values are there. So if you just all the values will not be prepared. Whatever the important value, you can take it and find out. So if it is model is very less, if it is not fitting, we are getting 0.5, the values are low, it is not fitting, how to improve? So for that there is something called modification index. Okay, we did remember we clicked one option called modification index. Okay, so using this, so whichever the values, for example, there is a 13 we are getting. So we have to put the covariance diagram between the EP and E3. E3 and EP. I'll go to the model now. Here, I was mentioning that EP3. What is the EP3? Is the EP3 and is E3 and EP, right? EP, where is EP? So you have to put this correlation EP3 and E3 and EP. Okay, if you put here, how much value will be reduced? That value. So accordingly, we can increase the value. Luckily, we got very good values here, but if it is getting less values, you have to use the this modification index. Okay, so accordingly, we can improve the model. Okay. Apart from this, I'll show you an Excel file. I was mentioning, right? We have to use.
Just can you repeat it? What have you done here?
1 minute.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen? The screen?
Yes, sir.
The diagram is there. See here, the values should be 0.829, right? But the output we are getting, luckily, we are getting very good values. It is coming down. Mean what you have to do? Modification index. 1 minute. I'll run it first. There is something called. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Modification. There is here. Can you see the modification index values?
Yes, sir.
Highest value. Which is the highest value?
13.
So if you put the double correlation arrows between E3 and EP, again if you rerun it, the value will be improved to 13%. 13 values. So if it is a low values, you can use this kind of combination to improve your model. Improve the model. As of now, we are getting very good model, but if it is getting low model, we have to use this to improve the accuracy of the model. Accuracy means that the model fit values. Okay, if
Just
it is
repeat it once again. Like if the value is high value thing, then sir, just repeat it once again.
Yeah, if it is higher value, see if it is a higher value, what you can do, you can go to the diagram. 1 minute. The diagram is visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we are getting value which one? This one E3 to EP, right?
Yes, sir.
That is E3. Here you can see my cursor E3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
E3 and where is EP? Here.
Down. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You can put the arrow. Did you see the double arrow? The double arrow means you have to use which one? This one.
This one.
Yeah, you can put it here, and again you can rerun the model. So what will happen? The model will be improved.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So this is how we have to do, but luckily we got very good model. Okay, apart from this, I'll just go to the PPT. As I mentioned, luckily we got a goodness of index very good. So if it is not there, you have to use modification index and we'll go. Now we are going over composite validity and construct validity and composite reliability. These two things you have to check it. Okay, again you can check the output. Yeah. So here you can see the estimate. So there is an Excel file I'll share with you. I'll open now. Then I'll share it later with Dr. Balaji. He'll share with you. This is not my Excel. So there is one personal James Kaskin. His videos are very famous in YouTube, and he has done a lot of workshop on structural. This Excel file is taken from here. Are you able to see the Excel file? Excel file is visible?
No, sir,
not yet. Okay, okay. Okay, I'll see how to share entire screen so that wherever I'll go. Mostly we'll use Zoom. Okay. So are able now? Can you see the Excel file? I'll share this Excel file.
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's a validity master. So I'll do it now. What I'll do, I'll go to the software. What I'll do, I have to put it, A1. A1, I have to put the correlation table. Okay, this I have to put a correlation table. F1, I have to put the regression weight table. Okay, then I have to click. Automatically, all the validity will come. Okay, I'll just go to one more time. I'll take the correlation table. Okay, so put the estimate correlation table, right? Correlation, right? Okay. Correlation table. Then standardized regression weight. This table. Copy. Just copying. Then I'll show the Excel file. I copied already in Excel file. I'll show the Excel file now. Are you able to see the Excel file now? Copied Excel
Yes,
file?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Here A1 I put correlation table where I copied from the output. Here I have the standardized regression well. Now if we click here, I'm just clicking. Are you able to see the output now? ABA,
Yes, sir.
ABA, CR mean what? CR mean composite reliability. Okay, so all these things. So there is no validity concern. So that means descriptive validity and construct validity, composite reliability, everything is matching. So anything is coming above 0.5 or something, what will happen? It will give some error or something. Okay, so now it's not having any issues. Okay, I'll share the Excel file. Similarly, you can don't need to manually calculate. You can use this option. You can calculate the output. Okay, so this is called what? Composite reliability. AVA is for convergent validity. Okay, so based on if it is coming this command bit, so your construct validity, descriptive validity, and composite reliability is up to the mark. If anything we're getting error means some issues are there. How to improve? You have to go to the again the model. Okay, I'll just show you. Okay, again you have to go to this model and whichever the values are very less. For example, if we're not getting proper output, validities are coming down, we can go to these values, whichever values are very less. Okay, standardize you have to take. For standardize any value, for example, there is something called 6.8. 6.8 is for JS3. You can delete this one and you can rerun the model. Okay, so whichever is coming low, for example, 0.4 something is coming lowest value. So you can remove this item and you can rerun the entire data analysis to improve the model. If you are not getting which one, validity, convergent validity very low, convergent descriptive validities are not getting any error. Again, you have to come to this model, whichever the loading. So loading means these are the loading 0.74 for JS1, 0.75 is for this one. Higher the loading is better. Anything is values are coming down. Okay, that item you can delete. How to delete? You can use this option. So this delete option you can use and delete, and again you can rerun it. And it's a iteration process. So like this you have to do for multiple process to improve the model. Okay, so this is the process. So till you are getting the which one? The model accuracy. Okay, the proper output. What is the two output? G, whatever the value, right? GF value. All these things should be 0.8 to 0.9. And norm size square should be less than 3. All the value. Apart from this validity result. What is the validity result? This result, the Excel file result. So this result also should be proper. If it is not getting, either you can use modification index or the item, the question you have to delete and you have to rerun it. So it's like an iteration process. Still you are getting the output, you have to do it. Sometimes you can increase the sample size also. So it's like a process you have to do to get this first step. So with this, we are completing the first part of the structural. What is the first part of structural equation model? I'll go to PPT now. Structural equation model is confirmatory
CFF.
CFI and measurement model. So this we have to do it. Okay. So once it's ready, then you can go for second part. What is second part? Path analysis, otherwise called structural model. So here also again we are checking the goodness of fit index, significance, all these things we'll check it. Okay. I'll stop sharing. Then I again go to the sim. I'll share my screen. Okay, so this is the path model. So this is the conceptual model. So here we are not putting there is no single arrow in this one, each among the constraint. Mostly each constraint, the circle will put double dedicated arrow, but you are putting single arrow. Each arrow is a hypothesis now. So this is model based on the conceptual diagram. Okay, so you have to draw like this. So then you can import the data. Okay, already I import the data. Okay, so what you have to do? So you have to rerun it. Before that, you have to analyze maximum likelihood. Output should be standardized squared correlations. Okay, this good. So in CFI we use modification. Here we use only this one. Okay, squared correlation. Then you take there is some error is there. Data is not taken properly. Data set. Yes. Yeah, leave it. Some error is there. If you run this, we'll get the result like this. I'll go to PPT. Close everything. One minute, give me some time. Some issues are in the data set. Not observe variable GS file. Okay, I got it now. I'll just share. Once you run this, you will get like this. See here, this is the relationship. Okay, JS impact on this one is 0.8. Whether it's significant or not, you have to check the output. Whether this output is even small box also. Diagram top of this, can you see this by diagram also? Small box. Please confirm. Are you able to see this output?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, Ganesh. But
Yes.
it's
Yeah.
very small, Ganesh. Can you maximize it?
Yeah, I backspace. Now it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine now.
Yeah. Here JS AC impact of AC on JS. Okay, is a negative impact and is not a significant. Okay, so and EP 1 minute. Okay, here SI. So JS on SI. Where is the JS? Yeah, JS on SI. So JS and SI, how much is 0.08, right? Same thing. It's round up. Not 4 is not there. Only 2 decimals are there. It is a significant. It's a significant relationship, but it's a positive relationship. The positive also not a high impact, low impact. So job satisfaction is impacting the staying intention of the employee. Okay, job satisfaction should be very important in order to retain the employee. Organizational commitment, how the OC on stay. So it is a 27% impact is there and also significant is a positive. So organizational commitment, if it is increased, they are staying more. Okay, and the job satisfaction is there, means staying intentions also more. How they are getting job satisfaction? If it is a what is AC? Did you know AC mean what it is? Any idea? AC mean attitude towards co-workers. AC mean attitude to co-workers. If it is it is a positive impact on the job satisfaction. If it is they are not having negative impact is there. Okay, so you have to create the attitude co-workers, which people are good with, their job satisfactions are good. Okay, so in order to improve the attitude to co-workers, you have to give the proper environment, culture, all these things in order to improve. So if you look at the same diagram, these two variable are independent variable for these two variable. Okay, sorry, different variable for these two variable. Same job satisfaction become independent variable for staying attention. The same model we are doing the multiple relationship. So that is the advantage of structural allocation model. Okay, so here also you have to check this significance, whether high or low, and the other things you have to check. Apart from this, you have to check the this model fit also. So model fit already we have checked. Almost we are getting same. Less than, this should be less than 3. Okay, other values also we should check it. Okay, so almost we'll get same result similar to CFA model. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll stop here. Then I'll go to PPT. So this is what we have done. Okay, so in structural allocation model we combine into 2 and we have analyzed. Okay. So after doing the structural allocation model path analysis, normally they'll check the normality, linearity, homoscedasticity, multicolor, the data assumption also they'll check path analysis. If it is not there, again they'll reiterate. Okay, so there are these are the advanced method they'll check it to check the assumption also. Okay, after path analysis they'll use data imputation. So based on the data imputation, they'll check the normality using the there are multivariate normality tests are there, and linearity they'll use other method, homoscedasticity, multicollinearity, and all they'll use. Okay, after using the path analysis result. Okay, sometimes they will use this moderation mediation also. So moderation means grouping variable, or rather there is something called process macro they'll use for advanced moderation and mediation test. Okay, there is one tool called SPSS. There is books are available. There is something called process macro. So using this, they will check all these things. Okay. So they will go to the some of the advanced topics I just shared with you. So these are the some of the advanced topics they'll use. Okay. So common method bias. Okay, some of the nowadays I'm sending some journal. There is some concept called common method bias. These are the question they'll ask for reviewers. So normally when I do PhD in 2008, that time some was new. Nowadays everybody using structural equation model when they go for survey research. And apart from this method, whatever we discuss, if you use common method bias, the multivariate assumption like linearity, okay, other high order. So these are some of the advanced topics. Okay, I was mentioning it process macro. So this is used for moderation, there are mediation, there are different types of moderation mediation available. Using SPSS, they will use. There is one add-on is available. They are using that, they can do a different kind of mediation moderation. This kind of hypothesis they are testing compared to normal hypothesis, moderated mediation, mediated moderation, all these things they are checking. Okay, so if possible, you can explore. If you have feature workshops and anything, then maybe I can take this kind of advanced topic. Whatever we discuss is the basic. Okay, what is SEM, how to use CFI and path analysis. Okay, so the write-up part. Okay, so try to refer the top journals. Don't refer the normal journal. Q1 top journal Scopus or Web of Science or in management ABDC listed journals in the A-star journal. You can refer. I'll share some template also now. That also I'll share with our Balaji. So you saw, will share with you. Okay, but I'll share the document for review, and the soft copy I'll share later. Okay. I'll take another 5 minutes and 1 minute. I'll share it. You can use this format. Okay, structural allocation format. You can use this abstract, introduction. What should be the literature? What are the things should be there? So all these things will be there. I'll share with you. You can use this template, okay, for writing this structural allocation model paper. And for documentation. This is the document. See, this is how you have to write the format the result. Okay, the entire table, standardized configuration. So whatever we're getting amounts, you have to copy paste and make this format. So all the values are available, but you have to make this table format. It will be better. So even though we are using Excel for calculating AV and other things, but if possible, you can put these formulas also a little bit. This is not a it's a list software, but the same template you can use it for write-up purpose. Okay. So you have to put the correlation matrix. Okay, the model. This is the proposed consumption model. And this is the values. Here you have to take the almost. It will be different place. You have to copy paste and you have to make this kind of tables. Okay. And the path analysis result. So you can't put as it is in the above format. You can use this template for write-up. So you can see the some template for write-up also. So like this you can follow. I'll share this template to Dr. Balaji will share. Okay, so that how to write the entire article and the data analysis part also I'll share it. Okay. And finally I'll go to PPT. Okay, this is what we have discussed today. So SIM, okay, SIM mostly is a combination of two data analysis. That is a factor analysis and a regression. The first part contain path CFI, confirmatory factor. We are using factor analysis only. Okay, and second part we are using regression based method. Okay, in SIM there are two types: covariance and variance based. Today we are learning almost using covariance based SIM. Okay, there are we have discussed one table what is the advantage and disadvantage of two type of SIM. Okay, mostly this SIM used for problem solving type of research problem, and mostly is for causal research. The sampling should be 1:5. Above 400 or around 400, it will be better. Mostly is for questionnaire or survey based research. Mostly is common to inferential statistics, and mostly it's for parametric. We are using ML method, right? Maximal likelihood method is a parametric method. It's common to multivariate data analysis. Okay, there are different softwares that the Lisrael and other software. Some people are started using R software, but I like almost there are a lot of features are there compared to other Lisrael and R. Okay, and mostly is for cross-sectional data, and is combination of interdependency and dependency technique. For developing conceptual model for SIM, you have to use literature review. Based on the literature review, you have to collect the data. After collecting data, please you have to clean the data. Like we have discussed outlier, unengaged response, all these things you have to do it. Then you have to go for data analysis. So we have taken today one attrition rate ABC company data set. We have analyzed both the CFI and path analysis. So this is how we have to do. This is a basic introduction. Advanced analysis and a lot of things are there. Process macro space, moderated mediation. A lot of other advanced techniques are available in this context. Okay, if possible, you can explore. If you are going for any big survey research, SIM will be widely used advanced techniques. Lot of people are for marketing HR related topics. I can see whenever they presenting the PhD work, definitely they have this structural equation model. So it's really popular, but compared to basic analysis, try to learn some advanced topic like common method bias and other things to publish in the top journals. Okay, so with this I'll stop here. If you have any clarification, anything we'll discuss. Okay, any thought question, anything we can discuss now. Thank you. I think at least you got some idea. So within limited time, 90 minutes, I give an overview. Okay, so any further clarification, anything we can discuss. So what are the material data set I'll share with Dr. Balaji, or you'll share with. Okay, any clarification, anything?
Yes, actually, participants, if you have any questions, you can ask Dr. Ganesh.
Sir, one question I have, if you permit, I'd like to ask.
Yes, sir.
So, of course, you have already mentioned this in your talk regarding the reflective formats and our constructs and the formative constructs.
Yes, sir.
I also have this confusion whether to use variance based or covariance based.
Yes, sir. See, normally the sample size is very small, or any construct with a 1 item, 2 item, then you can go for smart PLS, sir.
Okay.
When the sample is very good, and if you want to develop the model, okay, and if you don't have reflective context, almost will be mostly a lot of articles they published only covariance based. Nowadays, people are using smart PLS because we are getting result without any much data cleaning and other thing. So a lot of
Correct.
top journal they are going with covariance. My suggestion, try with covariance. If it is not possible, then you could go for a variance based smart PLS, sir.
Okay, in continuation of this, sir, one more discussion that I read is if we are talking about theory testing, then we
Yes,
go
yes.
for covariance based.
Uh,
And if you are talking about new theory proposals or new models, then we go for variance based. Is it right?
You know, normally theory building they're using the covariance, almost, sir. That is also there, but apart from the other limitation as I mentioned, that also very important, sir.
Okay.
Other limit like particularly sample size, reflective is there. That also another part, but majorly for theory building they're using this one, covariance almost. Okay, theory testing are just a little bit relationship finding or smart PLS. Smart PLS, limitation is we will get results, sir, without any much effort. It instantly result whatever you would run it. Okay, that's a major problem. So they will whenever reviewer they lost the validity of relationship and other thing. So my suggestion, go with variance, covariance based almost. If it is any issues are there not able to get the result, then you can try with the smart PLS variance based.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Any other question?
Any questions?
Sir, just out of curiosity, I am asking one question because in marketing and behavioral finance, we are using it whenever we are using Likert scale and
Yes,
we
ma'am.
are developing the construct. So in the qualitative data, when we are having a categorical data and the 4 or 5 categories in this, so can we use SEM there?
Difficult, madam. I see if it is a large sample, you can use it. Small sample is don't use all these things, madam. Better you can use a large sample, qualitative kind of thing. Don't use this one. Thematical. There is something called NBO. That for that you can use qualitative, madam. Very small sample, don't use the testing model or any consumption model. Go with this SEM, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other question? Anything?
Any more questions? Questions?
I think the last day, I think they're waiting for exam, I think. There are some chat, I'll check it. Okay, thank you. God bless, madam. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm checking chat window. There is no question, I think only feedback only. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have shared, sir, my mail ID, WhatsApp number. Template file I'll share with you. Yeah, that's fine. I think no question from chat window also is fine. Dr. Balaji, can we wind up or? Whether I'm audible to everyone? Yes, that also possible. Most widely they're using ABOS and Smart PLS, sometimes R, but stat also I think they're using something.
Ganesh?
Yeah. Yeah, you are audible to me. Whether I'm audible to everyone?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. What is the sample required in order to variance? That's what the minimum 30 cells. Naveen Kumar sir, minimum 30 is fine. Variance space. Covariance, you need more sample. Minimum 30 is for variance. Yeah. I have meeting at 4 o'clock. One more meeting is there. Yeah, is there any no clarification? Shall I leave or? Dr. Balaji, are you there?
I think Bala sir has lost the connect.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Sir, it was really brilliant session. You have covered everything in just 1.5 hours, which takes normally 3 to 5 days to cover everything in SEM.
Okay, okay. Thank you, madam. I have limited time. He was telling that the validity function also there today.
Yes.
So I want a little bit rush. Anyway, recorded video will be there. You can
Sure.
let any doubt we can always we can connect. At least. Thank you for your active participation, madam. Madam. Mostly the Atal I also conducted 4 program. Most of the participants did not be active or very active. Thank you for your interaction and also another. Yeah, I'll wait for sir.
Sir, I'm from Mumbai. I'm trying it on JESP also because I have done it earlier on MOS. So yeah, so this time I'm planning to I am trying to do it on JESP because JESP is free. So let's see will it able to handle the data or not to that extent.
Yes. Okay, then shall I leave?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can you repeat the software which you have mentioned? Sorry.
Sir, it is JASP, JASP. It is just like SPSS, but it is free.
JASP. Okay.
Yeah, JASP.
Okay.
It is very good for categorical data analysis.
Okay.
Yeah, in that you can do SEM also, and it is very easy to use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Shall I leave, madam, or the coordinate student coordinators not there?
I think coordinators are not there. You can, sir. Somebody has come now.
Sir, if there are no doubts, we can wind up with vote of thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, actually, I lost my connection, Ganesh. Excuse me. Sorry.
No problem. We understand.
There's some serious issues here. That's all. So still there is a problem there.
Yeah, no, fine. Shall I leave, Balaji? I can leave. We can continue with your validity function and that exam.
Yes, Ganesh. Yes, actually, yes. Ganesh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes,
Let
yes.
me do it.
Yes.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I spread my most sincere thanks to Professor Ganesh Kumar, who gave his vital time to grace the meeting and for sharing with us your profound knowledge on structural equation modeling, sir. The way you explained the topic from the scratch is exemplary. Thank you for making the seminar very interesting and meaningful. And I'm also thankful to the entire participants of the meeting for your cordial cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ganesh. Thanks for accepting our invitation. It's a very short notice. Anyhow, you accepted. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, but the opportunity. We'll keep in touch. I'll share all the material with you can share with all the participants.
Yes, sure, Ganesh. Thank you, Ganesh. I'll call you back. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. Yes. Participants, our voluntary session will start at 4:15. Okay. All of you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yeah,
we're able to hear you.
Yeah, right. I will share a note. Okay, I will share an Excel file. You have to fill the form. Those who fill the form, for them only I will send the questions. Okay. Our exam started as by schedule. It start by 5:30 actually. Okay. So voluntary session is from 4:15 to 5:15. So you can take a nap. Your questions will be shared by 5:30. You have to send it back. Okay. With a Google form. Any questions on this? So I'll tell you very clearly, those who send the Google form back, for them only I will send the questions. Okay. Today. Once the
sharing this question?
You will receive the Google form, not now. You fill it and send it to me. It will come to me. I'll take care of it. Okay, you know how to fill the Google form, right?
Yes, sir.
MCQs.
Sir, Google form will be sent it to our mail ID, no?
Yes. The mail ID means what? The mail ID what you are going to register now. Okay, I will send a link before that. Before the question paper, I will send a Google thing. You have to send me that. The email ID is what given in that Google form. For that email ID, I will send the question paper. Are you able to understand? There are two forms will be sent. First one is to collect the information. Second one is the Google form of your exam, right?
No, sir, even the Google form also, to which mail ID you will send?
Fill the Google form, I will receive
In
it,
the
right?
chat box.
If you fill the Google form, I will receive it. Yes, I will send it chat box.
Okay. Then it's fine.
You
Thank
have
you.
to be joined
Okay,
in
sir.
the meeting. Okay.
Sir, at what time you will share the Google form?
First, you attend the validatory. Validatory form is 4:15. You are supposed to be. All of you supposed to attend the validatory. In between, I will share. Okay.
Okay.
15 to 5:15, you're supposed to be there. In between, I will share. You send me. Once the validatory is over, you can start writing your exam at 5:30 exactly. I will send the other Google form right to the email ID what you are sharing. Are you able to understand clearly? First thing is, in between validatory session, I will share a Google form where you have to give your email IDs. Okay. Once it is over, then I will collect the email ID and I will send the question paper to that email ID in a Google form. You have to respond it. So you have to respond in two Google forms. The final one is your question paper, right? Yeah, I will share both mobile and this thing, as well as the group, as well as this thing. The problem in the group, in the sense, people won't attend, right? Already 170 people are there. Even I don't know. Some people who are not registered was there. Who shared the link, I don't know. It's really strange thing, actually. Any questions on this?
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
If you have any issues in connecting through mobile, through system, you can send me personal message in WhatsApp. I can share you that, not in the group. Because if I share the thing in the group, means those who registered, they will simply attend the questions, right? I don't want that, actually. Clear? So please be online by another 10 minutes, please, because it's going to be a valid section. People are coming, so don't push them to wait for some time. So our session starts by 4:15. Okay? Please.
Okay, sir.
Nirmala ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am, Nirmala ma'am, am I audible? Participants, am I
audible,
audible
sir.
to all?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, actually, I need one of you to give a small experience of a small note about your experience in this program. Can give that.
Sure, sir.
Who will give? Ma'am? Hello? Because we have to plan it yearly, but now it's at last moment. Nirmala ma'am? Rachel, are you here? Rachel? Rachel? Sir, Rajagopal sir, good evening, sir. Rachel? Hello? Rachel, are you? Hello? Hello? Am I audible to all?
So you're audible.
Yeah, fine. So I need someone, maybe one from mail side and another one from other side can give a small note of your experience of about the program. Can you do it?
Yes, I can do it, sir.
Okay, yourself. I just want to meet reach Madam Nirmala Madam, but she is not picking the phone, I think. Ma'am, are you here, ma'am? Get joined.
Balaji, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can I get the YouTube link, sir? Which I think it's streaming in YouTube.
Sir, actually, as I said, the YouTube link also, it is completely have to revamp. You have to edit it. We'll post it, sir. We'll share the link. Don't worry.
Sure.
Once everything
Okay,
is fine,
okay.
I'll share it to you.
Yeah.
No
Sure,
problem.
sir. Thank you.
So, ma'am, Nirmala ma'am, are you there? Sir, Rajagopal sir, shall we start, sir? Can I ask sir to join? Sir? Rajagopal sir?
Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
So can I ask
Hi.
sir to join?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir. Sir will join in 2 minutes, sir. He's connecting.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
All participants, please switch on your cam. We have to take a snapshot, a digital photograph. So all of you, please switch on your cam. So Damodaran sir, good evening, sir.
Sir, good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Damodaran sir, your mic, I think.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Just 2 minutes, sir. Sir is yet to join. Done, sir. So just a minute, sir. He's trying to connect actually some technical issues. I will send it again.
Yeah, no problem, sir. No issues. Ajit, good evening. Ajit Savio.
Sir, 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 சொல்லுங்க சார். அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன் சார். ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார், ஒரே நிமிஷம் சார். நான் டெக்னிக்கல் செக் பண்ணிட்டு திருப்பி அனுப்புறேன் சார். ஒரே நிமிஷம் சார். சார் இன்னொரு லிங்க் அமைச்சிருக்கேன் சார். அதை கிளிக் பண்ணி பாருங்க சார். சார் ஒரு லிங்க் அமைச்சிருக்கேன் சார் திருப்பி. ஆமா சார், அதை ஜஸ்ட் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க சார். அப்படியே உள்ள வந்துடும். Sir, sir has joined, sir. Sir, Rajagopal, sir. Sir has joined, sir.
Okay.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, I think his mic is on mute.
Done? Yeah, right. Okay, very good.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening. சொல்லுங்க பாலாஜி. Look, Ilya, camera switch off earlier. Okay.
So we can start, sir.
You want me to start?
No, sir. Let me give an introductory note, sir. Rachel?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome each one of you to the validity function of Faculty Development Program on Data Analysis using Econometric Models, hosted by Department of Economics, Central University of Tamil Nadu, and sponsored by Atal Academy. So the active participation of people from different walks of life affirms the relevance and meaningfulness of this workshop. So as a researcher, policy analyst, and a student, it is crucial to understand how to make use of the data which we have in abundance today.
Next, it is a great honor in welcoming Professor Ramachandran M, Department of Economics, Pondicherry University, to this session. Sir is the president of the prestigious Indian Econometric Society, where earlier the same position was occupied by eminent economists C. Rangarajan, C.R. Ravu, U. Shankar, K.L. Krishna, Y.V. Reddy, B. Kamaya, to name a few. Sir did his PhD from the University of Hyderabad and occupied various important positions such as Professor RBI in Institute for Social and Economic Change, and also Sir is a visiting fellow of ISEC. An expert in monetary economics, macroeconomics, and econometrics, his contribution to the academics has been enormous. Students of the economics of any prestigious University of India always admire him as an excellent teacher in the subject of his expertise. Sir conducts regular training in the area of advanced econometrics for the offices of Indian Economic Service, Indian Statistical Service, the Reserve Bank of India, Competition Commission of India, and among the faculty members and researchers. His contributions. I welcome all the participants to this function. I am sure that FDP has been highly beneficial to them for learning different econometric models in their research and teaching.
Objective of this FDP program is to deliver the important developments in the field of applied econometric matrix research, not only to the researchers in the field of economics, but also to those who are engaged in the field of finance and commerce. The course curriculum of this program is designed in such a way that the participants will get the complete knowledge of paper submission and the procedures that one has to follow during submission. It's really an interesting thing that Department of Economics is organizing this online FTP program. This sort of interdisciplinary project is needed for the school and for our university. I am glad to mention here that this online FTP program has dwelled on the important developments in the field of applied econometric research. I am sure that this FTP program has benefited not only the researchers in the field of economics, but also those who are engaged in the field of finance and commerce, etc. Once again, congratulations.
You see, in my keynote address, I'm not going to speak anything about econometrics. See, this young generation who are aiming for a career in research and teaching have a lot of things one has to. Somebody comes and tells me, sir, I would like to see the impact of COVID. Okay, COVID is a shock. Okay, and the shock. Always, we see that shock means the impact of such a shocks is going to wane and die out eventually. Okay, but these kind of topical issues, for youngsters, taking these kind of topical issues and bringing out a PhD thesis will be a very big challenge. So that is the time I tell my students that, you have to choose some issues which can be empirically verified, and they should be, somewhat related to each other, so that it can take a shape of a PhD thesis. And competition is rising in the recent time. People are trying to do good work. Okay. So I tell them that at least minimum two excellent publications. And again, publication means, you have to be very cautious about choosing the journal. You have UGC care list, this one, that one. No, you have to choose a journal which is, relatively very popular, okay, and exist in the, in the history for at least 3 decades, 4 decades. Okay, it should be popular and very, acclaimed, professional journals. Okay, you have to, if you take India, EPW, okay, everyone knows about EPW. If you take foreign journals, there are list of journals, okay, for economics and management and finance is available in ABDC, Australian Business Dean School, that they have given a list of journals. You'll have to choose. The rating is also given. At least, if not possible in A star, you have to choose A-rated journals and try to get at least 1 or 2 publications out of your PhD thesis, and that will ensure the quality of work that you have done, which is very important. So PhD plus publication. While submitting your thesis, at least you should have 1 or 2 papers published. Okay, and you take 4 years, 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years time is good enough to do that. Okay, then when they come for an issue, they say that, sir, I would like to do this. I would like to use this tool. Okay, and sometimes they say that, sir, I'm not getting the result. So that means, students, this is a major thing, that most of the time that if I ask my student that, what are you doing? And they, sir, I'm doing this, but I'm not getting the result. That means you have a prejudice in your mind that you are trying to, fine tune the data to get some results that you want. Okay, you should not do that. I advise my students not to do such things. Okay. So what I tell them that you read the existing literature. Another problem with the students, let me tell you, that I'm choosing this topic and I'm doing it. Okay. The next question from my side will be, okay, anybody has done this work already? Yes, sir, they have done it. Okay. That is what exactly you are doing? Yes, sir, I'm doing it. Why are you repeating it? Sir, because it is done for US and UK, but for India, nobody has done. That is not research. That's not research. Somebody might have done something for US and UK or Japan or China or some emerging countries. Fine. But what don't you think something new? See, the ideas are more important. If you take some of my important publications, okay, in some good journals like Oxford Economic Papers, Economics Letters, Journal of Policy Modeling, they are all, I have not used any great, models or, great theoretical framework or anything, but something new, the idea, okay, I'm trying to explore something new. And if what I have in mind is being supported by the data, definitely that will be published in that kind of journals. Okay. If you have one paper out of your PhD published in these kind of journals, your job is assured. That is how all my students are well placed, because I insist on publications. Okay. That is very important. And, then we'll have to have continuous discussion. I used to have a continuous discussion with my students on a daily basis. Okay, and through discussion, some ideas will emerge. Okay, some ideas will emerge, and we try to empirically examine those ideas which are not exploded yet, which no one explored in the literature. Okay, so that is what is research. You have to sit on the frontier and look forward and look beyond the frontier and get an idea and experiment. Not in terms of using some sophisticated tool and doing the same thing and say I'm using this tool. No, that is not research. I have not used any sophisticated tools in those papers which are published in good journals. Only the ideas which are highly appreciated, okay, is what I tell my students. And the second problem, the general thing, sir, what should be the, how many chapters, how many objectives? These are the questions come to the minds of the scholars. How many chapters? How many hypotheses, objectives? And you have some three issues, important issues. Okay, that means there will be three objectives. That means verification of examining these objectives, three objectives, will be three important chapters, core chapters, empirical chapters. In my opinion, if you do all these three sincerely, all the three will be published. Okay, so you will have, while submitting the thesis, you will have three publication in hand. Then three core chapters, okay, that talks about three important hypotheses to be investigated or objectives to be examined. Okay, then introduction will have all the general information about the issue, then framing the objectives, methodology, the usual stuff. Then finally, for the sake of the examiners, whenever PhD thesis comes to me for evaluation, what I do is I straight go to the summary and conclusion, the last chapter. There everything is summarized. That will, once I complete reading that chapter, then I get an idea what exactly the student is planning to do. Okay, then I get into each chapter and I do that. So you need to have an introductory chapter where you have issues discussed in the beginning, then leading to some sort of brief review, then leading to framing objectives, and then methodology, organization, limit, all these things. Okay, then last chapter will be summary of whatever you have done all three core chapters. This should be sufficient enough. If three chapters are having good quality work, sufficient enough to submit, okay, as a thesis. Okay, this is what I advise my student. Then sometimes, sir, what should be the number of pages? It should be 150 or 200 or 250, or it should be in 2 volumes? I have seen PhD thesis in volumes also, volume 1 and volume 2. Who has the time to read all this stuff actually? So you perceive, what is the intention of doing PhD? I have to make my student as an independent researcher. By the time he submits his thesis, he should be an independent researcher. Like Balaji, he submitted the thesis. Now he is doing on his own. And my first student is professor in University of Hyderabad, and he has number of international publications, and he is on his own. So like this, every student of mine. Okay, so that is what it's a PhD is a duration during which you give training for the students, how to choose a problem and how to investigate it and how to put it in the form of a paper and publish it. That's a research training. Whether you take a project or you want to publish something, this is what you are supposed to do. Okay, and then the size, I would like to tell you that our Nobel laureate, Amartya Sen's thesis, the choice of technique. Okay, 2,710 pages, for which he got PhD degree, and he was appointed straight away as professor in Delhi School of Economics at the age of 27, 28. Okay, so pages do not matter. Pages do not matter. Okay, normally I think my students have an average size of 120 pages. If I don't, I hope Balaji thesis might also be the same size. I think 110 and 120 pages. But there will be three important core chapters which involves, okay, data analysis using proper econometric tool, investigating the issue, interpretation, discussion, comparing the result with other studies. Okay, that is the component, various components of the the chapter. So each chapter, okay, the three core chapters should be published. This is what I advise my students. Then when you choose an issue, okay, you should not have any limitation on data, because it's a PhD is a time-bound project. Okay, you should not have too much limitation on the data. If you want to write some popular things about this, that, and all, you finish your PhD and get your degree, and you do it. Okay, you are free to write whatever. Now I am free to write whatever issue I would like to focus on. Okay, absolutely no problem, because I am not constrained to do any time-bound project or anything. So PhD is a time-bound one. So within 3 to 4 years, you'll have to submit a thesis, get some publication, get the degree, okay, and begin your career. So you should not have too much of data limitations, software limitations, okay, and the techniques, okay. Unless you have thorough understanding of the technique, you should not use it. And technique is not that important in my opinion, actually. Although scientific research involves use of appropriate econometric tool, okay. So I would advise you, to confine to 3 chapters, core chapters, plus introduction and summary. So having, say, 120 or maximum 150 pages. Don't go beyond that, okay? Even if it is 90 pages, also fine. Suppose my student publishes a paper in economics letters. Economics letters itself is demanding that the paper size should not exceed 2,000 words. But a publication there in the journal can be, put confidently as a chapter in the thesis, because it will be a real contribution. It will be a real contribution in terms of methodology or in terms of, issue. Okay, it will be new evidence. Otherwise, they don't consider that for publication. So you put in so much effort for 3 years, 4 years, and you have to prove yourself that your thesis, you have done a wonderful work only through publications. There only it will be certified that you have done a good work. Okay, some people may not be very comfortable with the techniques. Okay, and you have number of journals to publish. Actually, the best thing is EPW. Of course, it's very at the beginning it is very difficult, but you have to choose the kind of issues which will be very interesting for EPW readers. Okay, generally the language will be different. If I write a paper for a professional journals like a Journal of Policy Modeling, Economics Letters, okay, and my language will be different. For EPW, my language will be different. The readers are different. Okay, I don't use too many techniques in EPW when I plan to publish something in EPW. Okay, so EPW is well recognized and reputed journal coming from India. You can aim on that. Okay, you can aim on that, and confidently you can, whatever you publish in EPW, you can put it as a chapter. Okay, and and once you become, if you, one more thing I want to tell you, this is also my experience with my students. While doing PhD, if you could not publish anything, then immediately after joining as an assistant professor somewhere, at least for 3-4 years, you cannot publish anything. So it is better to get whatever you have done in your PhD published before joining somewhere. Once you join, you know that the kind of workload that you will have to take in the beginning. And you will have to put in a lot of effort to read for handling classes and teaching, too much of teaching load. Okay, too much. Sometimes nowadays, the youngsters are given a lot of administrative responsibility if it is there in the institution wherein they are going to join. Okay, so with all these difficulties, it's going to be impossible for, or extremely difficult for you to imagine publications. So the day you join for PhD or the day you begin your research, you have to aim for publications. Publish and make it as a chapter, that's all. Or you just print those. In fact, in US and all, if someone publishes in QJE, Quarterly Journal of Economics, or Journal of Political Economy, 2-3 papers, if they have, then they pin it and submit it. That's a PhD thesis. Okay, 2-3 papers. Then the Viva will be conducted. He has to defend, he or she will have to defend, and the degree will be awarded. What more you want? If you have a paper published in QJE, what more you want? That itself is a big contribution. Okay, so there are a lot of predatory journals where you should not submit your paper. Even if you don't have publication, doesn't matter. But don't try to publish in those journals which are predatory in nature. Because whenever I go for selection committee, if I see publication in those kind of journals, there itself I reject the candidate. Because having publication in those journals is a very big disregard for your CV. You should not do that. And even if you don't publish, fine, no problem. Okay, since there is a compulsion on you that to submit the thesis, you have to publish on 1 or 2 papers. Some institutions have this restriction. You should not aim for publishing, here and there and claim in your CV that you have publications. Okay, and and it's just telling this to audience. Wherever I go, I tell this to audience is not sufficient enough. Okay, and this is the reason why 11 years back when I realized this fact, okay, I thought that these kind of workshops are very important because there are so many institutions where the scholars do not have access to learn this. Okay, unfortunately, because of the infrastructure limitation on infrastructures, and the people do not have that much, scope to learn. And it is in that context that these kind of workshops are becoming very useful for those participants. Okay, and that is the reason why 12 years back, I think when Balaji was my student in Pondicherry Central University, we started a 1 week workshop on financial econometrics. All those participants still remember that workshop. That was of its first, initiation in the country. After that, after getting the feedback from that particular workshop, we started conducting all over the country, even in remote areas, through Indian Econometric Society. Joining hands with the different institutions, we had conducted n number of workshops. And Balaji and many of my students in Pondicherry University, in fact, gained a lot, okay, trained, okay, for conducting these kind of workshops. And now for him, it is just easy, okay. Even you give him a big society conference like Indian Econometric Society conference, he can easily handle it. So they are trained like that, okay. So what I want to say is, in fact, when I was a student, in fact, I never had a course on econometrics in my UG or PG to study. When I came for MPhil program, there was a little bit of econometrics to learn. That is the first time the subject was introduced to me. So all whatever little bit I learned about econometrics is all self-learning. And that is how self-learning means I understand the difficulties of learning econometrics. And that is the reason people appreciate my class, that, understanding the difficulties, the way of teaching goes like that. Okay. The examples and, whatever I know that the audience will have this difficulty. So I tune my teaching in such a way that it becomes so simple for, audience to understand. Okay. The most toughest part is time series econometrics. Even that also now my students are doing. Actually, I have to get back to I have to go go to the back seat and push my students. And there are excellent, I think many of the resource persons are my students. I think Sartaj, Sunil, Raja Sedudurai, Rafi, okay, and all of them are my PhD scholars, okay, trained for teaching as well as for doing good research. Okay. And sometimes if you don't have the access in your institution, you have to interact with these people. This workshop is not only for learning econometrics. It is to have a connection with the people from whom you can gain. Okay. It is basically, academics is the only area where by helping somebody you also gain, because by helping somebody I learned a lot. If somebody comes and tells me, sir, I would like to estimate a GMM equation, then I help them. I might not have done that, but by helping them how to estimate a GMM a model using GMM method, probably that's a scope for me to learn, and at the same time the other person is also benefiting out of that. So in research, sharing is very important. Sharing the knowledge is very important. You have to keep your mind very open to discussion, and then only you will be in a position to understand your limitations and correct yourself. And this
Chandran, Department of Economics, Pondicherry University, who is also a president, the Indian Econometric Society, New Delhi. Respected Professor P. Velmurugan, Dean, School of Social Sciences and Humanities. Professor N. Rajagopal, HOD of Economics, CUTN. Dr. B. Balaji, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, CUTN. And other faculty members, participants from various parts of the country. And I am very happy to deliver the valedictory address, and very confident that they might have equipped a lot over the 5 days. And in total, we received 200 applications registered. They have 200 registration we got. And the participants were also from various fields of social sciences. And even Balaji sir said that we parts of the country where they have approached eminent scholars in the field of econometrics. As Ramchandra sir said about most of them are their students, it is very happy to hear this. This is what continuously, and he is also very busy, and every day we used to meet, but for the past 10 days we could not meet because of the huge
day and in and out in our research. Normally we are working on the behavioral finance or SEM models or these type of models, and every day I was sitting here since morning 9 o'clock, 9:10 I used to log in, and each session was designed in such a manner that I was totally engrossed in that. I'm down with fever for last 5 days. I have not attended any phone calls during the workshop. Can verify it from my director also. She said, okay, where are you? I said, no, let me fully focus on it. Then I will come back to college and I have taken leave for this, especially. I was in college for 2 days and then, but it was really fabulous.
Thing which is required in the econometric modeling, either it can be in time series, ARCH, GORCH, or it can be panel data, it can be advanced panel data, the qualitative data analysis. They did not leave any important point. Usually there will be a time constraint when we do any FDP or a workshop, but here I did not see that. All the faculty members are very well prepared. They know, they clearly gave.
This note may not be end up if I'm not thanking my fellow colleagues, Dr. Damodaran sir, Balamurugan sir, Venkatachalapati, even Dr. Sumlata, Owen, she is not here. She helped me. She is helped me in a very critical situation at this workshop actually. So finally, the staff members of our own department, as well as IT sections, who are always with us whenever we approach them, they are without time constraint, they are helping us. Apart from that, I want to pay my gratitude to all the resource persons. Most of them are my teachers, my colleagues, my juniors. I learn with them, I live with them, I enjoy with them. So it's really nice to see the way in which they are presenting. Also, I am learning from them, even though we are a part of the department. Above all, I just want to pay my sincere thanks to participants without whom this program may not be grand success. We are always happy to receive the questions from you. Your questions are really thought-provoking, and we are also learn from your questions. Finally, it's not a final thing. I just want to thank my teachers who trained me, who teach us to manage every situations. As sir rightly pointed out, actually, was him and Dr. Vanamudi sir who sowed the seed in the year 2007. Who almost 40 participants attend. Out of that, almost 30 people are working in academics. Still, I can proudly say that Dr. Sunil, Dr. Krishna Reddy from University of Hyderabad, Dr. Sumlata, even our own colleague in our department, we are all attend the program. We started our career in econometrics. We started developing our interest from that program only. So we are here because of that program only. So I hope that all participants will take such a message and build yourself in a future thing. So finally, it's not a final thing. I want to say a big thanks to all my students, friends, who is always helping me whenever whenever I need a hand. One more word, sir. My thesis is only 88 pages, not even 100 pages, sir.
Great.
Including references. Sir,
with almost 3 Springer
yes,
publications, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 Springer publications from that, sir. Including references, sir. That's the strange part of it. Including acknowledgements, everything only 18 pages, sir. Thank you, sir. It's all because of you only we are here. Thanks is not an exact word. How can I convey my feelings? I'm really thankful to you, sir. Whatever you done and whatever you're going to do for us. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, our HOD. Thank our participants. You people can fill your form and you can send it. We can have your exams. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Sir.
Thank you.
I send it again.
Sir, at
No,
attend
just leave it.
registration ID,
Yes, yes.
do we have to
Sometimes you
fill,
no,
do
just
we
leave
have
it
to
because
write our email ID, sir?
no, sir,
At
no, sir, no need. Actually, I have an ID for you. I will fill it up. Don't worry. Just leave it.
Okay, okay, thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
You can keep your both of your ID, your personal ID as well as official ID. Sometimes people may in touch with you.
Balaji sir, the Atal ID is the application ID?
No, sir, no need to fill it up. Just leave it. I have an
Okay,
ID
okay.
for a
Okay.
comparison purpose only. I filled it up.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any questions? Don't ask answer for your FDP. Okay. Don't ask answers. Sir, just leave that Atal registration, sir. It's just for sake of formality I just gave. Okay.
Okay, by mistake I have given this application ID. So just leave that part, sir.
Yes, sir. You leave it, sir. Doesn't matter. It is not mandatory. You can leave it. That is what it is not given as mandatory.
Okay.
Bala sir, good evening. Mahendra Pandey here.
Hey, Mahindra. How are you, Mahindra?
Doing good, sir. Actually, I am on the way from my college to home. So you have decided that it will be 5:30 of exam, right?
It's a Google form only, man. You can even attend through mobile. Doesn't matter. Not yet, ma'am. Not yet. Your thing is settled. First, you fill me the details. Once you send me, then only I can send you the question paper. I have to receive your emails. Got it?
Okay, sir. Thank
I'm going to send the question paper to the email ID what you are sharing with me now. Please understand because I can't. No, sir. I'm telling to somebody who is asking here. Okay.
Okay, so the question paper will be on our email ID, you mean to say?
Yes, ma'am. I'll send the Google form. Okay. You can just open your Google form and then fill it. Even if I share that in the WhatsApp thing, the problem is those who are not attend, they will attend the exam, right? Sometimes they may get the good score by pure luck.
Sir,
Now,
I have opened the Atal website. I'm not able to where the registration ID is written, sir.
Ma'am, no need to bother about registration. Just leave it.
Okay,
It's for
okay,
just the
sir.
sake of formality. It is not
Okay, sir,
mandatory,
okay.
ma'am. It's not mandatory. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Sir, when will we receive the question paper, sir?
Actually, everyone is supposed to fill their form, sir. Once I receive, I will share it, sir. Just wait for a moment.
I submitted, sir. I submitted the Google.
Yes, sir. I can't send for one by one, no, sir. I have to collect the entire mail IDs, then
sir.
I can send it a mail. That's what. Please
Okay,
wait.
sir. Thank you.
I'm waiting this people to finish.
Sir, I had one more doubt.
Yes, ma'am, please.
So as we are driving now and we'll be reaching in half an hour to home. So I guess it's fine that if we attend the question after half an hour.
Ma'am, actually, I will extend maybe 15 minutes. It's only MCQs, ma'am. 20 MCQs. You can no need to type and write anything. You just have to click the buttons. So wherever you can attend it. Doesn't matter. Okay, ma'am, take your time. Doesn't matter. Nothing wrong in
Okay,
that.
thank you, sir.
No issues, ma'am. My pleasure.
So if we have filled the form, can we leave this meeting?
Yes, ma'am. You can leave the meeting, but you have to rejoin for attending your exam. Okay, no problem, ma'am. You carry on. No problem. Doesn't matter.
Okay, because same is my case. I am also leaving for home
Yes, ma'am.
from
Please,
office.
please.
Okay, yeah.
Reach safely. Hello. All of you fill the form or what? Thank you, Selva. Thank you, Selvaraj.
Thank you, Balaji.
So, how things are going on?
Everything is good.
So you're
So
in
I'm looking
Chennai
for
or-
another opportunity to meet you actually.
Yes, yes, it's
This
my
is
pleasure.
halfway actually in the FDP we met, but we wanted to meet directly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's not happening.
Yeah.
So, Selva, how was in Chennai? You're in Chennai or?
I'm in Chennai only. I'm in the college only.
Yeah, okay.
Because now the Pondicherry Laila University online examination is going on. Okay. I'm taking the responsibility of that.
Okay. So I shared the documents to your mail, ma'am. Please, all of you have a look. Just a minute. In 2 minutes, I will send it. Okay.
Sir, I really admire your all of you, na South. You have too much focus on quant. In Mumbai, we don't have, sir.
I'm actually even in Mumbai. Our people are there, ma'am. In my University of IIT,
But very
IIT Mumbai.
less, sir. In Mumbai University, na, they have totally different, you can say, focus area. Our research areas are totally different. In economics department, yes, they would be having very good focus on this time series analysis, econometrics. But in management, normally people are not paying attention on this.
Ma'am, in Mumbai, there is a renowned econometrician in Mumbai University.
Dr. Neeraj.
Neeraj Patel. Yes, ma'am. Neeraj is
I know
our
him.
search friend. Yes. Even Ramachandran sir was there in Mumbai University for some time, ma'am. During his initial days. Professor Ramachandran, no, my guide. He was there in Mumbai in the initial days.
Okay. So I met Dr. Neeraj. I know him very well in economics department. Besides that, yeah, there are good people in management, but we are focusing on other techniques than
Yes,
the
ma'am.
time series analysis. Yeah, that
Actually,
was
to be yes, ma'am. To be very honest, these techniques are outdated, ma'am. Whatever we are talking about co-integration, that was invented in the year 1981, before I born. So still we are talking about that. That is econometrics is developed like anything, but the problem is people are lacking in even the basic understanding. That's what we push to have such seminars.
So I learned in 91
Okay.
when I have done my PhD. So
Okay,
I'm
ma'am.
95 PhD, sir.
Oh, great, ma'am.
Long back. So, but yes, I love learning, so I enjoy it. Whenever something new is there, love to see that. Good.
It's our pleasure, ma'am. This is
No,
what
sir.
we need
I will
actually.
invite you, sir. I will invite you. I want to learn it more because.
Sure, ma'am. Anytime. But yes, ma'am. Anytime you can call me.
Yes.
I can help you, ma'am. I will share your answers in just 2 minutes. Just give me a minute.
Sure, sir.
I'm just getting it on.
Even sir in UP also, like I'm a PhD scholar, and but we are not taught sir these econometric techniques and everything like for the research purpose also. Like here, research is done, but many a times like basic regression and things are done. So we want to learn, but there is no source like. And from this FDP, I've learned a lot, which I will use in my research or the thesis also.
Oh, okay, ma'am. It's great, actually. Actually, we are lucky enough to have Professor Ramachandran with us. He is our guide.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, if you look at the resource person, most of them was my colleagues. Dr. Raja Sidura is my postdoc guide. I did my postdoc under him only. And then Sunil Paul is my co-PhD scholar. Sardaj and the rest of Sardaj is my junior. Rafi is my junior. Anand is my first student. So we have a client. Start from Dr. Bandi Kamya. You might have known him. He is a student of Ramchandran sir. So we have a big client. So econometrics
Yes,
is
and
somehow
sir, in this FDP, sir, like most of the
other aspects, qualities and all. We are just beginning our career now.
But sir, I'll contact you in future also if I face any difficulty, sir. I will just please.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime.
Okay, sir.
I'm available. No issues.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you, ma'am.
much.
Thanks a lot. Question paper link was sent. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Have a good day. Tilak Saxena question paper was sent already. Everybody receive it? Lakshmi Narayana sir, SP Singh, Revati madam.
Received and started answering.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ajit Savio, Akhilesh, Anamika, Anil Kumar. Suchitra madam, it was already sent to the email ID. Ma'am?
Yes.
It was sent, ma'am, already. அப்படியே நீங்க பாருங்க. இந்த வரேன் ஒரே நிமிஷம். இதுல கொஞ்சம் பேருக்கு இது மட்டும் அனுப்பணும். அதை முடிச்சு வந்துடுறேன். டைம்லாம் இருக்குப்பா, அதெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். நம்ம தானே, வேற ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. All of you, please check the mail. I sent the mail. Check your mail, just refresh it. All of you, please check your mail. I send the paper.
Hello? Bala sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Tell me, ma'am. Who's this? Ma'am.
Sir, I'm Kajol Patel, and
Yes, ma'am.
yet I'm not received the exam link. So can you
Ma'am,
send
just
me again?
yes, ma'am. Check your check. Just refresh your thing, ma'am.
Sir, I'm also not getting, sir. This is Muruganandam.
Who? Who's this?
Sir, Muruganandam, sir.
Did you attend the program? Did you fill the form or Muruganandam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I attended even
Hello?
afternoon. Yeah, hello.
I'm asking whether you fill the form or
Yes,
what,
sir.
because
I'm not.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your
I
voice
filled the
is
form,
not
sir.
audible.
Yes,
just
sir.
a
I
minute,
have filled the form.
but your mail ID is not there. Maybe. Okay, anyhow, just check it. Just refresh it,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm checking, sir.
ma'am. Gajal Patel, ma'am. I send the mail to you, ma'am. You can check it.
Sir, I'm not getting, sir, any mail. Or...
You just refresh it, sir. You will get it. Yeah, you get it. I mailed it, ma'am. Check it, please. Ma'am, I sent it already. You got it?
Sir, not it, sir.
No, sir. You just refresh it. What is your ID?
Sir, achieveranand@gmail.com.
You just now shared. Just now you shared, right?
No, sir. I have shared in the afternoon itself. The time when you are sharing that one sec.
So otherwise, you can retype it. I sent it to everyone, sir. Whomever
Okay.
sent the link.
Okay, sir. Once again, I retype it through WhatsApp also.
Yes, please. But not
Yes,
WhatsApp, sir. To chat box.
The chat box. Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'm not receiving the exam link.
Ma'am, the link was shut. No, it was not there. Just look at the end, ma'am.
Sorry?
Just look at the bottom in the mail. The link was there. Forum GLE. It ended up with 616IJ.
Sir, if possible, then can you send me again?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have updated my mail ID also for here.
BM Madhavan, this thing, right?
No, sir. Before the one, achieveranand@gmail.com.
Just a minute. People are sending. Keep on sending now. That's what it happens.
Sir, if you share the link here, it would be easy for all of us, sir.
No, okay, sir. No problem. I can share. That's what I did actually, right? People who want to share it in the yes. Just a minute. I can share the link here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can use this. Make use of this. All of you, please check.
Yes,
Make use of this link. Okay. Don't send twice. Okay, please. Sir, once you submit it, you can leave.
Sir, I'm not getting, sir, still.
No, which one? Whom?
Sir, Muruganandan, sir, that Achiever Anand.
It is posted here, sir. You can in the link. You can check it here, sir. It was here in the chat box.
Sir, please check whether you are sending to everyone or some specific
No,
person.
it's for everyone only, sir. Even I can check it, send it again.
Sir, okay, now only I'm getting, sir.
Okay, maybe some technical issues. I send it
Yes,
to
sir,
everyone.
yes, sir.
Please, all of you check here. Your link will be here. Okay.
Sir, thank you, sir. I got it, sir.
Any problems here? Yes, somebody's called. Who is this?
Yes, sir. I just when I applied my designation as assistant professor, although in my adult registration ID it is Ankur Jain as a research.
No, you just carry on with the ID what you're having. Do it quickly, okay? What?
Hello?
Yes.
Sir, after completion of exam, can we leave?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Once you finish, we can leave.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Rajesh sir, thank you. We'll meet some other time, another
Sure,
workshop. If you're organizing, kindly let us know. We'll be very happy to join.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to in touch with you people.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Submitted the test.
It's over there. Then we can leave. You can leave, sir. I can pass the information to the in the group. Okay.
Okay, sir. So when we can fill the feedback form?
Sir, actually, I have to upload your results to the Atal website. Then only the feedback form will be operated, sir.
Okay, okay.
It will take some time for me to upload it. Once I did it, I will let you know, sir. Okay.
So for this exam score also we can check through Atal only.
No, sir. You don't need to check the score, sir. You can get the certificate. If you clear the marks, then you can get a certificate, sir.
Okay.
Why you have to bother about scores and all, sir? Once you get it, it's done, right?
Okay, sir.
Who cares about your scores?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm fine, I think. Post your check.
Sir, is it reached because I submitted?
Sorry, sir, once it's submitted, you can leave. I can post
Yes,
other
sir.
information in the group, sir. Whatever information is required for you, I will
Can you
just post in the group.
can you check my mail, sir?
No, sir, I can't check it now, sir, because it's all 100 participants. It will be in a Google form. I have to extract it. Okay. It will take some time. I will take care of it. Don't worry.
Sure, sure.
Thank you, Maheshwari. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
How are you,
Really
Maheshwari?
great to see all the
Oh, I
seniors.
didn't. Yes, it's a kind of get together. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. I'm good. Thank you. It's really great to see all the seniors at a time.
Yeah, it's a kind of get together.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm in Pondicherry University only.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Maheshwari. Take care. Good luck.
Yes, bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I have
Yeah,
10 minutes. Yeah, thank
thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sure.
Sir, it's very useful one, sir, because I am
Thank
from
you.
statistics background, sir. But
Okay.
this is my first attempt for econometrics related to econometric subjects.
Okay,
But it
sir.
is very
Where are you
useful
from,
one.
sir?
Sir, I'm from Coimbatore, sir. Coimbatore Bharatiya University.
Which university? Bardiyar.
Bharatiya University,
Okay,
Coimbatore, sir.
okay, okay. I used to visit
I'm
Coimbatore very frequently
Yeah,
to this,
actually, I'm
this
working in
knowledge.
Nehru College of Management, sir, Coimbatore,
Okay, okay.
handling MBA, MCA, sir. A background of statistics.
Oh, fine.
My biggest in Bali University, sir. So very useful one. It's
Yeah.
I came to know new names in econometrics.
Okay, sir. Okay.
New terms. Thank you very much, sir. Nice
Thank
to
you,
meet
sir. Thanks a lot.
Okay, sir.
Sir?
Yes, yes, sir. Please.
Sir, this is Shankar Ganesh from M. Kumarasamy College of Engineering, sir, Karur.
Oh, Karur, good.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful FTP, sir. Such a wonderful,
Yeah.
very informative expression, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks all. Oh, it's great. Oh, student of Kamya, sir.
Proceed, sir.
Tamil.
Tamil.
கிளம்புறீங்களா? இல்ல முடிஞ்சுங்க, இப்பதான் முடிஞ்சது. ஆமாமாங்க, எங்களுக்கு தான் இந்த நாக் ஒர்க்குன்னு ஓடிட்டு இருக்குதுங்களே, அதனால பாதி பேர் பிஏ லீவு, பாதி பேர் வராங்க, பாதி பேர் போறாங்க. 10 பேர்த்துல 5 பேர் வந்து லீவு, 5 பேர் ஒர்க்கு. நாங்க அவங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் நாங்க
Those finished can leave, sir. Those who are finished, you can leave.
ஒர்க்க போயிட்டு மீட்டிங் எல்லாம் போயிட்டு வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க. வருவார் சார், மோஸ்ட் சார் வருவார்.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Balaji sir, thank you very much. I have submitted.
Yeah, thank you, man. I will post the other details when you are supposed to check the certificates. Once I will upload the answer sheets, I will let you know. Okay, you can join and fill your feedbacks.
But we haven't received any notification that it has submitted
Yeah,
successfully.
yes. No, actually, you don't receive anything. Submit other form. It's a Google form only, right?
Yeah.
I will receive it. Once I will upload the answers, I will let you know. Then only you can enter into the feedback session. Then once you finish your feedback, then only you will get the certificate. Okay.
Okay, so we need to wait for feedback form, no?
No, feedback form I won't send. You have to upload it in the Atal by make use of your registration ID. I will send the details. Okay, they will collect the feedback, not us.
Okay. So it will be held today or any other day?
No, sir. Actually, the thing is, I have to consolidate all the answers. Then I have to upload to them.
Okay. Sir, is it possible to confirm whether it has submitted or not?
Sir, another problem is it is 120 mails. Okay, it's in the Google form, so I can't extract it. I can't see it.
Okay, no problem.
If I have any issues, I'll let you know. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you.
சார்.
Sir, yes.
வைக்கலையா?
Any questions? We can leave, right? Those who submitted can leave.
Balaji sir. Balaji sir.